Joining us today for AIMA's 7th National Leadership Conclave, AIMA's first major physical program in more than 2 years. The theme for the conclave this year is A New Thrust, Reimagine, Reform, Redesign, Rebuild. And we have an excellent lineup of speakers addressing the participants today. Sponsors and their support make a big difference and strengthen our resolve to do more. I take this opportunity to thank all our sponsors who have supported us in putting together this conclave and to organize it at this larger scale. We thank our principal co-sponsors, Kirloskar Brothers Limited and Cavan Care Private Limited. Sponsors, Dempo Group of Companies and Triveni Turbine Limited. Co-sponsors, Apollo Hospitals, Hero Insurance Broking India Private Limited, Usha International and Vodafone ITR Limited. Associate sponsors, JK Paper Limited and ONGC Limited. Academic We will be commencing with the conclave shortly. I request you all to please remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now beginning with the first session of the conclave. May I invite on stage Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, President AIMA and Chairman and Managing Director, Cavan Care Private Limited, Mr. Srinivas Tempo, Senior Vice President AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Triveni Turbine Limited, Mr. Harshpati Singhania, Immediate Past President AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, JK Paper Limited, Mr. Nikhil Sahni, Vice President AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Triveni Turbine Limited, and Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA, to join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with a huge round of applause. May I now request the dignitaries to light the traditional lamp and mark the inauguration of AIMA's 7th National Leadership Conclave 2022. May I also request all the past presidents of AIMA present in the hall today with us to join the lamp lighting ceremony. Thank you so much. May I now request Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA, to deliver the introductory remarks, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, we are actually addressing each other physically. I can't believe it, after 2.5 years. This is AIMA's first major physical event after 2.5 years, and thank you all so much for joining us today. Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, President AIMA, Mr. Harshpati Singhania, Immediate Past President AIMA, Mr. Srinivas Dempo, Senior Vice President AIMA, Mr. Nikhil Soni, Vice President AIMA, ladies and gentlemen. It is a real pleasure to have you with us this morning and a very warm welcome to you to AIMA's 7th National Leadership Conclave. As I said, it's amazing to actually see everyone in person again after 2 years of virtual events. While the ability to gather online has been of great value, it does not allow for the same warmth and bonhomie as that being under the same roof does. As a responsible organization, we are still following the COVID protocols and learning from our experience of holding online events for over 2 years. We are also live streaming this event on all our social media platforms, including Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter. Today's event is a truly hybrid event in all respects. We even have a couple of speakers joining us online, and I hope you enjoy that experience. However, I'm sure that despite the effort and time involved in getting here, all of you who are gathered here today will enjoy this experience much more, of actually physically being present in the same room. Mr. Ranganathan, it is a pleasure to have you with us. This is your first physical event as AIMA President, and I hope a start to many others. Your encouragement and guidance have been extremely valuable in resuming normality at AIMA, and hopefully, COVID will recede further now and allow us to deliver a much richer experience to India's management fraternity. Many thanks for joining us. Mr. Singhania, it is wonderful to be side by side with you on the AIMA dais. You have the distinction of being the only AIMA president whose tenure had no physical events, but your agile leadership allowed AIMA to pivot quickly to the digital operating model and continue serving management students, executives, and leaders. Thank you so much for joining us today, and a warm welcome to you. Srini, it is a pleasure to have you with us, and many thanks for being with us at the NLC. It is great to have you on the CEO's panel, and we look forward to hearing your views on what leaders must do to keep up with the rapidly changing world. A very warm welcome to you. Nikhil, a pleasure to have you. One of the young leaders of AIMA, you bring a next-gen perspective to AIMA. Many thanks for agreeing to join the CEO's panel to deliberate on the great reset in the economic environment and business leadership. A warm welcome to you. A warm welcome to all my many past presidents and members of the AIMA Council who have joined us today. Your support and guidance is extremely valuable to AIMA's continuous evolution. I'm also delighted to welcome many leaders of our local management association who have joined us today from all over the country. A very, very warm welcome to all of you. You really are our extended family, and we are delighted that you have joined us today. A very warm welcome to all the other dignitaries and delegates who have taken the trouble to be with us this morning. It's a pleasure to have you. Ladies and gentlemen, the past couple of years have been tough for most businesses, but they have been great for those with capacity for online commerce and remote work. The technological bias of the new economy has come through loud and clear to everyone, and digitalization has gone from something in the future to an immediate compulsion. Leaders have had to learn to lead from a distance and to create organizations that can operate either in the virtual or physical worlds. Now, as hybrid becomes a way of life, business leaders are relearning leadership as it is much more complicated to merge the physical and the digital existence. Technology is still just one of the pieces of the new game. Given the rising frequency of unpredictable twists and turns, leaders must learn to develop a matrix of capabilities to make their organizations more agile, resilient, innovative, and competitive at no extra cost. The geopolitical events have also thrown a spanner in the works for many business leaders. With power struggle among major economies bubbling over, leaders have to rework the calculus of supply chains and market. The entangled web of international cooperation and conflict is making it difficult to settle on where to produce and where to sell. Business leaders are called upon to join boycotts and are in turn boycotted. However, they must learn to effectively navigate this developing reality and enable their organizations to gain from the turbulence. We have a panel of outstanding CEOs to tell us how business leaders are approaching this complexity. With these words, a very warm welcome to all of you once again, and I'm pleased to hand over the session to Mr. Singhania. Over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Sethi. As I request Mr. Harshpati Singhania, immediate past President AIMA, to conduct the session, it is my privilege to introduce him to you. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Harshpati Singhania is the immediate past President of AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, JK People Limited. He is an MBA from University of Massachusetts and is an alumnus of Harvard Business School. Mr. Singhania is responsible for the paper, dairy and defense business of the JK Group, which is one of India's largest industrial groups. He is an avid reader, golfer and auto enthusiast. Sir, we request you to kindly conduct the session.
Yeah, it is. Thank you. With your permission, since this is going to be a panel, I'm not going to make any remarks there. I'll start off here. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to you. It is our first physical meeting at AIMA after what seems like forever. So actually, while we were in the waiting room, Rekha made a comment. He said, Mr. Singhania, I realized that this is my first physical meeting after you became president and so on with you. I said, well, it's nice of you to say that after having, after my having finished the term and, but there is a difference between being a virtual president and being a president virtually. I hope you'll appreciate a little bit of that. But well, thanks. CK Ranganathan, President AIMA, and Chairman Managing Director, Cavan Care Limited, Mr. Srinivas Dempo, Senior Vice President AIMA, Chairman Dempo Group, Nikhil Sawhney, Vice President AIMA, and Vice Chairman Managing Director of Triveni Turbines, Rekha Sethi, past presidents of AIMA, all the gathered dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to have you at the 7th National Leadership Conclave. And what today's topic is really a new thrust, reimagine, reform, redesign, rebuild. Now, we've all gone through the last couple of years with the overbearing COVID pandemic and the way it's changed lives, business lives, social lives, community lives, and personal lives. So while we have talked a lot about COVID, I think the key thoughts that come to me are that even before COVID struck, things were slowing down. And with the onset of COVID, everything went into a complete tizzy. All supply chains have been horribly disrupted. There have been so many uncertainties around lives, around futures of people, around how businesses will run, or indeed any institution, indeed how even the government would run. Parliament was running virtually. Imagine that. So everything has been a very, very major change. That apart, we have the latest issue of the conflict now with Ukraine and Russia. But we can't blame everything to that. Supply chains were disrupted, as I said, inflation is looming large, a whole lot of other uncertainties. As technology has come to the fore, as people have become acutely aware of climate change, because in these 2 years we read more, we watched more things. So all of these things have had a profound impact on the way that businesses run, on the way that organizations run, and therefore how should management be. So I'd, with your permission, like to largely focus on, not the pandemic part of it, but how do we see things going forward. And all three of you are leaders and established leaders in your businesses, in the country, and successful CEOs. So I will dispense with formal introductions as far as, if you agree, and we'll jump straight into this. So CK, my first question to you would be really, and actually I'll ask this of everybody. What would you outline as 2 or 3 major changes that you see in the way that you are doing your business now, as opposed to, say, a couple of years earlier? This need not be an exhaustive list, but just how you see this.
Thanks. Good morning, all. Thanks, Harsh. I see a big change that's coming. You can see some of the trends if you look at the digitization that's happening, Industry 4.0. I think it is very important that we embrace the artificial intelligence is going to fundamentally redefine the way businesses are done. Earlier, technology is an enabler. Now it's going to be a strategic tool. So I think that's very, very important trend I see. The other thing I think everybody would have read in the papers, the Great Resignations. And that's also a trend we need to factor in. So a lot of resignations, 80% of the people are thinking of shifting their jobs. And that's very, very important. That's also poses to be a big challenge. How can you build an organization when people are not stable? Because it's important that we definitely address that. The other thing, third one, I would say the global disruptions, the Ukraine war, and the kind of pandemic that hit us hard. And you can't relax. You can say, now the pandemic is behind. But still, I think this will come back. We are seeing outside India, a lot of countries are going for a lockdown. And I wish the herd immunity of India is going to save us as we go forward. I would only say from that angle, pandemic I will address first. There are 3 parameters I would say that's very important. Government need to look at. I'm sure now that it's no more the central government going to monitor it, and it's an endemic. That's the way we need to treat. One is hospital beds availability, oxygen availability, and then the mortality rate. If these 3 parameters, anyone is raising up, I think one need to get worried, is what I would say. So otherwise, I think we need to carry on the business as usual, is one of the things. With regard to the Great Resignations, the employees are looking at what's the value I'm going to get. I'm in a hurry to grow up. My compensation need to go up fast. I need to grow fast in my life. And that's very, very important. I get bored. I can't be doing the same job again and again. So that's a very important ask from the kind of this thing, the employees of the new millennium. And it's important we recognize that. What we are going to do is kind of this thing. Already we have a learning and development function within HR, but we need to accelerate. We are looking at acceleration, working on as much as possible, individually measuring their moods. That's a moodometer. How they are they happy? And what are we going to do to ensure that they are really engrossed in their job? They are not looking outside. I think this is very closely to be monitored and measured. And course correction need to happen. So the learning is a very, very important job. One of the things that we said is, don't allow a person to do the same job more than 2 years. So similar kind of job, look at that, how you bring in new tastes and new value additions to the job is very important. Make it interesting, make it challenging, which is a very important thing we are doing. The other one, I think the digitization. I was talking about it's no more an enabler, but it's a strategic tool. And we have seen business fundamentally, those who are not transformed, the technology orientation being the center of whole organization and the business model, technology as a center of the business model, is redefining the traditional companies. I don't want to be, again, one more history in that point. So what we are looking at is how do we kind of enable, it is our own team members educating them, but keeping that at the center. Can we ensure the complete stakeholder end-to-end, right from my vendors to vendor, to kind of this thing end consumer, how do I digitally link all of them? And it's not easy. We are dealing with millions and millions of customers. So what is very important is in this, the first starting point is data governance I can control my data within my organization, but can I control it with my other stakeholders, with my vendors, with my distributors, with my retailers? I think unless I play a role in enhancing their capability and work along with us, I think the fundamental with the data, I think how you take very key decisions, how you get a lot of insights from the data, how you navigate the future based on data is going to redefine the thing, is what I would say. Besides all the technological automation, I can't become irrelevant, is how I see. I stop here. I think I'll go on and on. I think I'll wait for others to respond.
So, Srini, on the same thing, what would you outline as a couple of things that you see and what you have started doing in your organization?
Thank you, Harsh. And let me first say how happy I am to be here. It's a packed hall, something that I have not seen in the last couple of years. And it feels really good. Though people propagate a lot of hybrid models, I'm a man who thinks that I would love to go to office every day and meet my people. I think hybrid model gives a lot of fatigue, according to me, though many companies are looking at a hybrid model, and employees also are expecting the same. Harsh, if you ask me, I think CKR has put some very valid comments. But in addition to that, I would say that there are three things that I look at. One is, of course, digitization that CKR talked about. The second thing is talent retention, because that's becoming a huge challenge. I heard an employee that day of a multinational who's gone and told his boss that he wants to work 6 months from his home, and that home can be in Thailand on a beach, and 6 months in the office. And if he allows, then he'll stay, or if he doesn't allow, he'll go away. And these are challenges that not small companies like ours are facing, but huge MNCs. And where are they going? They're going from MNCs to startups, which is much more riskier in terms of job. But they're getting fat paychecks, they're getting flexibility in working hours. So I think the whole culture, and that's why I said that, every organization needs to build now a culture that probably defines your company, where your employees are happy, as CKR says. So I think this is another challenge. And the third challenge that I see is sustainability. Because though many of the Indian companies at our level are not seen doing enough, but I think this will catch up very fast. And we won't even know what's hit us below our belt. Because many companies, if you go to the West and see, ESG companies are getting premiums, non-ESG companies are not getting premiums. There is a lot of proliferation between, social and political activism. So a CEO is no longer seen as only a chief, executive officer, a chief operating officer. He has to be a saint, he has to be a politician, he has to be an opinion maker, connect with the community has gone up far more significantly. And I'm saying that even in a state like Goa for me, where earlier I had not to spend so much of time, because it's just that, the environment was such that the family was known. Today, a large part of my time goes in trying to meet with community, connect with communities, say how the business benefits them. So all this is going to, I think, activism, probably in a more positive way, will take much more precedence than what we have seen. So these are few of the challenges. But with all this, what I feel is, I think, when we talk about uncertainty, I think the world has gone through uncertainty many times. And I heard one economist talking last week. He said, there are decades when nothing happens, and there are few weeks when decades happen. And we've gone through this phase now. We are still going through it. And I think we have to change the definition of survival of the fittest with survival of the most adaptable, which makes you the fittest. So I think adaptability is the key, and that gets me to another thing, that why can't we look? See, we say that we are leaders. We can look at shared leadership. Everybody can be a leader in your organization. Of course, I understand the importance of hierarchies of management, and at some stage, the buck must stop somewhere. But I think shared leadership, no more employees no more employees look at bosses as, oh, if you feel vulnerable, then is it your weakness? Today the CEO has to have the courage to say that I don't know and I want to know from you. So I think these are some of the changes that I see. And if one has to see, we have to have much more than CEO. We need to have we have CEO, CTO, CMO, CFO today. but we need to have a sustainability officer, we need to have a culture officer, we need to have a wellness officer, like CKR has said, which will take us organization and face the challenges that we are facing. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thanks. Very valid points, and we'll come back to some of those. Nikhil, your views.
Thank you, Harsh, and a very good morning to everyone. Firstly, it's a pleasure to be in front of you in person after so many years. But I do agree, and one of the problems of going after CKR and Srini is that they've covered all the points actually, and I can't do anything but concur with all the areas that they have highlighted as being priorities going forward. Some of our learnings coming out of COVID were the aspect of agility, and I think Srini talked about it by talking about adaptability. I think that was forefront in our minds when we looked at how best to weather the current disruptions that are taking place, as well as disruptions that may happen in the future, be it in terms of climate change or digitizations. And some of these are tools, but as CKR said, digitization has to move from being a tool to being core to an organization, and technology at the same time has to be core. But when we look at agility, we've tried to look at it from all aspects of our value chain. We need our balance sheet to be agile, to be asset light, to ensure that we're able to move productive assets to what is going to be necessary for the demands of the future. We need our workforce to be equally agile, multi-skilled at the shop floor level and multidisciplinary at a managerial level, so that they can actually have a more holistic view of what is happening in an organization and in the world, and to be able to better cater to the challenges and risks that the world puts before them. Agility also is required from your supply chain basis to be able to ensure that you are working adequately with all aspects and all stakeholders within your value chain. Harsh, what we found as an organization coming out of COVID, which I think is a very important realization, was that none of the success that we may have faced over the last couple of years, as well as looking forward, would not have been possible without a true collaboration between the organization and its employees, the organization and its vendors, and the organization and its clients. We needed the understanding of our clients to delay the supply of products. We needed the understanding of the banks to be able to allow for an ecosystem which provided vendor financing, which provided supply chain financing. We needed the government to also work hand in hand. And I think a very important realization is that we live in a community, and this community needs to collaborate with each other. And I think that is quite distinct from the economics in which we've operated in the past. I think there's a new paradigm which we have to work towards, where we are far more collaborative, both as organizations and institutions, but as people. And that brings me back to CKR and Srini's point about people being the center of every organization and center of what we need to focus on going forward. I believe a lot needs to be done here to improve the capability and capacity. If we look at the digitization era, which everyone concedes is going to be the future, the number of jobs that will exist at the top level are going to be very few. There's a fear that you'll have many people who would be left out of the employment basket, and that we may have to become a welfare state just so that we have some degree of social cohesion. I believe that it is a responsibility of individuals as well as institutions to skill and provide the capability to individuals so that they can become entrepreneurs themselves and become true partners in what I believe is a very bright future for us. I do want to talk more about sustainability, and maybe we'd get to that in the next set of questions, but thank you.
Thank you very much. All of you raised extremely important and significant points to get us thinking. But I think these are some of the key ones that all of you, each one of you have talked about. Let me sort of add my 2 bits here. We were recently doing, year-end March, so we were doing for the new financial year our annual budgeting exercises. So, you had 2 days of that stuff done elaborately. At the end of it, you have all this. But then I was reflecting, and I told all my colleagues at the end, I said, look, these are numbers, and pardon the pun, they are on paper. So, they remain there. But the kind of uncertainty that I think we all anticipate, at least I anticipate in this particular year when we talk of FY 22-23, is unprecedented. It's going to be as much or worse than COVID because we really don't know. So what are we planning for? You're planning for a whole year. I mean, we don't know when your next shipment arrives, what is going to happen, whether you're being able to, do the activities as planned. In such an uncertain scenario, the word agility, adaptability, all of this comes in. So let me, Nikhil, start by asking you, since you were sort of saying that, your thunder was stolen by the other senior colleagues here at AIMA. How do we, all of us as managers sitting in this room, plan for a scenario that nobody can sort of know? Or not plan, how do we deal with it? Let me put it this way.
I think it's a tough question. There are many aspects.
I know, but I mean, I also don't have real answers, but we can all take stabs.
I think it depends from companies to companies. I'd be very interested to hear the aspect of branding, and I think CKR can talk more authoritatively on that. But from our perspective as a company, which is an industrial company, it's very important to invest into, and the biggest uncertainty for us is technology disruption. Technology disruption happening both at the consumer end in terms of climate change. We're a company that provides mechanical equipment for power generation, which is steam turbines, which to a large extent is driven by conventional thermal sources, which has to disrupt. Everyone knows that climate change is taking place. And so for us, uncertainty from a longer term perspective. We believe short-term spikes, short-term disruptions in terms of lockdowns, etc., may happen, but that doesn't change the fundamental value of the company, both from the perspective of the market as well as from our customers. We believe so what I believe is a concentration on research and development, ensuring that is your differentiator, ensure that you have a continuously improving value proposition to your client, and then again, you have to collaborate. You have to ensure that you are resilient through your entire supply chain to be able to provide the tools that are necessary to fulfill your orders. And I'll give you an example, Harsh. During the lockdown, we supplied a turbine to Germany, and Germany was under lockdown, India was under lockdown, but our customer was still wanted us to commission his turbine. And we firstly had to collaborate with him, but we used digital tools such as Google Glasses and augmented reality based solutions to be able to deliver something which no one thought would be possible for an extremely expensive piece of equipment which has a huge degree of liability and warranty on us. So I think that adopting tools and technologies, but also keeping research and development forefront, and of course people are involved in throughout this entire scheme, is what I think is important for us to be able to weather the longer term uncertainties.
Great point that you make. CK, would you like to comment on what Nikhil said in terms of how branding can perhaps be something which is sustainable in that sense, and how does it come into play?
I thought I will address the what is in the uncertain times, what you asked, kind of thing.
Go ahead.
So I would say that to be what's coming if you are not sure, which is a kind of this thing. It is important we need to be agile and nimble-footed. Very, very important thing. So that we can maneuver any tough situations. So what I would look at is being asset light. What Nikhil said, asset light is very important. If you can outsource, better do it. Don't do it by investing, kind of thing. Keep the agility high, and also people light. And if you are going to save few lakhs by having people internal, but I think suddenly some automation will come and you will be in a kind of this thing, in a disarray. I think it's important also people light is what I would say, to become kind of this thing, any uncertainty that's coming in. And the third one I would say is the technology heavy. So while I go light on these things, my investment will be focused heavily on technology and how I keep that as a center of the organization, as a strategic core. And the fourth one I would say is how do I ensure all the stakeholders are also kind of this thing in party to the whole thing, in terms of I educate, I carry along with them in terms of in this journey, and also making them aware that these are something is kind of this thing. They need to be healthy. It is not that I push my desk to them I think I need to educate them also to be healthier so that I can carry on is what I would say. So these are the things I would say. Coming back to your question of consumer, the branding kind of this thing, I think the consumers have changed, the habits have changed a lot. The employees' habits have changed in the last 2 years. The consumers, the buying pattern and behavior, they wanted to sit at home and buy now. And that's the kind of evolution that's happening. And it's an informed purchase compared to what it was in the past about how many customers have bought, what's the rating, what's the user satisfaction level. You get to know everything at a fingertip. So what is the user satisfaction level? What is that I can get out of this product? Can I return it? All these things are a very, very important thing. So the companies need to be far more in terms of complying these basics and ensuring that my brand stand tall is a very, very important thing. I can tell one thing, that brands which offer very high utility value compared to a nearest competition. We all can remember how Maruti, when they introduced Maruti 800, then the competition was Ambassador and Premier Padmini. And when they introduced, I think the one very important thing, they looked at consumers are very simple. They don't make decisions based on 8 or 10 parameters. Simple or 1 or 2 or maximum 3 parameters are critical. Can you beat the competition on those top 2 or 3 parameters? Not by marginal, but a significant milestone is very, very important. What Maruti did is, if your kilometer, what you get in an Ambassador is a 10 kilometers or a 12 kilometer, I am going to offer you 20 kilometers or 25 kilometers like that. Significantly higher. Mileage is a very important thing for a customer to decide. And I am also offering, if you are buying a car at a 3 lakhs or 4 lakhs, I am going to offer you at a 1 lakh, 1.5 lakhs kind of this thing. A very low price and a kind of this thing. So, but still the maintenance is low. So what more you want as a customer? So every time I think we need to keep, this will be timeless principles, but if you can offer a value that is much better than, much superior than your competition on those 2 or 3 critical parameters, you are there. Is a very important thing. The other one, consumer, it is while it is a value, and also I think it's an emotional value you need to also offer in branding. Because it's not the kind of tangible value, but an emotional value is, I take pride in owning this brand. I take pride. I am a who is who. I have a Louis Vuitton bag means, oh, I am looked at kind of this thing. I am so and so. I am making a statement. Can you make such kind of thing is also a very, very important ask. So both, if you satisfy both the emotional needs as well as the kind of the tangible needs, I think the companies can thrive and they can continue to be there in spite of a turbulent times ahead is my viewpoint. Thanks.
Excellent. Srini, do you want to add to this? We have another, I think, 5-7 minutes of time.
Yeah. I think, of course, very valid points by both Nikhil and CKR. What I would add to is, and I completely agree with you, no one can take a crystal ball and try to gaze the future. But what I'm saying is, again, it's people who will come with ideas. It's people who will come with innovations, you know. And the key to looking at this is, how do you distinguish between complicated and complexity? Complicated is something that you can solve with resources, okay? You can hire a consultant. If a law is complicated, if an income tax law is complicated, we have our chartered accountant. Complexity is something changing. So if the variables keep on changing, then you have to look at scenarios, not just in time, but just in case. And I think if you keep on challenging your people, and I saw this personally when everything was shut down at the end of March 2020, we did something called a war room. And that war room, I told every head of department that every day I want to meet 2 middle-level managers who have to get exposed to me. And they are the ones who came with brilliant ideas. They are the ones who solved your problems. So I think faith in your people. And the last thing, which is the old age norm, is have a good amount of cash pile ready. Because companies which are deep down, and I'm not by any means saying that you should not take on debt. Debt, of course, is healthy, and if you want to grow, debt is healthy. But in uncertainty, you need a cash pile, because if you're closed for 3 months, to be very honest, you made a very valid point, but in one of my companies, I'm covered in my raw material only till August. I don't even know as of today what will happen post-August. But I think we are all die-hard optimists, and I think we'll come to a solution.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. So nothing like old-fashioned cash, right? To to get your sort of excite you in the morning. So that's great. Now,
Stay. Earlier it used to be within the country, now it has crossed borders. We have seen only in crude the cartelization used to happen between countries, but now it is whether it is containers or anywhere, all the chemicals, key raw materials which are high investment oriented. A few people are making in the world, they are cartelizing. And poor customers, we are all paying through that. I think that's a very, very important thing the CEOs can't afford to overlook. And that's why Srini said that he is not covering beyond August. He doesn't know what will happen. So the cartelization making things uncertain is here. I think over to the audience.
all right, we have some questions from the audience which are coming up, but let me sort of there are on some similar things, but let me just raise one point here. All of you talked about, and rightly so, in my mind, about people and talent. One question I ask myself, and it's not exactly the same question, Mr. C.K. Sharma, but it's somewhat similar to what you were saying about people wanting to change jobs, C.K. Mr. Sharma sitting there wants to ask something around that. But essentially, let me rephrase your question to a larger thing. A lot of us sitting here are people from a certain age and generation. What makes us think and tick may be different from what you, like you mentioned, today's generation, today's job market people. How do we in organizations design an organization which can sort of take into account that? And so all our talent management, learning development, HR policies, meeting aspirations, keeping people happy. You talked about wanting to meet 2 middle-level managers. So this whole concept of maybe a reverse mentoring, in a sense, how can we institutionalize this in organizations? Anybody, I mean, just a thought around.
I will go first.
Thank you.
My perspective is that I think one of the important things, the old saying, I am not telling anything new, leadership pipeline, building a leadership pipeline. I think organization need to get out of, I will go and ready-made hire a talent when somebody leaves. I think only when you have that kind of a fit and your internal company culture and the way your behavior of the people in that is not sufficient to beat a competition. Only then you should go out. Otherwise, I think building a strong leadership pipeline is very important. Earlier we thought one position, one is sufficient. But now the great attrition is coming. You need to at least have 2 people waiting to be filled up. I think that's a very, very important thing. Therefore, it goes back to people, educating people and building a very, very strong pipeline is what I'm telling. And CEOs and the HR managers, the functional heads also need to get out of their mindset, I will create talent pipeline within, than laterally hiring somebody and filling a job, which is the easiest thing. It also it increases the cost of the organization. But I think it is a reality is that every organization need to create their own pipeline of leaders, which is a very important task is my viewpoint.
Just to add to that, I think it's important for us to incentivize innovation. And innovation doesn't necessarily need to happen only in a technical department. Every department and individual has a capacity to innovate in their own field and sphere. And once you start incentivizing that, the job fulfillment level goes up significantly, and the retention and the ability to learn, as CKR said, for you to then grow within an organization is important. So I think being innovation-led and innovation-centric is also equally important from a cultural perspective, but then executing that with people.
Great. We actually are almost out of time. Yeah. So let me do one thing, is that I think all of you made extremely great points. And I saw some people taking notes. I hope people did, because this has been very enriching for me as well. At least I've made notes. I have a bad habit since I'm in the paper business too. Sometimes what do you do with the stuff? But anyway, I encourage people to sort of emulate sometimes. But I think just stepping back into what we've discussed, I think everybody talked about technology. That's in a way a given. But the difference that you made about a strategic tool versus it being an enabler. So enabler is becoming a hygiene factor, a par for the course. Actually, if somebody doesn't adapt it or an organization doesn't adapt it, then you're really going to be left behind. And it doesn't have to be a business organization. It could be any institution. We're seeing how government actually has done it pretty well, if you ask me, in being able to link and interlink things. Talent, I think that's another thing that we've talked about in various voices and different examples that each one of you have talked about. And that is really, really critical. Whether it's done from the great resignation, sort of movement that is happening now, or whether the need to change because markets have changed, technology platforms have changed, the way business is being done has changed. What we learned, forget our MBA schools, but what we learned maybe 5 years ago, what made us successful 5 years ago, isn't necessarily going to be the mantra for success in today's world. So I think a great part is about people, about having the right kinds of people to respond, to be agile. And I think one word that we haven't really talked about explicitly, but I'd like to bring it, is teamwork. We talked about a lot about collaboration and so on. But teamwork and people working in teams, the ability to have leaders who can get people to work. I mean, it's nothing new, but I think it's coming out to be even more sharply, because we are talking of moving away from hierarchy to sort of a collaborative and more networked organization. Changing culture internally to allow a lot of these things to happen. All of these become very important. I don't want to list out all of these, but to me, one big thing, and I say this on various platforms as well, as a manager, what do I want to do? As a CEO, what do I want to do? I think the biggest job is how do I unlearn so I can relearn what is relevant today. That's how I would look at this. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are just done with this time. We could have carried on, as you can see, with the help of the audience as well, for much, much longer. But thank you all for coming in great strength. It's great to see AIMA people and support, and that's what drives, I think, the leadership sitting here to take this organization ahead. But thank you all for coming, and it's great to see people physically. Although, Srini, I found it slightly hard to believe when you said I haven't seen so many people in 2 years, not even in Goa. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. May I request Ms. Rekha Sethi to hand over the mementos to the panel, please?
The garden doesn't need any.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of the opening session. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to our second session of the conclave, the future of air warfare securing the sky and beyond. To discuss this, we have with us Air Chief Marshal Vivek Ram Chaudhary, PVSM, AVSM, VM, ADC, Chief of the Indian Air Force, and Mr. Nikhil Sahni, Vice President, AIMA. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with a huge round of applause. Before we begin with the session today, I would like to take this opportunity to say a few words about Mr. Nikhil Sahni. Mr. Nikhil Sahni is the Vice President of AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director of Triveni Turbines and a Director with Triveni Engineering and Industries Limited. The companies occupy leadership positions in their respective businesses of sugar manufacturing, distillation of alcohol, renewable energy generation, industrial turbines and gears, and water and wastewater treatment solutions spanning 16 manufacturing locations in India. May I now request Mr. Sahni to conduct the session, please.
Thank you very much. Air Chief Marshal Vivek Ram Chaudhary, PVSM, AVSM, VM, ADC, Chief of the Indian Air Force, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to have you all with us this morning and a very warm welcome to a special session with Air Chief Marshal Vivek Ram Chaudhary, PVSM, AVSM, VM, ADC, and Chief of the Indian Air Force. Air Chief Marshal Chaudhary, it's been a pleasure to have you on the AIMA platform, and many thanks for agreeing to do this session. You are an alumnus of the NDA, and you've been an outstanding fighter pilot, flying instructor, and combat leader. You have flown more than 3,800 flying hours in a variety of fighter aircrafts, including the Su-30 MKI, MiG-29, MiG-23MF, and the MiG-21. You were a member of the pioneer Surya Kiran acrobatic display team, and you have been involved in Operation Meghdut in Siachen and Operation Safed Sagar in Kargil. You have also led India's aerial response to the Chinese incursion in the Indian Himalayas. You have received multiple honors for your distinguished service to the Indian Air Force, including the Vayu Seva Medal, the Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, and the Param Vishisht Seva Medal. It is a tremendous honor for us to have you with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for the Air Chief Marshal. Thank you. AIMA has enjoyed a close association with the armed forces, especially the Indian Army, for several years. AIMA facilitates industry visits and interactions for officers of the Office of the College of Defense Management, Secunderabad, as part of their higher defense management course curriculum. AIMA has also had engagements with the Army think tank, CLAWS, and contributed to many of its leadership events. AIMA has also launched a series of AIMA Indian Army Collaborative Management Programs as a platform for India Inc. to learn more from the Indian Army and vice versa. One such program has been held at Joshimath Army Post, with the next planned in Ladakh. AIMA would be very keen to collaborate with the Indian Air Force as well and to find areas of mutual benefit in the management and leadership domains. Ladies and gentlemen, Indian Air Force is becoming central to the country's security as air superiority is critical to the control of territories and winning wars. With satellites providing intelligence and direction and missiles traveling hundreds and thousands of kilometers, controlling the skies has become a basic requirement of modern warfare. In fact, the Indian Air Force has been critical to India's security operations in Siachen, Kargil, and Ladakh. However, its job is set to become more challenging as India faces the prospect of a multi-front war and the world gets embroiled in bigger and nastier conflicts. The frequency, intensity, and coverage of economic and military wars have been rising since the beginning of this millennium. The causes, the spread, the size, and the manner of war have grown steadily in the past couple of decades. And now we are practically in the third global war with a mutually destructive standoff between Russia and the Western Bloc. The shift of the world order from a unipolar one to a multipolar one is catalyzing a test of strength between the incumbent and the rising powers, and also between the rising powers themselves. The present churn in geopolitics has escalated India's security concerns, and the Indian armed forces have no option but to bulk up and smarten up quickly. IAF is now a big priority for the government And the instant purchase and rapid induction of the Rafale indicates the government's focus on the Indian armed forces. The IAF is also trying to reduce dependence on others for war machines and inducted a large number of homemade Tejas aircrafts. It is also looking to build fighting capacity in space as air superiority is becoming dependent on satellites and anti-satellite weapons. The future of air warfare is inextricably linked to digital technologies, and the AIF is set for a big upgrade in automation and various AI technologies. Today, we are privileged to have the Air Chief Staff with us, and we are eager to hear from him on the future of air warfare and the Indian Space Force's preparedness for that. With these words, it's my pleasure to invite Air Chief Marshal Vivek Ram Chaudhary, PVSM, AVSM, VM, ADC, and Chief of the Indian Air Force to deliver some brief opening remarks, following which, with your permission, sir, we'd open it for question and answers and hopefully have the time to get some questions in from the audience as well. Of course, sir.
Mr. Nikhil Sahni, Vice President AIMA, Mr. Sanjeev Goenka, Chairman of the Conclave, Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, President AIMA, Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA, esteemed guests, members of the media, all participants at the Conclave, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. It's indeed a pleasure for me to stand amongst all of you and deliver a keynote address. I have been asked to speak on the future of air warfare, securing the skies and beyond. The future of aerial warfare is something vociferously being discussed and debated across the aeronautical fraternity, strategists, and academia. But before I delve into the topic, I would like to take you all to the definition of a black swan event, as espoused by famous author Nassim Nicholas Taleb, and I quote, "It is an event that is so rare that even the possibility that it might occur is unknown. It has a catastrophic impact when it does occur, and it's always explained in hindsight as if it were actually predictable." Unquote. In the last 2 years, the world has witnessed another black swan event in the form of COVID-19. Nobody in the world predicted it. The impact of the virus has been catastrophic across the world, and we are still developing a theory on the origins of this virus. Similarly, in the last 20 years or so, we have seen unprecedented developments in technology, which have totally changed the way we live, socialize, and work. Our social media followers are as much a part of our life as our immediate family. Our increasing reliance on technology has reached such a state where the modern generation is more likely to ask Siri if it is daylight outside, rather than opening the windows to see if it is. Funnily enough, and no pun intended, opening windows has a totally different connotation today as compared to what we thought in the 80s and 90s. Let me give you an example to highlight my point. If I were to take away all your cell phones and communication devices and then ask you to organize a company get-together this evening, imagine the trepidation that would follow. Similarly, with the advent of internet and social media platforms, the world has become a very small place. And ladies and gentlemen, traditionally, we always looked at a soldier in the battlefield, a sailor on a ship, or an airman in an aircraft as combatants who will fight wars. A college student creating memes, a youngster, 25-year-old, sitting in front of a computer, a banker analyzing the physical health of a company, a diplomat making foreign policy, and a politician. All of them and many more would also be the combatants waging tomorrow's wars alongside the soldier, sailor, and airman. This brings me to the term comprehensive national power, which is the sum total of the diplomatic, information, military, and economic heft of a country. In modern warfare, the comprehensive national power of a country must be brought to bear on the adversary if we were to want a decisive victory. Because, in the words of Bertrand Russell, war does not determine who is right, only who is left. Traditionally, wars have been fought on the land, at sea, in the air, and to some extent in space. In the past 2 decades, this spectrum has increased to encompass cyber and information domains. The first 4 domains are classically physical, and the other 2 are virtual. The overarching effect of cyber and information on the conduct of conventional wars has created a new, hybrid, and multi-domain spectrum of conflict, resulting in older tactics and strategies becoming passé. Therefore, to secure our borders, there is a definite imperative to reimagine, reform, redesign, and rebuild our traditional warfighting machinery and adapt to this new emerging paradigm. Cyber and information have become the modern tools for shaping the battlefield. A well-created narrative in the information domain to adversely affect the enemy can have devastating effects. As we've become more and more interconnected, a cyber attack on our networks can cripple command and control structures. What I'm trying to get at is that in the next war, the enemy might not be a country or an organization. We may never know the perpetrators of a distributed denial of services attack, and we will not know when and from where the attack will take place. In future, we could be attacked on all fronts, ranging from economic strangulation to diplomatic isolation to military standoffs to information blackouts, all in the form of attack called distributed denial of services. All this will happen well before the first bullet is fired or the first aircraft goes across the border. Future warfare is likely to be hybrid in nature, and the spectrum of conflict will be spread across all domains, spanning from conventional to non-conventional, kinetic to non-kinetic, lethal to non-lethal, all under a nuclear overhang. The weapons we are looking at would be ranging from a small computer virus to hypersonic missiles. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a need for us to develop capabilities across the full spectrum of conflict and focus on multi-domain operations. Similarly, our doctrines, equipment, training, and tactics will have to be flexible and to be able to adapt rapidly to these new challenges. We in the Indian Air Force during the last 2 years have also had our own set of challenges. During the peak of the pandemic, the situation in eastern Ladakh also unfolded. The Indian Air Force was on high alert while simultaneously providing full support to the nation's fight against COVID. Let me give you some facts and figures to bring out the enormity of effort put in. Our transport aircraft fleet flew to 18 countries, clocking about 4,800 flying hours, almost 2,900 sorties, distributing aids to our friends across the globe. Additionally, we flew about 2,600 hours within the country for transportation and positioning of oxygen cylinders, medical miles. To put it in perspective, this is like going to the moon and back 4 times. All this was in addition to the threat on our northern borders while maintaining a 24/7 readiness to cater for any eventuality. During the recent Operation Ganga, we flew 240 hours to 4 countries to fly back our fellow citizens from the war-torn region. Even as I speak now, we have 5 of our helicopters carrying out daring stranded cable cars in Jharkhand. All this is made possible due to the resolve and selfless attitude displayed by the men and women in blue, backed by a strong and firm leadership at all levels to meet the laid down objectives. So what is the way ahead? What are the plans for the Indian Air Force to be ready to fight and win tomorrow's wars? Conflicts in the last few decades have clearly established without doubt the preeminence of air power as the instrument of choice for almost all the operational contingencies. The tactical advantage that the high ground offers is a must-achieve criteria even today. In this aspect, air power provides that high ground and ability to bypass the fielded forces to hit targets in great depths with speed and precision. In more recent times, space has been increasingly exploited as it provides the ultimate high ground where a nation's forces can operate with near impunity. The accrued ability to see and comprehend the enemy's disposition and design provides a commander with an ability to decide and act quickly. Such a process, in military terms, is known as the OODA loop, OODA, OODA loop, a term coined by American Air Force officer Colonel John Boyd. In short, what it means, OODA stands for observe, orient, decide, and act. The idea is a shortened OODA loop will provide a commander with an opportunity to take an initiative and retain it. The longer the OODA loop, the less likely of success in any battlefield. The idea is to keep the enemy always in the observe and orient phase. Let him keep guessing as to where the next attack is going to come from and in what form it is going to come from, while simultaneously keeping our own OODA loop as short as possible to be able to react quickly, to be able to decide quickly, and to be able to take counter action immediately. So in all this, air power fits in most seamlessly to be able to provide the shortest OODA loop for any military commander. In the fog of war, there is a need to get as clear a picture as possible of the battle space and intentions of the adversary. This would give a high degree of flexibility to the commander at the operational level to make dynamic changes and to what we call shape the battlefield. This ability rides on the backbone of highly secure and efficient networks that integrate sensors, decision makers, and the shooters. Our network-centric capability seamlessly fuses all elements of warfighting to create a very high level of shared battle space awareness. The key component of this capability are all interconnected in the same loop. These sensors, what we call sensors, are the radars, surveillance platforms. You may have heard of a term called AWACS, satellites, and so on. So these form the sensors. The shooters are the fighter aircraft, the missiles, the surface-to-air, air-to-ground missiles. And lastly are the decision makers, the people who will take a decision when to press the button. All these have to be fully networked at all times. So we are actively pursuing development of niche technologies in the field of space-based capabilities, data linking, and AI-based decision support systems to ensure that our sensor to shooter loop is kept as short as it can be. Easy accessibility of high-end technology also poses new challenges to the conventional forces. Harassment through the use of drones in the Yemeni-Saudi tussle, use of drones alongside fighter aircraft in Azerbaijan-Armenia conflict, and unconfirmed reports of Ukrainians using drones against Russian forces are all indicative of the equipment of future wars. We also have doctrinally included drone usage in our scheme of operations to benefit from some of the exclusive attributes of these platforms. At the same time, we are pursuing unmanned combat systems and their integration with manned fighter platforms in what is known as man-machine teaming. At the other end of the spectrum are the hypersonic weapons. There are reports of some of these being used in the ongoing Russian-Ukrainian conflict. Due to very high speeds, these missiles are difficult to intercept, making the existing air defense systems redundant. The Air Force is actively involved in research and development for such weapons and in developing countermeasures. We have laid out a roadmap to add new capabilities and harness modern technology, making technological innovation an integral part of our security apparatus. This thought has initiated a process of re-equipping, retraining, and remodeling of our security infrastructure. A potent Air Force in the future will be characterized by aspects of persistent presence, multi-role capabilities, rapid deployment, spectrum dominance, centricity of information management, precision targeting, and rapid innovation for creating asymmetry. The unique combination of the developing capabilities, operational concepts, and technology meeting its basic needs from indigenous sources. This applies greatly to the defense needs also. The Indian Air Force has started sourcing a large portion of its equipment from national entities, which is a significant achievement, and this trend will only increase in the coming years. The Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India programs will bolster indigenous defense manufacturing in the country. We need to focus more on research and development with an aim to manufacture on our own, rather than relying on minor indigenization of foreign products. And has taken giant steps in supporting the Indian companies and academia with necessary policy formulation and by providing a conducive environment. I have no doubt in my mind that our industry partners, MSMEs, academia and think tanks will give full impetus in realizing India's aspiration of achieving strategic autonomy in defense production. Last, but definitely not the least, is the importance of the man and woman behind the machine. Multi-skilling our personnel has become the need of the hour to enable them to take decisions spanning the vast spectrum of operations that we are likely to undertake. Here I would like hasten to add that the Indian Air Force is truly a gender-agnostic service today, with women serving in every branch of the Indian Air Force. As a nation, there is a need for a strong and robust strategic communication. It should be made clear to the world today that today's India has the capability and, more importantly, the will to respond at a level that we deem appropriate and to define our own escalation matrix. We, the men and women in uniform, are the cutting edge of that response. Therefore, it is imperative that we keep that edge as sharp and lethal as possible. And I can assure you that the Indian Air Force continuously strives to remain a potent force. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Air Chief Marshal. With your permission, could I ask you some questions? And I also have some questions that have come from the audience, and some more will come. There are many questions that come to mind with your speech, sir. And first amongst those is the breadth of the threats and the breadth of the capabilities that the Indian Armed Forces and especially the Indian Air Force also needs to acquire, both from a perspective of hard infrastructure as well as soft infrastructure and training. Management question that all of us managers in this room deal with is how do we allocate capital, both in terms of money as well as time, in terms of thought. How do you foresee problems like that? How do you evaluate problems like that in terms of putting money into artificial intelligence and AI versus hard capabilities in drones versus hypersonic missiles? And managerially, how would you manage that, sir?
Let me begin by saying, I think we have learned the hard way because of our dependence on far too many sources of hardware all through our existence. Today we operate almost 39 different types of aircraft with origins in 6 different countries. First of all, managing a huge inventory itself is a big challenge for us. But we have learned to overcome the challenges by innovative methods and more importantly, being flexible in our thought. Every new conflict or every new dimension of warfare that has emerged in the last 2 decades has made us relook and redefine our priorities. In the past, we were always focusing on hardware and getting more platforms and more, equipment. Today, the focus is shifting towards software, towards data fusion, towards artificial intelligence, and so on. And this is a continuously changing process. So, though we have what we call it every 2-year sort of an acquisition plan that we make out, but unfortunately, it's very difficult to stick to that because of the changing nature of conflict and the new dimensions of warfare that keep emerging.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to step back a second with some questions that have come from the audience, which is on so how do you, the role you'd said of the Indian Armed Forces in COVID in terms of operations that you'd run, And there's a question that's come in, and is that how do you categorize COVID-19 pandemic as a bio-warfare or as an air warfare? And what is the role of the Air Force in such air warfare? How may you combat it? I think that you have already said that the number of sorties that were run, but is there anything more that you'd like to add in terms of the Indian Armed Forces itself and how it is such a large organization? How did it deal with COVID internally? What were the tools that you faced as a leader in terms of ensuring the safety and security of the personnel as well as their loved ones?
Yeah, for example, the COVID hit us at a time when we were deployed along our northern borders. And we are very grateful actually for the government to have recognized us as frontline workers. So we were among the first to be vaccinated. And we also were fortunate that we could effect a lockdown very easily in most of our Air Force bases, most of them being a little isolated and secure campuses. So we could enforce lockdowns to ensure that the spread of COVID was contained within the campuses. And we've had the most minimal number of cases within the armed forces. So I think we battled that very well thanks to the timely vaccination and our containment and precautionary measures that we took.
Thank you very much. Sir, I want to start with a question about yourself. You have a very storied journey within the armed forces, which I already alluded to in my opening remarks, as a fighter pilot as well as a leader. Can you tell us a little bit about the influences and motivations that you've had personally in your life which has led you here? And what took you through the NDA and then to the Indian Air Force? How did you make those decisions to be in this position? Because a lot of our youth who are watching this on a virtual platform, as well as some of them who are in the room today, are trying to make decisions on their careers, and especially switching careers. You don't see people switching into a career in the army later on in life. What opportunities may exist for other people? But personally, if we could understand from your personal experiences first, it would give an insight into a lot of our colleagues here in terms of what opportunities exist.
Very interesting one. I think, we happened to join the National Defense Academy at the age when I was barely 16 years old. And I think the fascination towards being able to fly an aeroplane, to get a chance to be, among the legends of the wars, because we've brought up on the hearing stories of the 1971 war, which had just happened a few years prior to me joining the academy. So that was some of the inspirational matters that thought that it's a good career to pursue. Of course, the challenges are there, and I have never been a family of engineers, and it was looked down upon to do something other than engineering. So, any case, I wanted to be an outlier probably and do something different and challenging.
Sir, no career can be as noble as serving the country. So thank you for that. But carry on from those, from your comments, are there possibilities of people laterally coming into the armed forces later in their careers if they feel that they can contribute more in terms of specific capabilities? How do you see in individual, organization-led collaborations exist? And I think they exist institutionally, both within the Ministry of Defense as well as through specific verticals of the armed forces. How do you see individuals collaborate? Everyone wants to contribute, and I think that over the past we've found is that everyone has had a deep sense of nationalism and patriotism to the plight of the country. And what has been heightened even more is in our northern borders, what have taken place. What is the possibility of individual cooperation and individuals' capabilities being utilized to be harnessed within this ecosystem?
The one unique factor which sets the defense forces apart from the corporate world is that we do not have a lateral entry system. Everybody who joins in very early in life and gets molded towards the military way of life well before he's past his or her teens. So that's the way the beginning is made in the armed forces. The collaboration with the industry, academia, management institutes and so on does take place in a very formalized manner across various stages of career in terms of what we call professional military education, mid-course learning programs, and so on, mid-career learning programs. But definitely today's world has opened up many opportunities for individuals to interact with the academia and the industry. Our thrust on, like I said, Make in India, there are so many opportunities that have been thrown up with this new shift in our policy. So we now have individuals who are getting enmeshed with bigger organizations. Earlier, we used to only interact with the DPSUs, for example, with HAL or with BEL and things. Now we have people reaching out to the industry and vice versa. Similarly, from the management, since we've been talking to the AIMA, I can say that there is a lot to learn from each other. Our management skills are totally different. We talk on leadership skills rather than management. But yet, there is so much to learn, whether it is, quality control, whether it is management of human beings, more importantly, managing the millennials. We also face the same challenges in managing the millennials who think differently. The leaders are we are of a different generation. We are of the, what you call the baby boomer generation, the 70s and 80s generation. And the people, the mass of the Air Force today are the millennials. So there is a lot to learn from how the corporate world is dealing with these millennials now.
I agree, sir. That's a question that everyone is grappling with, and the true use case of cryptocurrencies and all of those virtual assets that exist in terms of NFTs, I can't get my head around. So I'm sure that in some capacity or the other, those aspirations of the millennials are being met by the Indian Armed Forces, and to further their career and to provide the security that the country needs. Sir, you talked about, in your speech, about collaboration with industry and as well as the government policy for Atmanirbhar Bharat, and to indigenize both the capacity and capability to build, but also further enhance research and development on platforms, so that we are no longer reliant from a multi-decadal perspective on the true security that the country needs. So how do you believe that this partnership is at this point in time? What do you think are the constraints? And if there are people in the audience who would be interested in this partnership, what is the way that they would go about actually even trying to develop this relationship? Is it directly with the MOD, or is it with the Indian Air Force? Or how do you foresee this relationship, and how do you see next steps there?
There are certain guiding policy documents and manuals. For example, there is a document called the Defense Acquisition Policy 2020. It's in short the DAP 2020. It has got new chapters on strategic partnerships, on Make 1 program, Make 2, Make 3, the IDEX. We have technology development schemes. So a whole lot of new initiatives have come up in the last 3 or 4 years, through which we are interacting very closely and directly with most of the MSMEs. From the Indian Air Force point of view, we carried out a unique competition about 3 years ago. We called it the Meher Baba drone competition, in which we got almost 150 participants from colleges and MSMEs and small industries. And finally, we had homed on to about 25 of them. We encouraged them to reach the finals of the competition, and then we now directly interacting with 3 companies. And in fact, some of the drone shows that you see even on the beating retreat or around the country, most of these people were incubated sort of during this competition. So that is another way of beating the laborious process of acquisition, by having a competition amongst industry, amongst academia, and we are doing it directly with them.
I think the IT industry has held many hackathons in a similar manner, and it's great to see that the armed forces are using similar tools to help build innovation and then adopt it also within the system. But sir, as you talked about hypersonic missiles and the fact that that has come to, well, it's come out very recently only that certain countries have used it, and certain countries may be using it in the current conflict as well. There was recent news that the United States, along with Australia and the United Kingdom, would work together on developing a joint platform on this. How do you see India's role in cutting-edge breakthrough technologies from an indigenous research and development perspective? Do we have the capacity right now? Is there direction that needs to be given for capabilities in rotor dynamics, fluid dynamics, etc., so that we can build towards a true Atmanirbhar platform? Or should we also look at a collaborating platform with different governments, which may be strategically, and then obviously along with that comes the question that India has always followed this non-aligned policy, and our current stance in Ukraine also says that. So how would we collaborate then? I mean, what is the basis on which that we're collaborating? Is it values, or is it some type of capability-based assessment?
Actually, I think we have made a good head start in our indigenous space program and also in our indigenous missile development program. So hypersonics and all are more offshoots of these programs. And in my opinion, it is best to remain indigenous with this and not go into collaboration with anybody. Even if it takes a finite amount of longer time, it is best to develop it in-house. That's the way the future should be.
That's good. Thank you, sir. So we have a question from the audience, which is, what do you see as the biggest challenge in the coming decade in air warfare? And how would we mitigate that?
Okay, like I mentioned during my talk, the future of air warfare is not merely flying of aerial weapons, that is aircraft or weapons or missiles and so on. It is going to be a complete fusion and networking of data, of information, of every other domain of warfare that you can think of. The idea is to be able to protect your own domains, your own networks, while being able to interfere with the enemy's networks. That, I think, is the future of air warfare, or for that matter, future of warfare. So primarily, we need to have very secure, very robust, redundant, resilient networks which can share data across all platforms. So, a soldier on the battlefield should be able to transmit his picture from a mobile phone or something to me in a fighter cockpit, and I can engage the target directly. All this requires a good network. And this is what I see the future is, to be able to have good networks and protect them.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a very engaging discussion with the Air Chief Marshal. I hope you've learned a lot. I personally have learned the ODA acronym is very insightful and something I think that can be applied in many different contexts. But it's also very heartening to know that we have such able and capable leadership supporting and defending our country. I'd like you to join me in giving a round of applause to the Air Chief Marshal. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sani, for conducting the session. May I now request Mr. Nikhil Sani to present a memento to our distinguished guest, Air Chief Marshal Vivek Ram Chaudhary. Thank you, sirs, for this wonderful and informative session. Ladies and gentlemen, we request you all to kindly remain seated as we are starting the next session immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin our third session of the day on changing lives, philanthropy beyond money. We have with us Ms. Sudha Murthy, Chairperson Murthy Foundation, an author and social worker who is joining us virtually today, and Mr. Srinivas Dempo, Senior Vice President, AIMA. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our distinguished guest who is connected to us all the way from London, and Mr. Srinivas Dempo, with a huge round of applause.
Respected Srimati Sudha Murthy, Chairperson of Infosys Foundation, and I can coin a whole lot of words for her, but beyond that, I would say that I am a fan of hers, and it's a real privilege to do this fireside chat with her. She's an author, she's an entrepreneur, she's a social worker, she's an educator. You can call her so many things, and she does everything with a passion. So a very warm welcome to Srimati Sudha Murthy. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure to have all of you at this AIMA session today. And I want to thank all of you because, as I said earlier in the morning session, it's great to see all of you physically at this session. And we have India's most iconic philanthropist and author, Ms. Sudha Murthy. Sudhaji, it's a real honor to have you with us at this National Leadership Conclave, and many thanks for agreeing to do this session. For me, you epitomize the perfect combination of wealth and compassion, and you have made a big difference to the lives of millions of people in our country who need it the most. Your outstanding work in the area of education, healthcare, equality of income creation, culture, and public hygiene has set new standards for the wealthy people of this country. Your contribution to modern Indian literature in Kannada and English is really staggering. As I told you earlier in the morning, both my daughters read your books, and they have really found them to be greatly educating them on various topics of life and not only literature. A prolific writer, you have authored at least 30 books across different genres and enriched the readers. You are also one of the original angel investors in India. The famous story is you put 10,000 rupees to start Infosys, and the rest, they say, is history. But you are the one who gave the courage to start a business like that. You have received awards for both philanthropy and writing, and you continue to shape the new generation with your sage counsel through your books and interaction. We feel privileged to have you with us for a chat on non-financial philanthropy, something that you strongly advocate. I always say, it's easier to give money than your time, and you do both. So it's really amazing to see how you do philanthropy. I remember Dr. Abdul Kalam, the former president of India, come to Goa once, and he said, the biggest philanthropy that you can do is educate the children of all the maid help that you have in your house. If you can educate 2, 3, 5 of them, he said it's much bigger philanthropy than, donating money. So I think the whole topic today is the social work part of philanthropy, how you get involved, how you structure it. And I'm very grateful that Sudhaji is here to share her views on that. I would now request Srimati Sudha Murthy to say a few opening comments. And then, as she has told me, she likes more of questions rather than long speeches. So we'll take it from there. Thank you very much.
Hello, namaste. I'm sorry I can't come physically, but still I can do my sermon. Being a teacher for me, if I see a mind, I can speak next 45 minutes until the next parent leaves. And that's what I told Srinivas Dempo, that being a teacher, we are used to talking to others. And being a mother, I talk more. So I said, I rather spend time in question answers. As a rule, I don't see any questions before because I always believe, telling truth, and truth does not require preparation. So I said, let me have that fireside chat. A lot of people mistake philanthropy to money. Money is very essential, one of the components in philanthropy, but it is not all the components. Once, I'll give a simple incident. Once I went to one session about 20 years back, not now. Now my face is quite well known. That time people did not know me. Two women were sitting and discussing that, their daughter is really bad in everything, what to do. Then she thought, oh, make her a social worker. Then the other lady asked, is it very difficult to do social work? Oh, no, not at all easy. Look at Sudha Murthy. No, she doesn't have much brain in her head. And she writes the check, and poor her husband has earned money, and all that money is spent to buy this brainless woman. Because social worker means no brain and write checks. I just tapped their shoulder and said, no, that is really not true. Philanthropy means it is loving the fellow human being. It's in Latin. Philanthropy means loving the fellow human being. You should love human beings first. Whether you have money or not is a secondary, but you must love your mankind or your people. Second thing, you should give when it is needed. It is not money alone. It's kind words, a hug, a small pat on the back. These are all philanthropy. Sharing difficulties, they are all philanthropy. So they said, I told them, don't ever talk so low of philanthropy. Then said, who are you? I said, I'm Sudha Murthy. And they said, oh, I said, when did they said, oh, we met you in the morning. You have changed so much. I said, no, that's not true. You can pass any comment on me, but philanthropy is a subject by itself. It's an art of science. How much to give, when to give, what not to give, when is the exit policy. And more than that, it is a compassion towards fellow human beings. And it is something which makes people to survive in this society. So today I'm very happy to take any question, and in my small circumference, and would like to answer. So I will be very happy to give my experiences about philanthropy, what you should not do, where you have to hold hands. Just do it because you would like to do. By doing that, you feel happy. That is, I call basic philanthropy. The mantra for philanthropy is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Let whole world be my family. Thank you. I think we have only 45 minutes. Let's start the questions.
Thank you, Sudhajit. I think those were really wonderful opening comments. Just something that strikes me, whatever you've said. What was your childhood like? Are these really the foundations that you built to your parents? If you can share us your journey a little bit about your childhood, and how have you really got this compassion, for the less privileged, and how you live such an austere lifestyle. Has it anything got to do with how you've been brought up and how your childhood was like?
Yes, but I don't come from a rich family, actually. And neither I was married to a rich man. Okay? I come from a teacher's family. My grandfather was a school teacher. My father was a doctor and a professor. My mother was a school teacher. So in our family, we have always seen how elders behave. I have written one article on that, Red Rice Granary. My grandfather used to always donate, we used to grow rice. He used to donate always good rice to the people in the premier quality. And that was given to children to eat in the night. So once I asked my grandfather, why should we do all these things? Why you should give the best to the people who come and beg? He told me, quoting Upanishad, he was a Sanskrit scholar, he said, Danam Priyavasahitam, Shraddhahi Danam, Ashraddhahi Danam. He said, when you give away, give always in a good faith. When you give, you should not have that kind of a pride, oh, I gave to someone. And when you give, you should always thank the receiver. You gave me an opportunity to serve you. So he said, Dana or giving away is a kindest act. And you should always pursue, irrespective of your wealth, whatever you have, part of it should go. So this is the way I have been brought up. My father was an atheist. He always told, look, my God is not in the temple, church or masjid. My God is always with the patient. Whenever any patient comes in the middle of the night, he says, I will get up because for me, he is one of the patients. But for him, I am the only doctor because we are in a smaller place. So these kind of things which influenced me a lot. And later part of my journey, we never got money immediately. When I was married to Narayan Murthy, he was jobless actually. Okay, then he got a smaller job. Then that's the reason I have to give him 10,000 rupees. It's a matter of luck that we all got it. And many years I used to think, why did we get this money? What is the real reason? Now I have realized it is meant for benefit of others. And I work along with that line.
I'm just tempted to ask you another question since you said that you did not marry a rich man. And, once he became rich, how generous he was to you in terms of following your compassion for philanthropy. And I know that both of you as a couple have done, a huge amount for the less privileged sections of society. But as he was coming up in his life and as he started building wealth, how generous was he to you?
Behind every successful woman, standing man. Okay. So, Narayan Murthy was completely, the checkbook was in my hand. Okay. I was generous to him. Then the lighter note. Yeah, he never ever stopped. And we always decided, this hard-earned money, whatever we have a right to spend the way we feel. So I don't interfere what he spends. Neither he interferes what I do. And both of us know each other that we don't spend on ourselves. We spend probably for the other part of the society.
Thank you. Thank you. Just coming to your children, you and both Mr. Narayan Murthy came from very humble backgrounds. You worked very hard. You created wealth. You started sharing it with others. But we find in today's society, there are many previous generations who just the way the society is built, and I'm coming to my earlier point about austerity is and I've seen Rohan came to you and he said he went for a great party. They live a world with you and they live a world in school. They live a world with their friends. So what is, and I've seen both the children have brought up so phenomenally well with, again, ability, down to earth, very low profile. How did you make this happen, or how did you as a couple make this happen? This will be very useful for parents like us.
I understand it was hardest actually. It was hardest. Because when you don't have much money, it is easy to tell, better look at this. We don't have this kind of money. When you have money, and the press writes about it repeatedly, okay, you may forget, and you have this kind of money, okay. So children were aware of that, what they have. So as much as possible, I told children, look, there are many people who are born other side of the line, and it's your duty to help them. I used to take them with my work. Wherever I work, they used to come with me. Show them what work I do. And then live by example. Like I told, my son wanted to have a big TV. I said, it's not needed so much. And second thing, you finish your 12th class, then we will see. Then he said, you see TV. I said, no, today onwards I will not see TV. Chalo, let's not have TV. So, and my daughter wanted to buy a new dress. I said, look, I'm not buying a new sari. But I don't impose on you, but you can buy maximum of 10 dresses. More than that, you have to give your old dress and buy new things. And I made it only single cupboard for her. A small single cupboard so that she should not expand it. And then, when they came to teenagers, then I told, beta, I'm your friend. Because there's a saying in Sanskrit, you can excuse everything for your children up to 5 age. 5 to 16 age, you can teach them, with care, with lesson, with experience. After 16, you should treat them like your friend. Putram midra vadacharya, they say. After 16, I became their friend in teenage, and I told, look, this is my experience to lead a simple life with a happy life. However, you are going to the big world. Any decision you take or anything you do, think twice before you do. That's all. They have to leave. You can't make them to put them on your path because their life is much more complex than yours. Okay? And they have not seen the financial difficulties which we have seen. For example, I and Narayan Murthy worked very hard, and we never had our own house until I sold all of my ornaments and bought a small 2-bedroom house. Our children do not have that kind of a condition. So, by and large, what you live, you cannot give 100% to them. You can give them maturity, you can treat like a friend and tell them. Later it is left to them in their life. And you have to accept it. You should not get upset with them. You have to lead the way I want. No. Second thing, lead by example. You lead your way and show them this is one of the ways you can also lead and be happy. Third one is, I never bought anything for my children unless they asked for, repeatedly asked and followed it up. Like they want a new dress, I don't buy immediately. I said, why? What is the use? What is the need? Then postpone it. And when it comes to Diwali, maybe I will buy now. Not immediately what they want. Easy access. What they want, they should get it. And up to their teenage, I have done. Later, they went abroad, they had their own friends, circles, everything that is left to them. You can't guide them throughout life, but initial years you can do. Particularly habit of reading, I inculcated them in a very young age because I said, books are never failing friends in life.
Thank you. Questions from the audience have started coming, so with your permission, I will ask. There's a question from Sogo from Batinda Management Association, who says, despite 75 years of everything, why we have more than 34 crore people uneducated, and how can we rectify this situation?
Yes, there are many. It is not one solution. There are many reasons. Number one, it is a parents who should also interfere. For example, a place like Kerala, it is almost 90% are educated because parents insist on education. If parents don't insist, whatever may be the government scheme, it won't help. Parents should, because to insist on that, they should be aware of the importance of education. Education is a magic wand, I always say, which touches a person, change their life. And great extent, parents are responsible. And when parents are not responsible, you cannot, with any policy, with any incentive, you cannot do that.
Thank you. There's another question from Mr. Amin Ladakh from the Goa Management Association, who asks, how do you plan to institutionalize philanthropy, say for 50 years?
No, I don't think of all those things. See, I was with Tatas. I was with House of Tatas, and I saw them how they used to do. And my guru is House of Tatas, where there's so much compassion, love for it. If you read Jamshedji Tata's book, he says, when he was on a deathbed, it was asked to him, look, why did you do all those things? Indian University of Science, and all these things. Why did you do? And writing a will, 1/3 of his money should go to Indian Institute of Science. Why did you do? He was on a deathbed. Then he said a simple word, for the love of my country. Okay? And I've been inspired that word. For the love of my country, I will go any extent to help. But I will not think after 50 years, after 100 years, none of them I have done. In my lifetime, what I can do, I will do. Because I always believed that this is my personal philosophy. What I can do, let me do it now. I pass this life only once. If I can show compassion, love, affection to my fellow human beings, let me do it now. That's all I have.
Thank you. So well said. Thank you. Thank you. Another question, who asks, my 12-year-old daughter, like many of her age, is your big fan. What message you have for this younger generation?
Yeah. No, on lighter side, they make me, all these young children, they make me rich and famous. They buy my books, I get my royalty. And very funny thing is, I have written a book on a dog. Other day I was in the airport, one girl came running and told me, oh, are you Gopi's Amma? I said, yes, Gopi is my dog. Okay. So I'm known as Gopi's Amma. I will tell you. You know, people always say, look, who did not have facility? They have so much, so they should do better. No, I always feel they are under tremendous pressure compared to us. I want to tell them, look better, don't compare anybody with yourself. Every flower is beautiful. Every zebra has a different style. You are a gift of the God with certain good quality, certain weak qualities. And nobody is perfect. So don't compete with anybody, compete with yourself. Like, I'm not good in things, what you know. Try to improve it day by day. And again, take it, you are in a rat, though you are in a rat race, concentrate on your books or knowledge more than by hearting. You have to play, use electronic gadget as minimum as possible. I don't say don't use, because Wikipedia is a part of their curriculum in a way. But use it as little as possible. Play well, study well, try to learn, understand knowledge and learn well. That is the key to success, rather than by hearting and getting marks. That's what I want to tell them. And more than her, I want to tell her parents, don't push your children for your dreams, unfinished dreams. I wanted to become a doctor, I could not. Okay, let my son become doctor. I will provide everything what he wants, including money. No, he may be having a different marathon. He or she should run his own marathon. You can't put him on your shoulder and run for him. Your children are not your extension of your unfinished dream. Allow them like a natural bud to flower. And then lead by example. You want your children should read well. Tell truth, you tell truth first. You are the role model, not Sudha Murthy. It is not Narayan Murthy. It is not anyone else. Parents are role models to children. Spend quality time with children. Don't put them on a TV and put a cartoon and then you go somewhere. Don't spend time talking to them and looking at your iPhone. Don't do that. Spend quality time with children. Lead by example. What you want your children should do, you should do that first. Don't buy too many things to them.
Thank you. Since you mentioned, Sudhaji, that, you talked about Tatas earlier, I know you had the courage to write to Mr. J.R.D. Tata when you were refused a job. And I think that was phenomenal because most of us in this room will not do that. So you fought against injustice, and then you managed to get a job. But I had a different question. What was your experience in this job after you got a job with Chairman's intervention? What was it working like for telcos?
Actually, it's very funny. Many people write to me a postcard and say, you wrote a postcard to JRD, you got a job. I will write a postcard to you, I should get a job. It is not, my intention was not to get a job from Tata. I just wanted to tell him, look, because I was the only girl in the university. And when I joined engineering college in 1968, before many people in the room were born at that time. So it was something unheard, a girl becoming engineer. See, people commented, I come from a small town known as Hubli, I think nearer to Goa, you may be knowing that. It's a small town and I came from a small Orthodox family. So when I said I will become engineer, people thought something is wrong in my brain. However a girl can dream of engineering, something is really wrong. Then they thought something is wrong with my father. He was a doctor and a professor in a medical college. He said, Dr. Saab, okay, anyway the girl is cracked, okay. But you should, as an elderly person, should tell her, don't get into wrong things. Tell her to become, a BA or BSc, or at the most maybe a lady doctor up to MBBS. If she goes to engineering, what will happen in the society kind? They said lights will go off, because she will be a bad engineer. Look at that bias. And when I did my engineering fairly well, I written an article on that, how to beat boys. Okay, men in this room should excuse me. I always consider women are smarter. Okay, they don't show it. They make men to show they are smart, but we are smarter than you people. So when I wrote to Tata, it was my intention to tell, look, it is not the gender. It is not the gender. It is hard work and IQ that matters. But my intention was not to get a job. Actually, I got admission at MIT and I wanted to pursue my PhD. So when I came back to Hubli and I thought I'd done a great job, writing to JRD Tata, and they interviewed me and gave me a job, I said, I'll think over and get back to you. I told my father, I wrote a letter to JRD and I got a job. And he said, what do you want to do? Normally, girls are very, very friendly with father. I'm sure all of you know that. Girls are very fond of father. So I told my father, saying that, he will really appreciate my guts. My father said, you don't have brain, you have proved it. I said, why? He told following reason. Number one, such a great person. You send a postcard, can you not send a bundle of a clothes cover? I said, I never thought about it. Okay. Second thing, what answer did you give? I will think about it. I said, he said, why did you say that? I said, no, I'm not taking my job. I'm going to US to pursue my PhD in computer science at MIT. He said, then why did you ask this fundamental question? Why women are inferior? Why they should not get a job? I said, I wanted to prove them we are as good as them. He said, no, you have done a wrong thing. If you have opened this Pandora box, why women should not do this one, then you are responsible to show that you are equal to a boy in the job. And how you can be irresponsible? I have treated you like a boy at home, given you engineering education, and now when your turn has come, you have become selfish to go abroad and do your PhD. And I know for sure, it was the year 1974, you will not come back. You will become a good professor, you may be a director there, you may achieve something, but you will not come back like most Indians do. So when your path was so clear, how can you write such a letter? He says, if I have brought up you rightly, think over it what you have done and do the justice for your cause. I thought for 3 days, and it is not like today's time. It is my life, it's my decision. Then I said, what my father tells is truth. I tore the admission letters in tears and I joined House of Tatas. I don't have any regrets for that. Actually, it gave me a lot of strength in life. If there is any injustice in life, you should get up and fight, or you should argue for that. You may not get any personal benefit. You may not earn money. You may be singled out as a crack person, but still you should do. And I always believed in that ideal, like if the cause is good, fight for that. Including when I gave 10,000 rupees to Narayan Murthy, normally people would not have given. He said, he talked in the air, India requires a revolution. Murthy talked like this. The only time when we had a machine revolution, where the people were under British, so we could not do. Now it is a time has come, India requires a software revolution. And I'm going to software company. It doesn't require heavy investment. Maybe to impress, I may be the first customer to sell, I suppose. A good salesman. He said, India requires a software revolution, logically, legally, ethically. People can become rich now. I said, okay, the reason looks nice. More than that, the honesty in his argument was nice, and I gave 10,000 rupees. So in general, whenever the cause is right, I always fight. I don't worry what people talk about me. Let 10,000 people say it's wrong, but the cause is legally, ethically is right, I will stand up. And this is what I did, whether in telco or in college or even today. It has not worn down with age. The old wine is more tastier.
So this is really inspiring, Sudhaji, really inspiring. And, the next question comes from Sumit Chaudhary, who asks, I feel helping people in one manner without making them sensitized to the idea that once they earn, they have to give it back to society is not the right thing to do. What are your comments on the same?
Yes, when you help, like Upanishad says, Dhanam Priyavaksetam, with kind words you should give. And you should believe in him. Shraddha hi dhanam. You should believe in your cause. If you don't believe, don't give. And don't expect in return. Don't expect anything in return. The moment you expect, it may not happen. Then you feel, I gave this money to that fellow. He did not acknowledge. He did not tell in public, look, I was helped by Mrs. Murthy or X Foundation. Nothing. I have learned in my journey, when you help, be happy that you got a cause to help, and you get a kind of happiness. You get a kind of happiness. At least I have enjoyed that happiness when I help people. I work for platform children. When they met their parents platform children, they were so happy. I had tears in my eyes. I said, it is worth of that. I helped a lot of sex workers to restart their life in a better way. 3,000 of them, and I have written a book, 3,000 stitches on them. It has given me tremendous help. Actually, happiness. I used to always think, why God gave this money? And that time I got answer, because I could help these people in the lowest strata of the society so that they can relive in a better way. So when you help, you should always believe you have done your duty to your fellow human beings, and don't expect anything. If you expect, you will worry, you will feel sorry, and you will be unhappy. Do that and forget. Krishna Arpanamastu. We say given to Krishna, we don't expect. So every time when I do any donation in the last 35 years, I don't even remember whom I have done that way. Okay, it is on the computer, but not in my brain, because I always enjoy doing it. It has made me very young. It has made me to understand what life is. It has brought me so much happiness in real life, which probably any amount of gold, silver, or money, or any amount of land, anything would have given me. I have enjoyed my journey as philanthropist. And result of that only I have written my experiences. And they are so near to reality, and that could be one of the reasons my books are well sold.
Thank you. Thank you. Coming back, there's always, as we say in a country like India, no money is enough because, there are so many problems, there are so many issues. So Madhvi Sharma of Birla Institute of Management asks, what are your 3 top philanthropic interests and why? Because, you're doing so much in terms of education, public hygiene, building so many institutions. So out of all this, what do you think are your 3 top philanthropic interests?
It depends upon how you are brought up. For example, I am brought up by a doctor's family. So health is very important to me. I am very sensitive to health issues. Once, my sister is a doctor, by the way. Father was a doctor. Once I was in Delhi and my sister told me, I want to show you something. I thought she will take me to a nice hotel or something like that. She took me in the night to AIMS, okay? And she showed me patients sleeping on the platform, on the road, in the sense, footpaths. She said, do you know why? Or in the campus, because they don't have a dorm to sleep, because number of patients, relatives are more than number of patients inside. I said, what is the meaning? She said, it is equally important when you build a hospital, you should have a bigger place for the relatives of the patients to sleep. And that caused me to build AIMS 2, that is Jhajjar campus for cancer, a huge 100 crore building for the patients related to stay. Okay? So we have built, in Infosys Foundation where I was working, we built 5 to 7 dharmashalas, sarais, asha nivas, Vishram Dham. We call Jhajjar as Vishram Dham. Because poor patients require an attender, and the bed is given to the patient but not to the attender, where they have to stay. So this is because of my personal association with medical science has made me extremely sensitive for medical issues. Second, I come from a teacher's family. My brother is professor at Caltech. My father-in-law is the school teacher. Okay, my brother-in-law is a professor. Only odd man out is Narayan Murthy who went to business. Otherwise, we come from a teacher's family. So I'm extremely sensitive for education. Education in so many forms. Life-saving education, skilled education, education in English, education in vernacular language, with special scholarship for girls, a ladies' hostel. I'm very particular about ladies' hostel, building ladies' toilet. When I was in engineering college, they always thought no girl will become engineering, so there was no ladies' toilet at all. They said, even though she comes, she won't stay more than 1 semester because women's brain is not as bright as boys and she can't do engineering. Engineering is supposed to be a man's domain. So they never built a ladies' toilet for me, and I managed my 4 years course without ladies' toilet. So I will go home and come back. So it helped me to understand my personal experience. Men can have the whole world as their toilet, but women cannot. So I built 14,000 toilets particularly for women. So my 3 top is medical, second one is education, third is toilet. I am known as a toilet lady in Karnataka.
The next question is focused around the new generation. All of us know that the new generation is very impatient to build wealth, to create wealth for them, and there's nothing wrong in it. But what would be your message for the new generation running towards wealth creation, but sacrifice their happiness of life? And where would you draw the balance?
They will learn. By any amount of giving sermon, they won't understand. I know I used to teach computer science in the university, and I had new generation girls and boys in my class. And I used to always tell, in life, it is like a thali. When you go to a restaurant, life is a thali. You get roti, you get sabji, you get sambar, you get rice, you get dessert, you get salad. In life, you should have everything. You have to earn money, you have to donate money, you have to love people, you will be cheated by some people, you should be good to people, all these things makes it together life. They said, one of my students told me, ma'am, your stomach is full, so you can afford to talk. I think when your time is up, please tell me. Being a teacher, I talk until the next bell rings, okay? Don't wait for that. So I used to tell, beta, life should be like this. He said, ma'am, you can afford to talk. Life is not that. It's a heavy competition, earn a lot of money, etc. But after 10, 15 years, they came back and told me, ma'am, you were right. The reason is, we never found, it is like unending story, We never felt happiness all the time earning money. Somewhere the crack shows. Maybe in the family, maybe in the career, or maybe exhausted psychologically, maybe all the time unhappy. It has shown on our body BP, sugar, and many other things. Tell me, ma'am, even at 70 plus, I'm 70 plus, how you manage all these things? I said, beta, it is the content in the mind. It is the content in the mind is essential in life. But you have always content like a rishi, okay? Then yogi, then you cannot really progress in life. Somewhere the balance should be there. All the innovations have been made because you are not contented. You want a better life. But you always go on the race, then you cannot, get down from a tiger. Somewhere you should know when the tiger is drinking water, get down at that time. Okay? Life is a balance. And that balance you should understand and draw the line when you want to do. Any amount of parents telling, I giving sermon, and any book will not do. This I learned from a blind man in Tamil Nadu. Once, I was visiting in the night, like a film, it was roaring, it was pouring rain, my car got stuck, it was not like a beast albad or something that kind. Then I went to a shelter, and there I met a blind man who was a pujari. He told me, while talking to me, he told me, child, you should draw a line in life, enough is enough. And then I realized the meaning of that. I said, enough is enough. So everyone has that invisible Lakshmana Rekha, enough is enough. But if you tell a little bit at home, parents, wife, particularly wives I tell, more than parent, wife, and little bit to teachers in the college, okay, I believe we make a lot of impression to them. When they grow old, they remember that. And little bit of looking at life, they can draw the line early. But there is no single formula in that. I always tell, wait for a minute, look back in life. Wait for a minute, look all around. Wait for a minute, learn from the text. Wait for a minute, listen from elders. So like many rivers make an ocean, many learnings make you a mature person. And draw a line, enough is enough.
Thank you. Since we are coming to almost the end of the session, I'll ask my last question from Mr. C.K. Sharma. He says, I got my inspiration from the villages in Dharmar, Hubli, Haveri, where I was assistant commissioner in 1971-72. Today I teach underprivileged children and try to instill in them a desire to learn for the joy of learning and knowledge. Most of them, however, want to study only for degrees and jobs. What should I do?
But that's the reality. And by the way, I'm from the near place. I'm from Shigami, Haveri district. There's so much poverty. They want to take up a job. What you can teach them is good ethics along with the job. Good ethics along your job can change life. Because if you work very hard and good ethics you keep, anybody would like to hire. You see, like in software industry, NASSCOM has told, 85% or 75 to 85% of engineers in India are non-employable. What is the use of that? They may get degree. So when you are teaching underprivileged, whenever I help underprivileged children, I always say, learn well, keep good ethics, work hard. Then you are one of the thought out product. You are one of the thought out product. I have seen people with the lowest job doing exceedingly well with their work have reached on the top or at least middle range or at least 10 level more than their colleagues. So along with education, I say good ethics, hard work always keeps you up. And that's what you have to teach, particularly when they are in need of job.
Thank you. Since we've come to the end of the session, I would just like, on behalf of AIMA, to express my gratitude to Srimati Sudha Murthy for doing this. It was an extreme joy to do this with you. As I said, you are an inspiration to many of us, if not most of us, to many of us, and millions of Indians. You have been trying to fulfill their dreams. So this is really something, an honor for us. You've got so many awards, but I'm saying that the love of people that you get is much more than that award. And this love also comes from AIMA. I found you to be extremely honest in all your answers. It came straight from the heart. So very, very difficult to find speakers today when they don't have a put-on view. I think all your views were completely from the heart. So it's an absolute delight to do this, and I must thank you. There is one note of thanks from Dr. Poonam Devdutt, who says it's a note of thanks for the Sarai at Nimimans, Bangalore. I've used it when my daughter was... Nimas, Bangalore. Nimas. I have used it. My daughter was admitted there. Thank you so much. So I just wanted to express this gratitude to you from somebody in the audience. Thank you, Sudhaji.
I'm really touched.
Thank you, Sudhaji, and have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. I wish I could have been present there, but it's okay. Nowadays, the distance does not matter. I wish you all the best. Have a nice session.
Thank you.
And enjoy and learn and enjoy.
And hope to see you in Goa soon, one day.
Sometime. By the time you find out your uncle.
Yes, I'll do that. Yes. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Okay,
Thank you.
bye.
Thank
bye.
You.
Have a nice day. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Murthy.
Thank you very much.
For a great session. Thank you all. We will now take a short break, and we would be back at 12 noon sharp with a session on a better deal, women leaders' role in gender inclusion. We will request you all to kindly return at 12 p.m. sharp as we will begin with our next session. session is on
Although you couldn't be with us in person, I hope we have an opportunity to interact in person in the future. Before I get into the actual content of the panel, I want to just acknowledge what a powerful thing it is that apart from being women leaders, we're very diverse. We've got Loveleen here, who is a director and casting director. Many of our most loved films have had your hand in it. One among them is Slumdog Millionaire. I've seen that you've done the casting for Namesake and so many other things. She was telling us a little bit about her secret projects backstage. I'm not going to spill any of those secrets here. We have Vinita ji, who's the chairperson of Nico Cables and I think a veteran of industry, although she doesn't look it. And we've got Shinjini, who's joined us virtually, who is with the co-founder of Salt. And I think to just kick this off, I would like to ask one question in general to all of us, and that is, representing these different industries, how do you feel that women in the workforce or women in your industry are represented? And what do you think we can do to make it better?
Hi, Bindu. First of all, it gives me great pleasure to be here and speak on this panel today with these lovely ladies. The topic of this panel has actually compelled me to reflect on my own personal and professional journey and think about what has worked for me. So the top 3 things that come to my mind are, first, being true to myself and having the courage of conviction to follow my dreams. So, when I was getting married at the age of 18, that's why I wanted to study further, when ideally I should be focusing on my family. I took it up as a challenge by not only completing my college, but by getting an MBA degree. Kozhikode is sitting here, that, when I joined the board of IIM Kozhikode in 2017, I was the only woman director. But today, thanks to the director and the board's collective effort, we have 40% women directors and 50% female students at the institute. So now coming to the second thing that has worked for me has been having strong mentors at every stage and every role in my life. You realize the importance of mentorship when you come from a very sheltered community in India, like I did, and are thrown into uncharted waters. When I went to Harvard Business School for my advanced management program at the age of 40, leaving 2 teenage children behind, I was completely intimidated being in a male-dominated classroom with business owners and CXOs from 40 different countries. But I overcame all my frank discussions about our problems, our struggles. So this made me ask, it's just about providing listening space. We as mentors need to practice deep listening before I'm on the global advisory board of Harvard Business School. I try and mentor women aspirants as often as I can. So, the third thing, now coming to the third thing that has helped me, has been creating strong and authentic support systems, both at work and at home. And we are already seeing a reversal of the stereotype that women do not support other women. So I have managed to do so at work by being very encouraging to my women employees and empowering them. And at work, you just have to be respectful and share responsibilities. And You know, contrary to what we see in the Saas Bahu serials, my mother-in-law has been my greatest support system. Now, to end it all, I would like to, talk about a very interesting thing which I found during when I started my Vedantic studies during lockdown. I discovered that according to Vedas, there is that all human beings are pure consciousness on a spiritual level, regardless of their gender. If we connect this with the future of the metaverse, we find that as digital avatars, gender ceases to matter. So now we all need to use our human intelligence in order to win over artificial intelligence, digital disruption, which is affecting both the genders equally.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I'd like to pop over to Shinjini, who's on the screen, and ask you your perspectives about what you think constitutes a fair workforce for women and what you think we could do. So we just heard Vinita ji saying that she's never had a situation where being the only woman in the room was a problem, or she's always felt supportive. Have your experiences been similar? We'd love to know.
So first of all, thank you, and apologies for not joining in person. It seems like I'm missing out on a lot of that energy in that room. Next time, but I had some, personal emergency. So thank you, and pleasure being here. As far as I'm concerned, I've had a very interesting life journey, which I think I've lived my life in the reverse. But I started out being a bureaucrat. I was at the Reserve Bank of India, and then I moved into the private sector. I was a partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers. I was a CEO for Paytm's Bank. And I was at Citibank, where I was heading consumer bank before I just left to start up my startup, which is Salt, which is building a platform for women to buy more financial products and make more financial decisions. So the reason I'm describing my career journey is because it's at every stage I've had a very different experience in terms of what promotes and what inhibits women from staying on. Because for me, the biggest message that women need to take from any of this conversation is to just stay on, because it is hard, and it is not, there is no way that you can underestimate that challenge. So when I started out in the RBI as a 22-year-old, it really wasn't hard to stay on, because actually, frankly, and I would love to hear Sanjukta's views on that, but actually the government does make you feel a lot more empowered. And at least I faced very few problems, and they were also role models. So while we were there, Mrs. Udeshi became the first woman to be deputy governor of RBI. And some journalist asked her in the interview, what does it feel like to be the first woman to be RBI's deputy governor? And she said, what does it have to do with my woman? And at the time, we all thought, oh, wow. But as I have grown older and interacted with a lot more women and learned better, and gone to the US to study, taken a study break, had my children, done different jobs in different positions in different types of organizations, I have learned this very, very clearly. It is incredibly hard. So congratulations to them, and really we are thankful to them for becoming the role models that they do become for a lot of younger women, because younger women need to see that this is possible. So what Vinita just talked about is extremely inspiring, because it is so easy to be to have the privilege of being able to stay at home, and and contribution. You just have to. We need to start looking at this in a slightly more comprehensive way. And everything that Vinita says, being supportive, having networks, having mentors, all of those things are extremely important. And a lot of times these will be men, for the simple reason that I've heard it being said many times. Or sometimes at work, somebody will say something which is inappropriate, and you will just not contest, because you will think it's not for you to do it. But I've always believed that one should do it because a lot of the people are not doing it because they want to actually make you feel like an idiot or, not feeling included or not being valued, but they just don't know how to do it. So it helps to, it might destroy your workplace, inclusiveness, then you have to speak up. And in the startup world, I also feel, so one of my disappointments actually is that even though we seem to evolve a lot on gender or our attitude towards equality or our attitude towards even equity, somehow that shift in technology, which we talked about from Vedanta philosophy to the stuff like that, but for some reason, we are also coding a lot of our biases into the technology. So the reason we decided to build SALT as the three of us was because we realized that some active intervention was required. Otherwise, all the biases that we have in our physical world about women, they're getting coded into games. They're getting coded into images that our children see. They're getting coded into cinema. They're getting coded into technology in various ways. And so therefore, we felt like that intervention would be useful. So yeah, and we want to be very, very conscious about it. And if you ask me what is it that we are doing about it,
from this, if nothing else, that, just because it's inexpensive and sometimes invisible doesn't mean that it's not really critical to holding everything together. And I think that's a beautiful analogy for, what are the stereotypes that you face on a day-to-day basis, and how do you feel that your role helps change that? And do you ever feel like you're the only woman in the room and that works against you? Are there women who have gone ahead of you who've opened the doors for you?
Well, ever since Mrs. Kiran Bedi joined the force, I think it has broken quite a few stereotypes for women in the Indian police service. But having said that, this is a job which doesn't have too many women. I mean, there are a lot of women in the government service per se, but in the police, we are very underrepresented. We are probably about 2 to 3% and not more. There are challenges to recruitment. Everyone looks at us and thinks that, oh, you've studied that much and you've become a police, person. Like, that's how they look at you. They don't really think, I mean, you're all here. Everyone is going to nod. Your perception of a cop is the guy on the traffic beat, right? Like around Delhi, wherever. That's the man you have seen. Or your idea of a cop is the guy in the uniform in the market with his motorcycle. Believe me, that's not a great way of, showcasing ourselves as police officers. But when you look at women and why we don't have so many women in the force, one is the image that a lot of people do not want women to go, like they don't want their daughters or their daughters-in-law to be police personnel. The second thing is that the person herself does not think that she is capable. Thirdly, everyone thinks it's a very tough job. Fourthly, which is like a huge stereotype that I face all the time, is that if you're a cop, you have to be corrupt. I mean, how is it that that's not happening to you? I mean, let me address the elephant in the room. Yeah, why aren't you corrupt? I mean, that's one of those things. And it comes from everywhere. Like, there are senior functionaries who have told me, "Tumhe kya honesty ka medal milega?" This was what I was told. And relatives would be like, "Acha, you don't have this, you don't have that. I mean, you don't have a beacon here." All of that. I mean, all these things that people think of are what the cops do. It's not like that. We're all normal people. We all have to run our families. We have our children. We have our friends. We have our hopes and dreams of, maybe cooking something. But then you don't know, you have a meeting or you have something going on and you're never even going to get home in time to eat your own meal. Yeah, I won't forget the salt. So I think that's where, the whole stereotype comes in, and it's very difficult to break. But I think one at a time, there are so many examples of police service officers, both men and women, which you will be able to see when slowly. training programs for girls in schools and colleges and other institutions who want to join the police. We have a large number of roles. In Assam recently, the sprinter Hima Das has joined the police. The boxer Lovelina has joined the Assam police. I'm hoping more girls will join in. What I think is most important is if you're a woman, a lot of things are taken care of. Like, for example, we won't be harassed or bothered much at work. But if you're the only woman in a room full of men making decisions, you run the risk of being invisible because suddenly you will become one of the boys, you will become one of the dudes.
Perspective. Should I say formidable, or is that just an adjective you're tired of at this point? One thing that really resonated with me about what you said is this idea of women not having the confidence to do something. And that's something that we've seen a lot where I work at Sapa, where we have actually tried to move this around in the way that we understand the capacity of women, and often it's women who are coming back into the workforce after a significant break. Many times it's not the woman's choice to take a break. And I always say that if you have to choose between leaving your young child at home and pursuing home alone, if you don't have family support, and a career, that is not a choice. So many women who are at home are not at home because they choose to be at home, but they're at home because of circumstances. There are women who choose to be at home and they're doing a great job of it, and like Shinjini said, full respect to them. But we should acknowledge that there are so many more women who would like to be out pursuing careers who don't have that luxury because of the way the ecosystem has been designed in India today. And when they come back after a gap of 5 or 10 or sometimes 2, but we know they can do what everybody outside can see that they can do. So we've often sort of benchmarked them based on the ability that we see, but we give them a slightly less complex role for the first 3 months, and then we fast track them. And my current head of operations, I brought her on as event planner because she was like, I can't do anything, but I'm kind of good at planning parties. But she's an organizational mastermind, and after 3 months, we brought her from event planner to something, and now she's heading operations, and she's able to manage literally thousands of unique accounts without a flaw. So I think this idea of women not feeling that they're capable enough is something that comes across in many industries. Now, I'd love to hear your perspective on how the creative industry functions in terms of how do you see the role of gender in it, and how do you see that changing?
I have to say that when I started out, which was Monsoon Wedding 2001, I was so mesmerized. I have been, even as a young kid, so mesmerized by cinema that I didn't quite focus on my own identity. I didn't enter the world of cinema thinking I'm a woman. That's not the first thing. In fact, that's still not the first thing that comes to my mind. Certainly, there was no room for that in those days because I was too, as they say, blinded by the light, blinded by wanting to do something, express myself in a way that was exciting, in a way that reaches out to the maximum number of people, and that can be so inspiring because it had been that for me as a growing kid. So, like Shinjini was saying, in fact, earlier today, and it resonates with me, that she said that it's only later she realized. Over the course of time and over my, the course of experience that I've had in the movie business, I now realize that I am now alive to being a woman. That I bring something special to the table because I'm a woman. It's not because of just my obsession with cinema, which definitely, it's all about the work. I have a passion for it. I've always had a passion for it. And that's the place I operated from. But I also operated from a place of feeling something rather than constructing something. I was always about how does this make me feel? How does cinema make me feel? How do I do something that, without actually analyzing it so much, but just going in with a feeling. which is, I think, an asset that women tend to have. I hate stereotyping, so I don't want to put men and women in separate boxes, because I don't think that's very useful to any of us in any business, especially in the kind of work field that I'm in, which is all about fluidity of thought and flexibility. And so you have to be able to navigate both kinds of spaces, whether you're an assistant director or you're a casting director or you're a director, which is the kind of the journey that I've had, is that you have to have all kinds of skills. But I think that what we bring to the table first and foremost is that we have emotional capital. We come from a space of vulnerability. We come from a space of self-doubt. We come from being underconfident, whether we acknowledge it or not. I think that most of us, and for generations, women have had to, always look at themselves. If anything goes wrong, we tend to look at ourselves first and say, "Meri galti hogi. This is definitely something I've done wrong." And to be able to sort of express that in the kind of space that I am in, I think adds something special. Because you can be aggressive while carrying your vulnerability. And that's what I've always encouraged in people that I've worked with. Over, sort of starting from being an assistant to now making my own stuff.
I love that. I'm sort of seeing this shade card, if it were, of this from imposter syndrome to being vulnerable to sort of finding yourself at a place where you're confident, sort of confident, and then you become assertive. And then the gendered difficulty here is that the moment you start touching that confident and assertive, you become bossy, not assertive, and then there's another word that starts with B that takes it a little further than that. So, Shinjini, I would love to know from you, in your perspective, how does a woman in finance, for example, or how does a woman in a leadership role in the sort of industry that you're in navigate this space of imposter, vulnerable, assertive, and not being labeled with other things?
I think those of us who make it, and I think it's across industries, but finance, I guess it's a little bit more because, the jargon just gets to you faster. So you go into cinema, and I know that it's very tough technically because my son just went into that industry, and I now realize how hard it is. But for everybody, it's like, yeah, I've seen 5 movies, so I must know something about it, right? But finance is somehow something which tends to break your confidence up front because the money that the money that you use every day, and again, we want to bring that at my company. A little bit before that, and we all felt very inspired. We all felt like we were ready to sort of tip that balance. The interesting thing is that the ones that make it most like a man, or you bring that special voice and you face that challenge of sometimes being labeled emotional, sometimes being labeled like I've been labeled too kind, and that I always find that hilarious. I mean, when people say, "Oh, you're too kind to be a CEO," or whatever I have been, it's just hilarious for me because you are never too kind to live on this planet. I mean, this planet needs a lot more kindness than you can bring to it. So there is never that you can be too kind. But then, that's one thing that you'll hear, or you'll hear you're too, democracy doesn't work. But I think all of us, once we've gotten to that point, we know our comeback lines, we know how to deal with that. We sometimes laugh, sometimes smile, sometimes make fun, sometimes we survive. The challenge is that the line between the ones that make it and the gap between the ones that make it and the ones that are still there, that gap is very big. So when Vinita was talking about pulling women up from a pool of people that are equally qualified, my challenge has always been in financial services that finding that pool of people where you have a number of candidates of which there is a woman or more than one woman who are equally qualified as the man is not easy. And I have consciously, and I'm very respectful to the organizations where I've worked, where we have been able to take these calls to say exactly on that line, but if they show potential, we will fast forward them because we need more leaders to bring more leaders and to continue that line up. And when you do that, it's very hard because you have to answer a lot of questions to everybody, including yourself.
No, definitely we do need to, build a pipeline and have a, good succession planning for women, because women often drop out of workforce before they leave reach senior positions. So for various reasons. So we have to actually, address this right at the grassroots level, right, by mentoring them, supporting them, providing them the right kind of working environment. Talking about grassroots, now let me tell you something interestingly. When I was, at my tea estate, we had an on-premise creche where the children of the women workers were taken care of by trained helpers while their mothers worked. So this kind of, facility, even in a small way, really helps to, retain women and retain them. Can you think of, having them successfully grow or take up senior leadership roles? And also, of course, there are so many policies now, especially after COVID, we have seen that it works. Work from home, flexi working hours. All this, of course, goes a long way. And at senior levels also, the glass ceiling does exist, but as leaders, we need to go for very good, reviews. And going back to Shinjini's point about AI biases getting coded. So yes, to this point, I would like to add that AI is actually the new tool, and after we humans shape them, the tools shape us. So we need to be great AI parents. So ideally, we should have sociologists and psychologists alongside coders to ensure that biases, especially gender biases, are not coded. So that was a great point, So these are the ways, by having great review systems, by trying to crack the glass ceiling, by having the right mentorship, by giving equal opportunity. And, we can definitely ensure that women not only stay, but they thrive. And I think this whole gender issue being a social construct, actually, there's a huge nature versus nurture debate going on. But honestly speaking, it is a social construct. And we as women need to, help other women get over these issues that they face.
Thank you for that. Before we get to everybody's
I don't think all industries have a regulatory mechanism for recruitment or for retention, but the government surely does. In certain state industry, like a lot of sectors in the government, you have 33% reservation for women. So that helps. In addition, once you serve, there's no bias regarding the promotion. Everybody will get promoted at a particular. There are women director generals of large forces like CRPF or SSB or even state police. The first one, of course, was Kanchan Chaudhary ma'am at Uttarakhand. And I think that is something that even if we try and emulate, by force, there would be some women who would continue. And this is a protective discrimination which I think works. But when it comes to the government per se, the regulatory mechanism that we have for promotions, which is for everyone, and that has been a very positive thing for all the women who are in the service. So even if women somewhere around mid-management, that is where you need to learn new skills, but then most of the women at that level have younger children, so you need to take care of things at home. So I think the fact that your promotions are sort of time-bound helps, because then you know that you can come back to it even if you're going home to take care of your child or you're taking childcare leave, which the government gives us for 2 years. So even then you know that you can go back, relearn your skills and get back to work again.
Super, thank you so much for that insight. Lavleen, to wrap up, what do you think would be your top takeaways in terms of how do you think it is getting better for women, or what do you think that you'd like to leave the audience with in terms of top takeaways of how we can increase gender participation?
Well, I think that, when you speak about leadership or we speak about instance, I think the primary and foremost thing that I try and practice, which also I've I think put together in my own being over years, is to always be open, is to always have people participate in hear what people have to say. It just so happens I'm on a project right now, and we have a lot of the technical crew, we have all kinds of people, but there are 4 people that are constant to the project. And believe you me, they were not hired on basis of gender. They were hired on basis of what they brought to the table, and they're all women. So the producer is a woman, the assistant director is a woman, the researcher is a woman, and I'm a woman. And like I said, I didn't hire them because they were women. Of course, it's a thing that's always inside you. You always look for that. And then when you find it in young girls, you find it in a 23-year-old, you are just amazed by it. And you know that she's going to bring something special, which will not be, about a set way of doing things. It'll be something new. She brings something fresh to the table. As an assistant myself, I have worked with all kinds of directors, mostly in the cross-cultural space. So it's been a collaboration of people from across the globe. And I've come across all kinds of experiences. I mean, some people are always holding their cards close to their chest, whether they are men or women. I don't want to take names, but they just don't want to reveal, as directors, as the leaders of the team, they don't want to reveal what it is that they are feeling, or what it is that they plan to do, or what it is that's bothering them. They never do that. And that is something that I knew from the onset that I didn't want to do. So I think the best way of helping people bring their best, and the best way in making them participate, is to reveal your own self, and to teach without actually preaching, is to be able to, say to young people, I was an assistant and this is what I did. And this, I think, works and this doesn't work. And today I'm a director and I'm still struggling with what it is that works and what doesn't in a particular project. And here it is. What do you think? What do you have to say to this? And it's amazing what people come up with. And it's amazing how these young women have been able to leave a solid mark behind every single shoot schedule that I've had. So I'm, constantly
first ask Sanjukta the questions that have come for you. Why IPS and not IAS? Is there anything you'd like to share? And do you think that this frankness and openness that you possess is something that can work against you?
So actually my first choice was the Indian Foreign Service. So I didn't make it. I ended up being in the police. And that was fun once, yeah. When I reached the police academy and I saw the outdoor schedule, I figured that I was in the right place. The UPSC is an exam which is sort of like a lottery. You give the exam, you give your choices, depending on how you performed and how others have performed. If someone has done better than you, that person goes into the service of their choice. You go into your second or your third choice. That is the process that's been followed in the country for so many years. And so, I mean, it's by accident or by some other design that you end up in whatever service. If you're lucky, you find yourself to be in the right place. And I have been lucky. I mean, that's what I think. Regarding my frankness, being in the police, I mean, isn't that how you're supposed to live your life? And especially for me as a police officer, where I'm supposed But it has never gone against me. I think law is a matter of conscience, and if your conscience is clear, then you can deliver whatever level of the criminal justice system that you're in, you can deliver your part correctly. If I am going to be investigating a case and writing a charge sheet, when I put that charge sheet down, I will go home and sleep comfortably. And for me, my son has been, you know, my benchmark in a way. Like every day I think that if I take a decision, he will ask me, Mom, why did you do that? And I should be able to frankly and honestly give him an answer and not give him something else. Thank you. Because if I lied to him, I'm making another bad human being, and that is something I think I will not be able to live with. Yeah. There's a question regarding education, that Kerala has so many officers and Chhattisgarh. I mean, yes, education has a role, but I think education, more than education, the number of policemen that you will have in terms of density, it depends on the government and the state government and how they want to
And those question slips are for you to take home and frame. To wrap up, I just want to say I'm so grateful that we had this opportunity to have this conversation in front of this very august audience about what it means to be a woman leader in this day and age and how we choose to pay it forward, and whether it is just encouraging women to stick on, show up, be there, whether it is taking, advantage of the structures that are in place, whether it is being vulnerable, or whether it is once we're reaching that space,
it is important.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you all for listening to us today. Thank you to my esteemed panelists.
Thank you, Ms. Subramaniam, for conducting this insightful session with some truly inspirational women today. May I now request Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, President AIMA, to present mementos to our speakers and moderator. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we request you to kindly remain seated as we are immediately beginning with our next session. Today, Mr. Adar Poonawala, Chief Executive Officer, Serum Institute of India, and Dr. Sanjeev Goenka, Conclave Chairman and Chairman, RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them. Huge round of applause. It is my privilege to introduce the Conclave Chairman, Dr. Sanjeev Goenka, to you. Dr. Sanjeev Goenka, Chairman of this conclave, is a past President of AIMA and Chairman of RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. The group's businesses, spanning across varied sectors ranging sources, carbon black, retail, media and entertainment, and IT and education, include flagship companies such as CESC Limited, First Source Solutions Limited, Philips Carbon Black Limited, and Saregama India Limited. Mr. Goenka is also now the proud owner of the Lucknow Super Giants team at the Indian Premier League. May I now request Dr. Goenka to kindly conduct the session, please.
Thank you. And let me add my own warm welcome to Adar and in the news globally. He is the man who's made all Indians proud. Rightfully, deservingly, taking center stage. For his foresight, for his vision, for his choice. Producing and keeping them. It needs a lot of vision. It needs a lot of guts. It needs a lot of conviction. And it's not for no reason that the Serum Institute has been the global Indian company over the last 18, 24 months. And I know that, yes, it's something that his father started. But this version of Serum Institute is version Adar. It's something you stand from the sidelines, you look, you admire, and you gape. The sheer audacity of the thought, of the vision. It's not only unbelievable, it's incredible. And he made it happen. And all over the world, the Serum Institute today is a company that's respected, believed, and trusted. So it's a great, great, great privilege to have the man himself, Adar Poonawalla. Welcome, Adar.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Very kind words, and I've just tried to do my job as I could do best, but thank you for having me.
I was given a list of questions by AIMA. And I said, they're great questions, but do we go through all those questions? We'll see. But the first question which comes to my mind is a few years ago, Adar was the inheritor. Today, Adar, you are the creator. Tell us a little bit about the transition between an inheritor and a creator, between a legacy holder and the creator of a new legacy. It must have been a fascinating journey, a daunting journey, and a challenging one.
That's a very good question to start on. I've been doing this now for the last 20 years. I joined the business in 2001 and worked my way around, like a normal second generation would end up doing, learning the business, the marketing side, the science side, trying to grow the exports, because predominantly at that time my father was focusing on the unmet needs in India. And I realized that exports was the way. And one thing we were always short of was capacity. To address global needs from one location, you need to build a lot of capacity. Oops, it's gone off. So, I concentrate. That gave me the freedom and sort of unleashed my powers in investment and decision making, which normally, for an inheritor happens much later on. I was only in my 30s at that time when I had that ability to make decisions, make my own mistakes, learn from them, and build from them. So what happened in 2020 was something unique, that this transition you speak of was thrust upon me in the sense, do I sit here, do nothing, in a very safe, cozy position, company with no debt, good cash, no risk, universities and academia and institutions. We put in our own money. I raised capital from other countries who gave us an advance. I never dreamt that I'd have to be almost like an entrepreneur, raising capital, taking risks, doing all that kind of stuff in a legacy business where
yours is a private company. So, unlike some of us,
it's So the So it was never enough, and it can never be enough. So I don't know, because the pandemic came. So, and then whilst this was happening in parallel, we had to raise enough capital to be able to pay for all these things. For the first time, we went to banks to borrow money. We never had to do that in the past. We never needed to. So I think it was all these challenges put together, and then the media at the same time. So it was managing all that. Was particularly new and challenging, but I learned a lot, and I was fortunate enough to come into contact with so many people who extended their help also and were very supportive. So.
That's humility, the Arar Poonawala way. Downplaying your own achievements, but that's what a leader is all about. How did you choose this particular vaccine? And why did you choose this? Because there were multiple options.
Absolutely. At the beginning of the pandemic, there were about 100 to 105 institutions globally that had announced that we're going to make a vaccine and this is our technology, blah, blah, blah. The factors that went into my decision making was, it's got to be cost effective. I have to be able to scale it up and produce it at a very, very low price. That was the first factor. The second factor was I wanted to bet on a proven technology and not all this messenger RNA stuff, which had never been proven for vaccines. And even today, you've seen the countries that have used messenger RNA are struggling, despite boosters, etc. Thermostability. In a country like ours, and where we wanted to supply vaccines to the African continent, being able to store your vaccine at +228 as opposed to -70 or -20 was also another important factor. So these factors ruled out, I think, about 2/3 of the vaccines under development. Then it came to people we trust and we know. So the Oxford University was someone we were already in touch with. I'd collaborated with them 2 years ago to make a malaria vaccine, which is going to be launched in about 2 years as well. So we already knew them, and when they announced that they're the front runners, again, I didn't want to be last. So, they teach you in university or wherever that you should be the first mover advantage. But sometimes it's good to be second or third, not fourth or fifth, but second or third, because you can learn from the mistakes of the first guy who just goes in and gets shot down or criticized or has his own mistakes and issues. So I wanted to be in the first 3 or 4 out of the gate, not be number 6 or 7, because then the market would be over, and as it was, and everyone's going to clamor and take vaccines or your product from whoever comes in first. So Pfizer, Moderna, and AstraZeneca were the only 3 who had gone into phase 1 and completed trials at that time in March, April, around this time in 2021. So that was one of the major reasons. Then we partnered with Novavax also, which is our second vaccine for Covovax. Extremely good, powerful technology, proven, very safe. So that was my second partnership. And then we had 2 others, which we've now put on the back burner because there's really no need and the demand is going down. But I did spread my risk and investment against 4 different partners at that time. And started building simultaneously facilities designed for each specific one at that time as well. So that was a further risk of capex and investment that I took, and now we're repurposing those facilities for other products. So that's what went into my decision making.
I'm going to take some questions from the floor. There is a question from Sandeep Mittal from the Noida Management Association. How do you overcome the fear of failure while you're in the process of crisis management?
Very good question. Every day, every morning, there was that fear. But, you know, I've always been terrified of failure. Everyone says it's okay to fail, you know, you get back up and do everything. But for me, failure was not an option because it was such a critical product and time in history that we had no choice but to succeed. For the sake of the nation and humanity, we had to produce as many vaccines to protect, you know, humanity. And that responsibility kind of and mission was what was driving me and helping me overcome that failure. Now, normal course of business, you know, there are risks we all every day have to take, and you don't have a sense of purpose or mission as great as this was last year. I just try to do the best I can, and if I do fail, then I, you know, try my best to fix it and get over it and just move on. But I think it's very important to try to do your homework as much as possible and not fail at all if possible, because, you know, for me, more than, as you say, profits, it's reputation. So I'm that, and that's what drives me, that, you know, will people bank on me or bet on me or rely on what I'm saying or doing if I fail? And that's what motivates me to come over my fear, to keep, you know, at it.
There are lots of media reports on the new variant of COVID. I mean, and how potent would your vaccine be against this new variant?
Well, let me answer it this way. The disruption that we have in our economies for shutting down, locking down, even for a few days, if there's a new mutant variant coming about, versus taking boosters and protecting yourself to mitigate and minimize those kind of disruptions, is the argument that the world has made, and that's why they're boosting everywhere, to reduce the chances of such future variants creating havoc and lockdowns and disruptions in our economies globally. And to answer your point, it's still too early to say. This new variant may cause some disruptions later, and that is why it is so important to boost, whichever vaccines you can get your hands on, because that will ensure that you are protected and we reduce as a nation or even as states the chances of future lockdowns and disruptions, which have caused a lot of distress and financial loss to everybody, you know. So that's the view I have, and that's why I've been telling the government that please, for God's sake, reduce the gap from 9 months to 6 months. Because, you know, then you're too late. You may get another surge in the new variant, as you say, and then again, you're in a position to clamor for vaccines. And, you know, at that time, again, if you go back to the second wave that hit us, even if we had produced double the amount of vaccines at that time and given it, you have a certain country absorption of how many people you can vaccinate every day. If you looked at that, during a wave, a second wave, third wave, by then it's too late. You have to vaccinate before the wave to build up the protection and to reach the maximum number of people to get it. So that's what you have to keep in mind with future waves that may come about. Maybe announce something like an annual booster that, you know, everyone ends up taking, or maybe every 2 years or 3 years. But to answer your point on this, I think we're okay for now, but we must boost in case it gets serious.
There is a question from Dr. Tripti Singh from Centum Learning.
And now we've made it even more affordable to 200 rupees. So it's more accessible to everybody.
How do you differentiate between vision-based growth and opportunity-based growth?
So I would split it in two parts, in the sense that vision is a big word and a general word one uses, and the way we have always planned our strategies is to be impactful and do something for the masses. And if you keep that in mind as a vision, then the opportunities that come about, whether it's, I wouldn't call COVID an opportunity, it was a terrible tragedy, but a new epidemic or a pandemic or anything that comes about, if you do something which is meaningful and that's always going to be of service to the common man and the masses, whichever country you're in, as a vision, then the opportunities come automatically. Now, to execute and actually succeed ahead of your competitors is how you take advantage of those opportunities when they come about. If you're fast enough, if your quality is good enough, you can articulate what your product means to the people that need it. That's how you can take advantage of your opportunities. So I think they go hand in hand, and it's a good question. But the way we have always thought about our vision has been that way, so that we can serve the people at large, and then the opportunities come automatically.
From creating Serum Institute 2, in a way, to turning around, you've got into financial services, taken over a sick company, turned it around, dealt with the erstwhile promoters in a firm yet fair manner. How difficult was it, and what made you get into this? And how did you deal with turning this portfolio of bad loans and nepotistic loans, etc., around?
So, perhaps I could have done it in a different year when I had more time, but this definitely added a lot of pressure. I'd never dealt with a listed company. It was a good learning curve, but I think the way in which India is expanding and growing, the unmet needs on credit and the expansion and growth path that India is on, it wasn't rocket science for anyone to realize that the financial sector is definitely one of the areas where, that's how you fuel the growth. And everyone's going to always have the need for capital, credit, fulfill their dreams, passions. One sector. But also, there were so many NBFCs which sadly had to also shut down or wind up or get merged. And that also led to a vacuum, which I felt that there are very few good quality NBFCs out there today, like Bajaj Group and 2-3 others. So I thought that's an opportunity again where the area is not too cluttered. And I don't think it will be too cluttered. I think it'll be banks and a few select good NBFCs, because you need capital, which we have, and principles on which you do it for, and areas of business that you focus on, and don't go into very high-risk geographies and sectors of lending. I think one can manage it. It is a very risky and new area for me, and it's too soon to say that I've succeeded. It's only been a year. But what we have done is brought down the cost of borrowing by more than 2.5 to 300 basis points, which is substantial, and for an NBFC, as you know, it's very important. We have rejigged the portfolio to focus more on retail and digital. We have a very strong collections department. We've got close to 300 branches, and we're going into all these other areas and winding up the old areas. And I think the market has understood that, and we've grown fairly well also in our AUM and profitability also. So let's wait and see. I think it's too soon to say. But I've always looked at other very important areas, like my investment in My Labs. The largest, we own 50% now, 49%. Largest RT-PCR and diagnostic testing kit manufacturing company in India. 2 years ago is when I made this investment. Wellness Forever, which is a retail chain which was supposed to go for an IPO, but thanks to the President Putin and all this, we've all had to delay quite a few IPOs. So I like to invest in these sort of areas which have potential to serve and have a purpose and meaning in doing it. You know, I've stayed away from investing in areas which are built on just valuation and, you know, where you're focused on growth and not making profits. So I don't quite understand those companies with those valuations, so I stay away from making investments there. So I'm sticking to what we call brick and mortar areas of business.
What would you say that we as a nation need to do to be better prepared for an seemingly unforeseen eventuality like this pandemic? I mean, these kind of things could always happen. Are there learnings or lessons that we as a nation need to do, we as corporates need to do, we as citizens need to do to be able to deal with this better? And what do we do to make sure that, say, the Aam Aadmi, who may not be able to necessarily afford and may not have the reach, that it reaches these vaccines or preventive medication, or call it whatever you might, reaches them in good time?
So I think we've already learnt a lot, and we are definitely stronger and better prepared for any future waves and other pandemics, because, I mean, if you look at the incredible job India did in 2020, we didn't have PPE kit manufacturing, we didn't have testing and genomic sequencing to know what kind of viruses are circulating, we didn't have enough vaccines, we didn't have anything. So the hospital infrastructure, all that, so many things that now we've learnt and built upon, and we have these stronger health systems and other things which of course we can expand on, but the testing part was very important as well. So I think we're far better prepared for any future pandemic, but I think what I'm working on is a global pandemic treaty, which I'm proposing at Davos also this year, that I'm drafting, that we need to address not only as a nation, but as other countries have to sign up to, that we have to have, in a pandemic situation, global harmonization of regulatory standards. We need to have mutual recognition of vaccine certifications. We need to have a free flow of goods of raw materials and vaccines in a crisis so that that sharing happens. So if we address all these things where we learned that these were the things that held us back. I mean, you talked about not having access to the people who need it, the lower socioeconomic groups, not only in our country, but a lot of the African nations also couldn't get vaccines, the poorer nations, because the wealthier nations had bought all the pharmaceutical drugs and treatments and vaccines at that time. So having a global pandemic treaty, now, a country can always use their sovereign rights or whatever to abstain, or rather renegade from it, but it would become much harder for political leaders to do that on a global stage. But it would also make it much easier for politicians to use that to convince their constituents in their own nations that this is the right thing to do, and we've committed and signed up at a global level to do it. If you remember, we were trying to export vaccines in the first quarter of 2021. The opposition government and others felt that all the vaccines should remain in India. But what we failed to communicate to them, perhaps, as a community, was that we get a lot of reciprocity from other countries because India is the pharmacy of the world, and our help and support to other nations gives us a lot of other things that I won't go into at the moment. Including the fact that when we needed oxygen, when we needed other things, other countries stepped up and helped us because we supported them. And we should have continued giving some vaccines, but there was so much noise from the public and the opposition that our government had no choice but to then agree and keep all the vaccines for India, you know, for a couple of months. And that damaged the reputation of India and Indian companies abroad who had made commitments. So all these things are sometimes not easy to convey and articulate, and, you know, with the media and the public at large in a crisis, it's very difficult to manage that communication. And I hope that these are some of the learnings going forward And having a treaty would explain all this and give those commitments ahead of time. So there's no ambiguity then of what we need to do or what we should be doing, and what's right and what's wrong and what's politically correct or what's ethically correct. And then it's good for everybody, including the companies who had made investments, taken risks, given commitments, and the poorer nations who weren't able to get access to the affordable drugs and medicines. So this is why it's important to do it in this manner, and this is what I'm proposing and hoping to accomplish this year.
How real do you think is the probability of the world becoming truly borderless for something like vaccines and medicines and, where raw materials, finished goods, you're going through without any barriers, transportation, logistics, approvals. So if you get one approval, then it's applicable to everyone. Do you think this is a real probability or not?
Practically speaking, you have a lot of political forces in other countries, in the United States, in Europe, and other parts of Asia, that naturally want to keep Indian companies out. Because it obviously brings about competition in their territories. I think, at least for pandemics, having a treaty or an understanding of a free flow of regulatory and raw materials and regulatory harmonization could be a way of addressing it. But I think practically speaking, I'm already seeing signs of going back to, how we were earlier on. And even if you look at, when I had to raise, and the Indian government diplomatically then helped us get raw materials from the US during the pandemic, that was not necessary, in the sense that if we had a treaty and understanding in place at a country level, it would have been automatic. And that's what we need to get done. Now, whether it's the UN that takes the lead or WTO, WHO, we'll have to see. But one of these global organizations will have to get all the countries to sign up to this. Otherwise, nothing's going to happen. We're going to go back to, we've already gone back to how things were, where every separate country has their own regulatory, requirements and asks, instead of having one level playing field.
I'm going to shift from this to a more humane aspect. And I'm going to ask you a question on Adar the father. What value systems are you instilling in your kids to take over this huge legacy that you've created and you are creating?
So, one's 12 and one's 6. So the 6-year-old has some time, but I do try to explain to him what's right and wrong. Because, fortunately, unlike other entrepreneurs who are starting up, have never had the choice or are forced to do things, to grow, or to make decisions based on necessity. We are in a fortunate position where we can always make the right decision, which is the ethical decision or the decision which is good for humanity. And that's what I keep trying to instill in them, that whatever you do should benefit others. Your business success will anyway be there because it's virtually going to come as a result of that. And also in our foundation, wherever we can help the environment and the less fortunate is where I spend the most time on. In fact, I take them along wherever I go in my foundation work to show them the inequalities that exist and try to teach them that they'll be in a unique position even more than what I would be in, to be able to balance whatever inequalities that exist in the world. And it's our responsibility, even for you at your level, all the business leaders and large groups have that moral responsibility. Take the Tata Group, who have done so much. And I always cite that example to my children, that you must learn from all the good work that they're doing. Forget the business part, because that there are different industries, different sectors, but look at all the good work that is being done, and that's all one can instill in them. I think what they learn about business, what they choose to, which direction they choose to take the group in, will be something they would decide. I can't influence that, but I hope I can influence at least this part.
That's wonderful. I know I can keep going on and on and on about asking questions. There is a wealth of learning that we can get from you, Adar, but I was told I have to end at 1:30. So thank you so much. You actually truly honor AIMA by your presence and your acceptance of the award later today. I think it's a moment of glory for us. And thank you. Please do join me in warmly thanking Adar.
Thank you, Mr. Poonawalla and Dr.
Thank you, sir.
Goenka, for this wonderful and extremely interesting session. May I now request Mr. Srinivas Dempo, Senior Vice President, AIMA, to hand over the mementos to Dr. Goenka and Mr. Poonawalla. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for lunch, which is being served at Shahjahan Hall. We will start our next session at 2:15 p.m. sharp, a fireside chat on balancing compulsions and aspirations, rebuilding for a better economy. Please do join us at 2:15 sharp. Thank you.
advanced and more efficient products. Our R&D team, spread across 3 continents, is focused on upgrading our knowledge management systems and using the latest technology to bring innovative and smarter products. The next generation technologies like artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality, and IoT are used across the company. Artificial intelligence technology creates self-learning systems, which helps us
AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted, and nurtured the management movement. And it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
So whether you're a young student out there or whether you're a practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of the disciplines that one is involved in.
Hello. अब on हो गया. Mic check. Mic check. Check. Mic check. Check. Mic check. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon and welcome to the post-lunch session. We'll request you all to please kindly take your seats as quickly as possible. We'll also request you to please do remember to either switch off your cell phones or put them on silent mode.
मंसूर कुछ ना लंच वहाँ पे रखवा लीजिएगा हम लोग सेशन शुरू करने के बाद में रिपोर्ट रिलीज के बाद आएगा ठीक है एक और अनाउंसमेंट कर दो ठीक है वी आर रिक्वेस्टिंग यू टू सेटल डाउन वी हैव
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and a very warm welcome to you all once again. We request you all to please kindly take your seats. This is the post-lunch session entitled Balancing Compulsions and Aspirations, Rebuilding for a Better Economy. Esteemed speakers have joined us. They are already here in our midst. Once again, members of the audience to please kindly take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, this next session is a fireside chat with Mr. V. Anant Nageswaran, Chief Economic Advisor, Ministry of Finance, on balancing compulsions and aspirations, rebuilding for a better economy. As we have already shared. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to have with us Chief Economic Advisor, Mr. Nageswaran, who will be in conversation with Ms. Shireen Bhan, Managing Editor, CNBC TV 18. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to have with us Chief Economic Advisor, Mr. V. Anant Nageswaran, who is in conversation with Ms. Shireen Bhan, Managing Editor, CNBC TV 18. Please join me in welcoming them both to the stage with a huge round of applause. We warmly welcome Mr. V. Anant Nageswaran, accompanied by Ms. Shireen Bhan, Managing Editor, CNBC TV 18. And before we initiate the session, we have the release of AIMA KPMG Management Capability Development Index India Report 2022. I take the pleasure to invite on stage President AIMA, Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, Senior Vice President AIMA, Mr. Srinivas Dempo, Mr. Nikhil Sani, Vice President AIMA, Director General AIMA, Ms. Rekha Sethi, and Mr. Akshay Bhalla from KPMG to please all join us on stage. I request Mr. V. Anant Nageswaran and Ms. Shireen Bhan to please join us for the release of AIMA KPMG Management Capability Development Index India Report 2022. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, ma'am, for doing us the honors. And it is my privilege to introduce Ms. Shireen Bhan. Ms. Shireen Bhan is the managing editor of CNBC TV 18. She has over 20 years of experience in the field of television broadcast, tracking corporate policy news and events that define the business landscape in India. And this afternoon, she is in conversation with Mr. V. Anant Nageswaran, Chief Economic Advisor, Ministry of Finance, on balancing compulsions and aspirations, rebuilding for a better economy. I now request Ms. Bhan to please take the session forward.
Thank you very much to AIMA, to Rekha, for giving me the opportunity to be back here. It's lovely to be in the midst of all of you. It's great to be back in a packed hall, in person as opposed to a virtual screen. Many thanks to the Chief Economic Advisor, Dr. Anant Nageswaran, for joining us here for this session, which I hope will be provocative, interesting, and will give us a lot of food for thought. The way that we're going to run it is that Dr. Nageswaran will speak, give us a keynote address for about 10 minutes, and then we'll get down to a fireside chat between him and me. And of course, we want to make this as interactive as possible. So if you do have questions, then you can shoot them and we do keep them brief. So without further ado, let me hand it over to the Chief Economic Advisor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My sincere thanks to the All India Management Association, the office bearers, for their kind invitation to me to share my thoughts with you on balancing compulsions, aspirations, and the vision for a $5 trillion economy, or even bigger than that. As we all know very well, the last 2 years has been difficult times, and that's about the compulsion that was imposed on us by an unseen pathogen, which forced us to undertake immediate and urgent responses. At the same time, like it has been the case across the world over time, crises always have brought with them also opportunities to keep the long-term vision, the long-term focus in mind, and proceed to undertake steps along with the immediate firefighting measures. And that is what the government has been doing with its multiple Atmanirbhar packages in 2020 and 2021. While there has been a steady flow of support, especially to the vulnerable sections of the economy, through the Prime Minister's Garib Kalyan Yojana, through the emergency credit line guarantee schemes that afforded, that bankrolled or underwrote credit given by the banking system to the micro, small and medium enterprises, to several other, to the cash transfer support for farmers. So like these several measures were implemented to make sure that the impact of the virus, the impact of economic disruption on ordinary people's lives, livelihoods and incomes were minimized to the extent possible. At the same time, the government did not lose sight of the fact that here was an economy that was coming out of a decade of balance sheet repair. If you cast your minds back to the first decade of the new millennium, between 2003 and 2012, barring 2008, which was the year of the global financial crisis, in those 9 years, by and large, the Indian economy grew rapidly. Banks were willing to lend. Corporates, non-financial corporates, were willing to borrow and invest, and foreign money flowed in copiously as well into the country. But as is often the case, boom times beget difficult times, or as the economist Minsky put it, stability begets instability. That's again given based on global history. So that led to some loans that should not have been made or borrowed going bad. And we spent the rest of the decade of the 20s, between 13 and 20 or 14 and 20, depending on your starting point, repairing balance sheets both in the financial sector and in the non-financial sector, which was compounded by the collapse of IL&FS as well in 2018, a non-banking financial company. So the rest of the decade was all about getting balance sheets back on track. And that is very similar to what we went through between 1998 and 2002 as well. Back then also we had a banking non-performing loan problem. Corporates spent 4 to 5 years getting their balance sheets in shape. And that is why when 2003, when global conditions turned favorable, corporates had the balance sheet capacity to be able to borrow and invest. And we were actually reaching that point, the favorable inflection point, by the end of the decade 2020 when the pandemic arrived. So, in order to take advantage of the fact that balance sheets have indeed been repaired and the corporates were willing to spend, the government also cut corporate taxes in 2019 September, which left more money in the hands of corporates, because after all, it is not the interest rates that matter for companies to undertake investments. What matters are two important variables. One is the demand outlook, and second is the profitability. And one of those boxes was checked with profitability and lower and higher after-tax income. So, because of the pandemic and the shock it had on incomes and economic growth and employment, somebody has to run with the baton of keeping the economy growing in these difficult times, and that is why the government took it upon itself to undertake capital expenditure, further boost physical infrastructure, build a digital architecture as well, which also facilitated financial inclusion. So all these activities were done even as the government worked on the side to minimize the devastating impact of the pandemic on vulnerable sections of the society. And also, along with the capital gains, along with the income tax cut and the capital spending plans, the government also launched the production-linked incentive schemes, which is aimed at creating global capacity on Indian soil to cater both to domestic demand and to take advantage of global markets. And we just heard news in the last week or two that iPhone's production would also be shortly commencing in India. So where we are today is that after the first two waves in 2020 and 2021, we were also relatively lucky and fortunate, and we needed that luck, of course, all of us, that the third wave was relatively mild in terms of its impact, both economically and in terms of its health consequences. But before we could, therefore, embark on the long-awaited economic expansion, we have now confronted with the geopolitical conflict in Europe, which obviously has implications for commodity prices, energy, food, fertilizer, along with the uncertainty it casts on the global security and peace, which are important bedrock for economic growth and economic activity. So there is a renewed uncertainty on that front. Further compounding or complicating the situation is the potential for the United States Federal Reserve to be raising interest rates. They are sounding very aggressive about their intent, and that will naturally, if you go by history, naturally have implications for financial markets in the United States, which will then spill over into the rest of the world as well. These are the short-term headwinds that we are faced with. However, I would submit that the Indian economic glass is more than half full for the simple reason that, relatively speaking, and even in absolute terms, we do have macroeconomic stability in the country. The fact that we are all exercised about a consumer price index inflation rate of around 6% actually attests to the success we have with our inflation targeting framework, because gone are the times when we fret about inflation only when it heads towards high single digits or double digits. We are now worried about even slight overshoot above the 6% range, and that means we have raised the bar on ourselves on inflation, which is a good thing. And the government over the last 2 to 3 years has been cleaning up its own budget numbers so much so that what you see is what you get. There is transparency. There are no extra budgetary resources which are now shipped off to the public sector enterprises to spend. Government has taken upon the capital expenditure on the budget. They are not off budget. And more importantly, revenue assumptions and growth assumptions are very much realistic. Most of you might be reading the headlines that many international agencies and financial institutions are revising their growth forecast down for many countries around the world, including India. Even RBI brought down the growth forecast for 22-23 from 7.8% to 7.2%. However, the good news is that if you look at the budget documents, the Government of India budgeted only for 11.1% nominal GDP growth in 22-23. You can split it whichever way you like between real and inflation. If you go by the assumption that it is 7 plus 4 or 8 plus 3 or 6.5 plus 4.5, the important point is government wasn't making its revenue projections based on a much higher GDP growth, which would have then necessitated cutbacks to expenditure, and which would have then meant even lower growth. Because the assumptions were realistic to start with, the impact on government's ambitious capital expenditure plans would be minimal. At the same time, realizing that this shock to food, fertilizer, and energy prices is going to be there, last couple of weeks the government has also announced extension of the Garib Kalyan Yojana program for another 6 more months, which will cost about 80,000 crores, annualized about 1.6 lakh crores, and that would amount to 0.65% of GDP. So the government continues to balance, as the title of this speech suggests, its short-term compulsions without losing sight of the longer-term aspirations, macroeconomic stability, prudent budgeting, transparency, emphasis on capital expenditure, the robust state of balance sheets within the private sector, whether it is financial or non-financial, would enable the Indian economy to weather the current twin storms, as I see it, geopolitical and the Federal Reserve tightening that is likely to come in the months. And I think as we head towards the second half of 22-23, blue skies will reappear, and we can look ahead to a decade of India repeating in a more sustainable form the kind of high growth we experienced between 2003 and 2012. Thank you very much. And I once again thank the organizers for inviting me to speak to you. And I look forward to my interaction with Sherry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nageshwaran, for very comprehensively articulating for us what the short-term headwinds are, but more importantly, what we should be focused on as far as the long-term is concerned. Several important aspects that you brought out. Of course, the balance sheet repair process that has been underway for the last few years, and whether that now gives the ability for the corporate sector to revive the investment cycle, whether we are going to see a return of private capex, is the big question that everyone is focused on. But outside of that, let me address the growth issue to start with. As you pointed out, there is a downward revision of growth forecast at this point in time. The RBI has revised its forecast lower to 7.2% from 7.8% for FY23. Let me go back to the economic survey. And I don't know how many of you remember, but Dr. Nageshwaran joined quite literally on the day that the economic survey was presented in Parliament. The economic survey had forecast a growth rate of between 8 to 8.5%, but it was also incumbent on several factors. And one of the key factors was oil prices being in the range of 70 to 75. Even when you presented the survey, oil was at 90. Now it's closer to 100. Will these forecasts have to see a significant downward revision?
The assumption of $70 to $75 per barrel for the oil price made by the survey was an average number for the whole year. We might still end up achieving it. You never know. So I think it will be too premature at this point to say that these forecasts are liable for a downward revision, because the financial has barely started and the oil price outcome will naturally depend on not only supply coming back, but also high oil prices are a cure for high oil prices because of the demand destruction that they cause. So the answer is, if oil prices do persist at levels north of 100 for a long period, then yes, the number may have to be revised. But as I said, the assumptions made in the budget were around 7%. So in that sense, it wouldn't necessitate a big revision to budget projections. And as far as the RBI is concerned, I think they are realistic in bringing it down to 7.2%. I think from this point on, I would say downside risk to those numbers is quite limited.
Okay, let me address that issue with you as far as oil prices are concerned. I think everyone in this room is hoping that this 5-day pause that we've seen continues. I want to understand from you, why have we actually seen this pause as far as oil price hikes are concerned? Does that mean that a large part of the under-recoveries that oil marketing companies had to deal with has been addressed at this point in time? Or is this a political call, a political decision? If you could help explain to us what we should expect in terms of the oil price trajectory going forward. And if at all, oil were to, as you said, persist above $100 a barrel, what is the most uncomfortable level that you believe? Is it 110? Is it 115? By when you believe the government will need to act to ensure that there is distribution of burden?
To answer your first question, why there is a pause, I think probably the question is better addressed to the oil marketing companies rather than to me.
Except they don't answer it.
So then if they are not in a position to answer, then certainly I'm not in a position to answer that either. But I think the fact is, there is government, it is quite possible that they have not fully passed on the impact of the high crude oil prices to the end users. And secondly, I feel that if prices remain persistently above $110 per barrel for a quarter or two, then yes, there has to be a burden sharing that has to happen, and that will involve oil marketing companies, the government, and the consumers, because this is a global supply shock, and therefore all of us have to bear the consequences of it. It is not engineered by anyone. And sometimes we have to, and I mean, life is all about trade-offs, whether it is individuals or whether it is nations. So when you talk of a policy response, we have to make a choice between providing relief in a targeted manner or enacting an omnibus tax reduction. And what the government has done with its extension of the Garib Kalyan Yojana program is to sort of use the fiscal space to get relief. So we need to analyze the situation and the possible government response in a holistic manner and not just focus on a piecemeal item of the oil taxes.
I don't want to labor too much on oil, but I'll ask you one quick follow-up question on it. You said that if it persists above $110 and if it persists for a quarter or two, then you believe that there might need to be a change as far as the way that the government is addressing it. If it were to boil down to a cut in excise duties, if that scenario were to play out, how much pressure would it put on the government's ability to spend?
I think it's difficult to come up with the orders of magnitude straight off the bat. It would it would obviously have an impact, but it would be probably depending on the amount of cut that is offered. And if such assumptions are met, it probably would amount to about 0.2 to 0.4% of GDP. But then, as I said, it depends on how soon or how later this becomes necessary and the amount of tax cut. And therefore, whether it would impact the 6.4% of GDP budget deficit that we have budgeted for would also depend on revenue buoyancy, which so far has been quite good, but we need to wait and see. And again, I'm heartened by the assumptions in the budget, which do not require any drastic reduction. So overall, I think at this point in time, there are any number of scenarios we can envisage which will invalidate the budget, but there is equally a large number of scenarios in which I would think the overall budget numbers would hold good.
You know, if anything, the revenue estimates have actually been on the conservative side and you've bettered them. So that's clearly the cushion as far as the government is concerned. But, you know, you spoke about inflation and you said that as far as corporate India is concerned, the two key factors that they focus on is demand visibility and profitability. But I would imagine that the government is going to be concerned about inflation and what that does in terms of your borrowing costs. Given where we find ourselves at the end of what the MPC has said and its commentary, the expectation, if I were to just quote what Uday Kotak believes, he's asking the question, are we likely to see 4 rate hikes, a quarter each? What's your own expectation?
Shireen, I have made it a policy not to comment on monetary policy in public.
Okay.
I should leave it to the RBI to make their own decisions. They don't need my advice.
I want to ask you to tell me what quantum of hikes you believe that we're likely to see. But we are now headed, in your assessment, into a trajectory of an upward rate cycle?
Sure. Obviously, again, you read the RBI communication. I too read the same thing. So I think you are more than welcome to draw your own conclusions.
I won't be able to elicit any comment from you on that front at all.
I don't want to, you know, as a member of the Ministry of Finance, I want to stay away from commenting on monetary policy in public.
You won't comment on the monetary policy in India, but let me get you to comment on the monetary policy in the West. Okay. And then let me get you to comment on what the Fed is likely to do. Because as you pointed out that you believe the Fed will move on hiking rates, but do you believe, in your words, it will be as the expectation is? Will the Fed walk the talk when it comes to hiking rates?
No, honestly, I'm surprised by the extent of hawkishness that the Federal Reserve officials have displayed in the last several weeks or even couple of months. And if they're polite on what the market is expecting, they expect to see the federal funds rate at 2.75% by the end of the financial year for India, by March 2023. That would be quite aggressive. Now, whether the reaction of the US economy and the US financial markets would allow them to carry out these series of rate hikes that would take the federal funds rate to 2.75%, I don't know, because the last time when the Federal Reserve was embarking on a normalization cycle, they had to stop at 2.5% in 2018. So we are waiting to see the peak as far as this cycle is concerned. But what looks more likely is that aggressive actions are more likely to be front-loaded rather than back-loaded.
Okay.
So, and therefore we have to weather the first quarter, fiscal quarter, as far as India is concerned, because we have 2 Federal Reserve meetings in May and June before the first quarter ends for us. So I think those front-loaded actions will give us a lot of clarity and visibility at the end of it as to how far they would go.
Okay, so a front-loading of Fed action is what you anticipate. Yeah. On the other headwind that you spoke of, and you said that directly impacted by that back home?
So our direct trade with these 2 countries is relatively small. nor are we big recipients of foreign direct investment from these countries, and whatever foreign direct investment flows we are getting from elsewhere is also likely to be unaffected. If anything, the difficulties or the reduction in the quantum of securing wheat supplies from these two countries actually opens up an opportunity for India's farmers. So obviously the indirect impact is global impact on energy prices, the impact because of the hydrocarbon feedstock on fertilizer prices, and food prices can work both ways for India as a benefit as well as global spillovers affecting. So by and large, I think the spillovers are more likely to be indirect than direct for us.
Okay, let me address the issue of your assessment in terms of credit growth, credit offtake, as well as the pickup as far as the capex cycle is concerned. We've seen what the RBI has to say. They do still see a considerable gap in output, but what's your own sense based on high-frequency indicators, high-frequency data, as well as what the banking system's telling you?
I'm actually quite heartened by the numbers I see in the high-frequency indicators, because the orders placed on capital equipment producing companies and the sub-index of the index of industrial production for capital goods, both are showing a very strong recovery trend. And those two are very definitive heartening signs. And also if you look at the credit offtake in the March numbers, I think bank credit is beginning to pick up, especially to medium enterprises. And therefore, I think probably towards the end of the second quarter, July to September, or in the second half of the year, we are more likely to see the private sector picking up the baton of capital expenditure. And let's not forget that the RBI's survey on capacity utilization and order book showed a jump in the capex capacity utilization by the industry from 68 to 74%. So, and in several sectors, the top 4 enterprises are already operating at more than 80% capacity. So I am quite optimistic that sooner rather than later, Indian private sector will pick up the capital expenditure baton from the government and run with it.
Well, that has been the hope and the expectation for a while now, and you're hoping that in the second half we could start to see that happen. Yeah. We've got lots of questions coming in, but let me, before I address those, we've addressed some of the immediate challenges that we need to cope with. But let me ask you more medium term and more long term. You listed out a list of reform measures that the government has already undertaken, whether it was the cut in corporate taxes or it's the PLI schemes, 13 of them that have already been announced. Where do you believe the focus or the emphasis now needs to be, in addition to what has already been announced and done?
So a couple of focus areas. One is obviously implementation of several measures that have been announced in the last 2 years. That has to be the focus. Whether it is asset monetization or privatization, i.e. government wants to withdraw totally from non-strategic sectors and just retain a token presence in strategic sectors. Now that needs to be executed. And the second area of reform would be in education and health, and those are subjects that lie in the realm of the states. So I think as far as the union government is concerned, the focus should be on execution. And as far as the other areas of reforms are concerned, the action has to emanate from state governments.
Okay. Since you talked about privatization, Dr. Nageshwaran, here's a question that's come in from Lloyd Matthias. And he says, while the government has done well managing the economy, privatization has been a huge disappointment. What explains this? And let me also ask you a follow-up question on that, because a budget commitment was made in terms of privatization of banks, yet we haven't seen the legislative framework move to pave the way for that. So how should we read that?
No, I think the reason why the budget took a realistically low number is sometimes giving a high target also means that there is undue pressure, which makes the government, having to disregard market conditions. So one has to have the freedom of operations with respect to the timing when these kinds of stocks are brought to the market. And that is the reason why, and also in keeping with its, recent philosophy of under-promising, the government decided to peg the privatization number at disinvestment receipts at a realistic number. But the commitment to privatization hasn't wavered, and that was evident in the manner despite all the obstacles and difficulties in the privatization of Air India. So the process obviously involves lots of hurdles and steps. We have the multiple players can always bring in different kind of hurdles in the process, and all of them have to be tackled in such a way that whatever is done endures. So that takes time. But the underlying commitment to privatization is unwavering. That's the best I can say at this point.
The underlying commitment to privatization is unwavering, but can we expect a move towards bank privatization in the next session of Parliament?
I would pass on your question to the Secretary Deepam.
All right. I will leave it at that. There's another question that's come in, and this one is from Rajiv Vashne of Spectrum Insurance. He says the future income of insurance intermediaries in the form of renewal income should be considered by financial institutions for financing purposes to make them eligible for bank finance for their growth. It's quite a specific question. I don't know if you... okay. I will leave it that, leave this question as is, but address the larger issue of what's happening within the banking space as well as the NBFC space, because you spoke about IL&FS, and of course we've just now seen the Quota Committee present its report on what's happened as far as IL&FS is concerned and the lessons learnt thereof. We've also seen the big merger being announced between HDFC and HDFC Bank. Given the growth aspirations that India has, what more do you believe needs to be done in terms of reforming the financial sector, both NBFCs as well as the banking sector, to ensure that we can fuel this kind of growth that we aspire for?
No, I mean, straight off my head, I can say definitely we need, ever since we announced licenses for private banks, we need more private banks to be licensed. Licensing on tap has to sort of really make licensing flow like tap. So clearly that needs to happen. And I think some of the larger, as the RBI's working group itself came out in a report a couple of years ago, some of the non-banking financial companies that are large enough should be encouraged to apply for banking licenses as well. And clearly, even spontaneously, whatever is happening on the technology-driven financial inclusion, the fintech revolution, will automatically enhance the spread of credit availability to larger segments of the population. So all we need to do is to stay on track with the developments that have happened in the last several years, which is to improve the bank's capital buffers and the natural recovery of the economy and the appetite of the corporate sector will create room for growth for both the banking and the non-banking financial corporations. All we need to do is to make sure that the boom that is likely to follow in the coming years stays more sustainable than the ones that we encountered 2 decades ago.
So we don't end up in a twin balance sheet problem again.
Yeah, I think that is the most important thing we need to watch out for, because the spontaneous process of recovery should get underway once the pandemic cloud lifts.
You brought up the issue of the extension of the Pradhan Mantri Anna Yojana for another 6 months. There's a question that's come in here from Pankaj Jain. He says, are increasing freebies acceptable in the road to $5 trillion economy? Will the government be able to continue with the freebies announced both at the central government level and the state government level? This is a complex issue, and it's not one that can be addressed in a 5-minute conversation here on stage. But this is something that you get, is bandied about on social media, this idea of what qualifies as a freebie to start with, whether it's populist or not populist. But how do you read what we're seeing happen, both at the central government level as well as the state government level?
See, I don't want to, as I say, you're right, I don't want to get into the larger philosophical discussion of freebies and entitlements, etc. But as the title of this session itself recognizes, there are compulsions that do have to be balanced in the situation that we find ourselves in. And therefore, providing targeted relief to vulnerable sections who are faced with a shock that is not of their own making, it's a moral obligation, and that is what the government is doing.
So it's not a political compulsion, it's an economic and a social compulsion.
Because, simultaneously, all of us are concerned about the bottom of the K as we talk about, and the government is recognizing that, and these steps are necessary in the current circumstances. I wouldn't put this under the larger debate of entitlements and freebies, etc.
what would you put in the larger debate of freebies and entitlements?
That's a question for a different occasion.
Okay, but since we are talking about this issue, let me address the IMF paper that's just been put out by Dr. Surjit Bhalla and the former Chief Economic Advisor Arvind Virmani, where they talk about the success of the Pradhan Mantri Anna Yojana to say that it actually ensured that extreme poverty, which means less than $2 a day, we capped that to the same levels, pre-pandemic levels in 2020. Did this also in some way, I mean, the decision to extend it was taken before this paper came out, so I'm not trying to link the two, but I'm saying how much of what really weighed on the government's mind? Was it the fact that we've now seen inflation, we've seen a rise in prices? What was the compelling reason for the government to want to continue with this?
No, I think the main reason is that the geopolitical shock that has come and the impact it is having on food, fertilizer and oil prices made the government realize that it should mitigate the suffering of vulnerable sections in some form or the other. So therefore, this became a logical way because it is targeted. It is not an omnibus scheme. And that is the primary reason why this particular extension was made for 6 more months, because we haven't fully got the pandemic cloud lifted from our heads, and because the headlines are still dominated by the news of outbreaks elsewhere, and then on top of that you have another shock that has come. So that is the reason that prompted the government to extend the scheme. But I'm not surprised at the conclusion reached by Bhalla, Virmani and Basheen's paper, because in the United States as well, I have seen that once you take transfers and taxes into consideration, the inequality parameters show a very big improvement. Even in the United States, and Congressional Budget Office publishes those kinds of reports every year. So it is good that somebody attempted to do the same thing in the context of India as well. In fact, they have not addressed other forms of transfers that the government of India is making. If you take them into consideration as well, I'm sure the results will only get even further reinforced.
I'll get to other points of research in just a second, but since we are talking about rebuilding better and rebuilding for the future in a more equitable way, we've got a question that's come in from Sogo, I think. Our first 5-year plan in the 1950s targeted 100% literacy. After 75 years, barely 75%. Can we really plan for 100% literacy?
Is more important. I think we need to focus more on the qualitative outcomes rather than the percentage of literacy that we are looking at.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Learning outcomes need to be improved, and that needs to be the focus area as well. One other issue that I want to get your comments on, and this is something that's close to my heart, is our continuing decline as far as the gender gap report is concerned of the World Economic Forum. India 140 at this point in time of women's participation in the workforce on the 4 key parameters. What can be done to ensure that we do better on this front? The government has got schemes to try and enroll more girls into schools and higher education, both at the central government level. But why do you believe that we are falling so behind even within our peer group?
No, I think without understanding the underlying reasons as to why in these pandemic years women's labor force participation rate has declined drastically, it would be a bit premature to propose solutions to that. I think we first need to understand what are the specific factors that drove this, how much of it is temporary, how much of it is reversible, and sometimes to the extent possible, governments can only put in enabling conditions for women's labor force participation rate to improve. But to the extent that some of this choice is voluntary, governments cannot influence the change. But wherever the choice has been induced by economic or other circumstances not of their choice, then it is the government's moral responsibility to reverse those conditions. I think that is what is happening. And to a large extent, I feel once the pandemic really sort of fades away from our memory and its influencing role in our day-to-day lives, some amount of improvement in labor force participation rate should begin to happen. And who knows, it could also be a problem of measurement. So I think without understanding the phenomena fully, it will be a bit premature to offer, sort of short-term answers here.
Well, another area where measurement is often questioned is the employment data or the unemployment data. Yeah. Now, whatever data points that you're looking at, where do things currently stand?
There is obviously, there is a recovery in terms of the flow, in terms of the change at the margin, it is improving. But are we there at a level where we can be happy with the labor force participation rate? We are not. And separately, I do agree with you that that is one area we need to work on. That is getting timely and reliable labor force and employment data in the country. Only then we can talk about proposed actions.
Well, that's something that we've been waiting for as well for a while. But linked to that, I want to understand from you, how confident do you feel about rural recovery at this point in time? Just with one context, you talked about, the possibility of wheat exports opening up in a bigger way on account of the Russia-Ukraine crisis. Many expect that to be an advantage as far as India is concerned. That's just one aspect. But overall, how do you read what's happening in rural India today, both in terms of consumption, recovery, incomes?
No, I think I was talking to Mr. C.K. Ranganathan for a few minutes before we walked in here, and compared to a month or so ago, he himself sees the beginning of what we used to call green shoots in rural demand, and I hope it sustains and it blooms. It is given that we had a normal monsoon and good agricultural production, that is not the primary cause, therefore, of declining rural demand. It is quite possibly the case that some of the migrant labor that returned to their villages hasn't found its way back into urban centers. And to that extent, that remittances from urban to rural India may be one of the reasons. So we need to study these, understand what kind of change has happened in these income remittances, and that could be the reason. And if that is the case, and that's a big if that is the case, then once again, as economic recovery, activity, construction, infrastructure, build out, all these things recover, I have a feeling that some of these migrant labor will find its way back to urban employment, which in turn should sort of create its own indirect positive effects on rural purchasing power and rural demand.
Mm-hmm. How big a risk is the commodity price inflation as far as sectors like construction, real estate, etc. are concerned? Because steel prices, cement prices, paint prices, just about everything surging at this point in time. Forget oil. How much of an impact is that likely to have? Could it derail the recovery that we are seeing in some of these sectors, for instance?
The impact is what you have seen in RBI revising its growth forecast. That is the impact.
But if this were to sustain, do you think that this could be one of the biggest challenges that we are going to have to deal with? And is there any way for the government to be able to offset this?
No, there are, to the extent possible, obviously, as I said earlier also, there are trade-offs. You need to keep one eye on the fiscal balance, because if you end up, let's say, mitigating every problem through a fiscal solution, then naturally your deficit will blow out of proportion, which will have an impact on bond yields, which will further compound the problem you are trying to solve. So it is a trade-off situation, and it is very difficult to be precise with one's responses at this point in time. As the economic survey pointed out, in these extremely uncertain times, you just have to cross the river by feeling one stone at a time.
Yes, and you have to be dynamic in your assessment as well as in your response. So let me end then by asking you, you talked about the green shoots that are very visible across different sectors at this point in time. What is the red flag that you're most concerned about?
No, the red flag, as we have been talking in the last 20 minutes or so, is really the persistence of the hydrocarbon fuel price and the potential impact of the Federal Reserve aggressively tightening monetary policy to the extent that the market is pricing in today. That will have impact on global capital flows. And as a country with the current account deficit, then we will naturally also be impacted. So to me, the two risks that I flagged, the oil price as well as the Federal Reserve monetary policy, are the two red flags to watch out for.
The two red flags to watch out for. You've now what? It's been a quarter that you've been in government, Dr. Nageshwaran?
Not yet.
Just about.
Yeah.
So what's the experience been like now as an economist within government? Do you understand the compulsions of the government better?
Oh, absolutely. No, you put it very well. I think public policy making, as they always said in academic literature, is a wicked problem. It's not an easy problem to solve because so many angles have to be considered and you have to navigate the trade-offs, which we all understand do exist in our own personal lives, but we don't recognize that. You don't have optimal corner solutions. You have to do constrained optimization all the time, and you are not going to be able to please everybody. So you have to make the best possible trade-off, and judgments can be different. So those who are looking at it from the outside are justified based on information that they have in interpreting it in a particular way. But inside the government, you have to make your best call, and you are making it in real time, whereas outsiders have the luxury of judging you in hindsight.
Well, we hope that the calls that are made inside of government and outside of government do take India forward and propel us to the kind of growth that we aspire for. Dr. Nageshwaran, a pleasure. Thank you very much for joining us here on this session at the AIMA National Conference. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Economic Advisor.
Thank you, Ms. Ban. Thank you, Mr. Nageshwaran. May I now request Mr. Nikhil Sani, Vice President AIMA, to please join us on stage to kindly present mementos to our distinguished speaker and the moderator of the session as a token of our appreciation and thanks. Our thanks to Mr. V. Anant Nageswaran. Thank you, sir, for joining us here today. Thank you, Ms. Shireen Bhan. Thank you, Mr. Sani, for joining us on stage to present the mementos. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we now move on to our next session, which is a panel discussion on breeding unicorns, sustaining startup momentum. Ladies and gentlemen, in this session, we are delighted to share with you all. We will be joined by Mr. Alok Bansal, Full-Time Director and CFO Policy Bazaar, Mr. Harsh Jain, CEO and Co-founder Dream 11 Dream Sports, Mr. Bhavat Sheth, COO and Co-founder Dream 11 and Dream Sports, and Mr. Pranjal Sharma, Economic Analyst, Advisor and Writer and Author, India Automated, will be conducting the session. Once again, I ask you all to please kindly remain seated. We are ready to start the panel discussion. Panel discussion entitled Breeding Unicorns, Sustaining Startup Momentum. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming them on stage. Mr. Alok Bansal, Whole-Time Director and CFO Policy Bazaar, Mr. Harsh Jain, CEO and Co-founder Dream and Dream Sports, Mr. Bhavat Sheth, COO and Co-founder Dream 11. And media. Pranjal leads public discourse at global and national platforms, including World Economic Forum, St. Gallen Symposium, Horace's Global Meeting, and AIMA. He served as a member of the Global Agenda Council at the WEF for 8 years. I now request Mr. Pranjal Sharma to kindly conduct the session.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for my introduction. I'm not going to offer the same courtesy to these gentlemen next to me because they are far than me. So I deserve that introduction. They don't. But the point is that we are living in the age of unicorns. And, of course, when we were growing up, unicorns were these white horses with a single horn on their head. But now we're looking at multi-billion-dollar baggers. So it's a fascinating time to be an entrepreneur in India. And I can say with great confidence that last few years, the kind of entrepreneurship that India has seen is beyond any country that you can imagine. as the world's largest open market, free democracy, to have such entrepreneurship is really worth celebrating in India. Sometimes we lose the picture because, there is a lot of troubles we face on a daily basis, but it's quite fascinating. I think what I'd like to talk to Harsh, Bhavit and Alok is about the startup ecosystem, the importance of being a unicorn, but most importantly, what is it that is driving the passion, the urge to do well in India? Because there was, of course, a generation which felt that going out is better, but now we are equally well divided. I'm going to begin with Alok and ask him about that. Alok, today, of course, everybody sees, decacorns, unicorns, but the first question is that when you start out, do you have that goal of billion-dollar valuation? Or do you think that, well, let me just get through this week and make sure that I still survive?
Hi, so thanks for having me on the panel. And you are exactly right, Pranjal. Whether it's unicorn or whether it's some other term that the media wants to use, eventually, early days, it's all about survival. It's all about trying to figure out what is the right product market fit and how do you keep team motivated? Because at that stage, obviously, the business goes through so many ups and downs. And it's very, very tough to keep yourself motivated and obviously then keep team motivated. So it's more about thinking about immediate future rather than thinking about a particular valuation that you may get in future. It's usually, I can tell about ourselves, we never thought that we'll get to a particular number in any particular time frame. It was always about, can we solve this problem and can we become a meaningful player in this industry? And if you do that, at some point, yes, you may get valued, but that cannot be the motivation.
Would you say the same, Harsh?
I think when we started out, at least, right? This was 2008. There was, I think, maybe 1 or 2 unicorns in the country that were looking at it, or I think there were none maybe at that time. Info Edge maybe. So I think when we started out, there's no way we ever thought of unicorn even. I think at that time we didn't even know कि ऐसा unicorn नाम का कुछ चीज़ था, right? We just wanted to solve a problem that we faced, which was to play fantasy cricket. IPL was starting in 2008. We went to look for fantasy cricket, and there was none. So we said, chalo, Bhavit and I were both engineers. We said, let's put our engineering degree to some use, and we started out. We didn't think, how big will it be? When will we exit? Which investors will we get? I think, and that is what the true spirit of entrepreneurship has to be. You start to solve a problem that you deeply and personally care about, which you will not rest till you solve it. And that's what forms a fundamental base for us.
Bhavit, to add to what Harsh is saying, it's also fascinating that the concept you came up with was something which hadn't even been thought of in the country. Now, while Alok was in the insurance business and he brought a model which allowed consumers to get the best value, what you thought of, both of you thought of, was something which consumers didn't know that they wanted. How did that happen?
Yeah, so it was something, as Harsh also said, it's a personal problem that we wanted to solve, right? And we thought that, there are a billion people in this country. Most of them are passionate about sport, cricket in particular. And there's no fantasy sport to serve those users. And that's how we decided that, let's go ahead and, build this out, which is a personal problem, which would be a problem for other people as well. So, it was that passion about something that we wanted to do. Also, we had been fantasy sports players for 10 years before we even decided to start this. So we had that passion, we had that motivation to go and solve that problem. And I think that's what both Alok and Harsh also said, is that you need to be solving a problem. It can't just be that, okay, something's working well somewhere, let's copy it and let's do it.
Yeah, I remember when we were early stage, we read this news about InMobi, $200 million funding, and we were like, oh wow, such a big number and a valuation, and unheard of totally. And today, as you know, obviously these numbers are quite common.
How many people in the hall have used Policy Bazaar at some point? That's a pretty big market. And how many are users of Dream 11?
So you know you're going to be busy at 7 o'clock today.
No, but tell me, is it also a demographic issue, Harsh? Because when we talk about unicorns, and we are talking about unmet needs, we're talking about solving a problem, but it seems to me that you're also solving a problem for a generation of consumers that didn't exist earlier.
That's right. I think there's been a tectonic shift in user behavior in the last 10 odd years. Consumers today are what you can call like the TikTok generation, or they need instant gratification. They have no patience. They want to connect with their friends. They want to compete. They want to do exciting things, and they want it now. They want it yesterday. So even when we started fantasy sports, actually, Bhavit and I are big believers in season long, which means you make one team, and that's what we started out in 2008 with. And then we spent 4 years learning what not to do and learning to adapt to what the user wants, which was a daily game. But every match, they wanted to make a team and change it. And I know that sounds trivial, but it's not. But users have to be first. And this generation is completely different. And we as businesses have to serve that user need.
But it's also, in your case specifically, in case of fantasy sports, now this is not a term that I grew up with, or, even younger kids have grown up with. Fantasy sports in some ways has leapfrogged, from console-based gaming to completely online gaming to fantasy gaming of games which perhaps, exist only in the mind. So how did you identify that? It was your personal problem, as Bhavit said. But how did you feel that this was the problem of a few million people in the country?
So, that's a great question, Pranjal. But anyone that goes to their family, their friends, your taxi driver, your car driver, your staff at home, anyone, right? You watch a match with them, watch an India match with them. And they'll say, yaar, ye Rohit Sharma ko opening kyun bhej raha hai? Yaar, Virat Kohli ko aise marna chahiye tha. Aise square cut, aise jana chahiye. And it's amazing, but everyone has an opinion in sports. And that is the opinion on which fantasy sports is built. It allows you to make your team for the match and put your money where your mouth is. It allows you to make a team before the match begins and then showcase your cricket knowledge, which you claim to have, which we're sure you do. But it allows you to make a team and show people that, yes, I actually knew who are going to play well on this wicket, in these conditions, against this opposition, based on their form in the past history. And that's exactly what we market it as. That it's not marketed as fantasy cricket or fantasy sports. It's marketed as a chance to make your dream team. And that's why it's called Dream 11, a dream team of 11 players.
I think what Harsh also spoke about was change in user behavior, right? Today, fantasy sports has become a ubiquitous term. But, if you look at 10 years ago, we used to get questions like, I've created my team, now my batsman is not batting, my bowler is not bowling, what do I do? And then we had to explain, no, it's not a simulated game, it's a strategy game, right? Where you have to, select a team of players and they'll get points based on their performance. So it has been a journey, and because there's been this entire generation of people who love sports, they've been able to adopt, and now we've come to a situation where sports consumption increases because people play fantasy sports.
That's actually fantastic. I want to come to the fact that you were in both your companies, you were the first movers. You created a category which didn't exist. But Alok, and I'll come to both of you, Bhavit and Harsh as well, several people tried to copy your model, right, Alok? And, they try to create, I'll do the policy bazaar of something else, I'll do the policy bazaar of something else. It's like, people said, we'll do the Uber of almost everything. I'll do the Uber of water drinking. But from 2008 till now, you have maintained a lead. So it's one thing to start up and get some funding, but it's another to go from a startup bootstrap mentality that 5 friends are working together 12 hours a day, 18 hours a day, but then to build an organization and to successfully compete against others. What kind of blood and toil does it take?
So first of all, we were not the first. We might have been 5th or 8th, I don't even know. So there were a lot of other players, some of them funded as well. So first few years, we did whatever it took to survive. And one of the things little unique about us was that none of us came from the insurance background or even financial services background. Even today, if you look at the policy business, out of top 50 people, maybe 1% has ever worked in insurance sector. So we were very, from that perspective, sort of challenging the status quo and not afraid to ask stupid questions. And that continues even today. But somewhere I think company earlier. So this time we didn't have a choice to fail. And we were told multiple times that it's a very tough category. There's almost no peer globally. So what we're trying to do in India with health and life insurance is something quite unique. We had some funding, but don't execute for 3 months. Sit on that for 3 months. In 3 months, most likely you'll think differently.
No, but I want to stay with you for a minute, Alok. That's even more fascinating because
that there was an opportunity to work with those companies, but you have to take baby steps in terms of how you execute and how you deliver. And when you start delivering, you get deeper and deeper into the relationships. Secondly, Touchwood, we had very, very committed team from very early on, and there were people who would be willing to work very, very long hours at a very low salary for quite some time. And there were a joint ownership sort of culture, but it was more about survival till 2012 at least. It was just about survival, nothing else. In fact, there was an occasion where our board and investors actually told us that you don't have a business. This is a very, very difficult category. You guys are decent, you have money, we'll support you to do something else. And we said, no, we are not ready to give up yet.
I think that's a commitment to passion. But from a very highly regulated sector of insurance, which was well established, mature, in some ways it was also very rigid, to fantasy gaming, which, as I said and we discussed, didn't exist. But the fact is, a lot of people have tried their hand at fantasy gaming, right? How is it that you are ahead of everybody else? And I'd like both of you to answer that.
Yeah, so I think, a lot of people said they've played Dream 11. How many people have heard of Super Sector back in the day? Yeah, so a few people. So actually 2008, IPL is starting. We went looking for Super Selector, which was ESPN Star's fantasy cricket game. And because it wasn't there, we launched Dream 11 to solve that problem. My point is that there's a lot of timing as well, right? Super Selector was the right business, wrong time. And we were fortunate enough to be at the right place, right time. But as a completely wrong business model, entrepreneurs trying to do everything, not focusing on one core problem. And it took us a while to pivot, and then finally find our way in 2012. And then we started seeing product market fit. But yes, it's definitely very difficult to keep on the journey when you're failing consistently. But I think once you find your momentum, you're able to scale up and scale up fast. So if you are a first mover, then you can't sit back and say, oh, I'm a first mover, I'll be happy and I'll be fine. We needed to raise our series A, B, C, D, and really scale up the company. At that point, we were growing about 300, 400, 500% year over year for 5 years. But we had to do that to really scale up the company and create those moats and competitive barriers. And yes, today, at last count, we counted 184 companies in India that do exactly what we do.
Yeah, so we are sports companies. I'll give you a sports analogy, right? In sports, the very few percentage of players will be very skilled. The other players get to where they get because of hard work, because of the amount of practice they put in. And, some example like Virat Kohli, Cristiano Ronaldo, you'll always hear about the story of how they've been struggling and constantly working on their game, constantly practicing, multiple hours of practice, and then they get to where they've gotten. So, to translate it into business terms, you can have the best strategy, but if your execution and your work ethic is not there, you'll never be able to get to where you are. So it's very important that you have the strategy, but you execute it also very well.
That's exactly the point, Bhavit, I wanted to dwell on, which is that it's one thing to be in the right place at the right time with the right idea, but to scale up, to grow constantly, and be ahead of another 100 competitors requires a completely different approach. Now, what would you say is your secret sauce in ensuring that you stay ahead?
As I said, one of it is execution, but also the fact that the entire team is very passionate about what they do, right? If you look at our team, massive sports fans, all of them, and the 5 or 10% that aren't, we convert them into sports fan after they join us. So, the belief that they have in the product that we are building, the problem that we are solving for users, and the value that we are creating translates into the ability to deliver the best product that users can use.
And Pranjal, any digital business is same as any other business. So there are a lot of theories that you can do pivot, and there are a lot of theories that you should not do pivot. Both work. Similarly, the number of decisions that any of us have made, I'm very sure we would have made equal number of wrong decisions as we made right decisions, and anyone else. What is important is that we treat it like exactly any other business, which means that you come out of the wrong decisions as early as possible. Don't worry about the sunk cost, and you invest behind the right decisions once you get convinced. This is true for everyone, not only just us, right? So, there is no secret sauce generally that, okay, this is the way it will work. Yes, you have the way it will work.
I think one word which would be important is pivot, because, and I think, Alok, you would have done it, he would have done it, that every few months, if not couple of years, you rejig your business model, see what's wrong, and not remain stuck to it. Is that a critical piece?
Yes, you have to be adaptable and flexible, because the internet is changing. I mean, when we launched in 2008, just to give you an idea of how much the world has changed just since we launched Dream 11. When we launched, Orkut was the #1 social network in India.
I don't think anybody remembers Orkut here. Does anybody?
Right?
Oh, unfortunately, that shows the age of the people here.
So Orkut was the #1 social network in India. The iPhone had just launched. It was a revolutionary new thing.
There was also MySpace, if you remember.
That's right. Correct. And I think that you can see in a decade how much has changed from, watching videos on tape recorders, right? Going to CDs, going to DVDs, going to USB drives, now watching on the cloud, and not having the patience to wait for 1 minute while Netflix buffers, right? The whole world changes constantly. And if you're especially in the tech space, you have to change. It's literally adapt or die. So I think you're absolutely right. Every couple of years, you have to be willing to almost challenge your fundamental beliefs of your business model, or then you'll be left behind.
I think the only exciting thing is, I'm sure you're the only company in the world, if not the country, which allows people in the office to continue to game and play, right? While on office time. Right.
Yeah, but our employees can't play against users. They can only play against themselves.
Only against themselves. Great. So I'm going to start taking the audience to keep the conversation going along. A very good question from my friend Lloyd Matthias, who's also an angel investor. I think it is about cultural maturity. And I think Alok and both of you would like to answer. We see a lot of public squabbles amongst the founders. It's like, I got $1 billion, another guy got $1 billion. And these guys talk about $1 billion the way we talk about few 100,000 rupees or a few thousand rupees. We are scared of buying a 200,000 car, but these guys are talking about billions of dollars, which is multi-crores. And then they squabbles about, I want 10 crore more, somebody else wants 100 crores less. You've seen it in some of the founders who are squabbling, and there are huge corporate governance issues. Is there now, and I'll come to a deeper question on the ecosystem, that do you feel that we are now in a situation where this whole chase for that $1 billion valuation is leading to growing at a level where culture doesn't matter, there is no cultural maturity, the company is only chasing numbers because, what matters is how many millions of users you can show on the dashboard rather than anything else. So, Alok, you, and then Bhavit and Harsh.
So, I think somewhere this depends on the particular time. Today, yes, somewhere that's the flavor of the season, that a lot of people are chasing growth at whatever cost, and that is getting valued. And since it's getting more investment in the whole space. But look at the other side. It's ending up creating companies which are challenging the status quo, which are coming up with new business models. It's creating immense wealth for the team. It's creating, a very, very highly exciting environment of the whole ecosystem. The number of jobs being created, I think all the digital stage companies, if we put together, there will be at least 1 million+ jobs which have been created over the last 10 years. So multiple positive things. At some point, if someone wanted to join a startup, there will be question asked at the home that, what are you doing in life? Today is exactly ulta, where people want to join startups because it's not just about the commercial side, but also the problem that you are trying to solve for. And I'll just add one more thing. Harsh and us, all of us have been around for, say, almost 14 years. And Pranjal, you may remember, I was asked a question that, startup bologe? At some point you have to grow up, right? As I said, these businesses are not different from any other business. But the one difference which exists, and why we would still want to be called a startup, is till the time we don't have fear of failure, we are still a startup. You keep on doing 100 stuff, some will work, some will not work, which traditionally in a normal company is not possible. And that's the biggest difference, I would say.
But I think in your defense, if 60-year-old Bollywood heroes can be acting as teenagers on screen, I think it's fair for you to be calling yourself startups.
So I think it's very important for culture. And culture, again, there is no wrong or right culture. According to us, there's only the culture that the founders set in the company. And then you attract talent that agrees with that culture. And if they like the culture, they'll grow, they'll outperform, and they'll love being there, and they'll call other people to join the company who believe in that culture as well. I think we had a idea of what our culture is until we had about 50 people. But once we crossed 50 people, we realized that there were bifurcations in what people felt were our culture. And so we wrote it down. And I think that was a very important learning for us, to have a crisp, concise culture, which for us is do put. So, we have an acronym, do put our culture first. And it's data, ownership, performance, user first, and transparency. And that really helps the company in aligning towards what's important for us. And that's really helped us in scaling up. And so I do agree with you that today's ecosystem, people are building valuation instead of building value. Entrepreneurs don't feel happy until they are on a path to becoming a unicorn. They don't talk about culture until they get there. They also, we were joking about this, but today I think in the Indian tech ecosystem, 7 years ago we raised our Series A, and that time we had put bootstrapped and then Series A. And Series A, it's the first it's the first letter of the alphabet, right? Today I think the last time we saw there was a incubator, accelerator, pre-seed, seed, pre-Series A, bridge to Series A, and a Series A. So if you're not a $1 billion company by a Series A, then you failed. And I think this is a horrible expectation that entrepreneurs are living with, and they feel so pressurized by valuations and raising money that they don't just focus on building and solving core consumer needs.
No, but I'll just add, I would have talked to maybe 300 investors over the last 1 year. Only in 2 meetings we were asked about culture or team or attrition at senior level. Only in 2 meetings. And sometimes it's baffling. If you're not asked these questions by board or investors, then how can you expect a very young entrepreneur to focus on such things? look at the churn at the senior level in some of these companies. It's baffling. How can you have so many people leaving at such an early stage of the company? But that's what happens, because people are not focusing on these things. So, the only way typically in any company at early stage is you give them a lot of freedom with some boundary conditions, that's all. You can't control what people want to do on a day-to-day basis because you don't have that much bandwidth, but give them that much space as possible. And most of the time you will be surprised at how well people can perform.
Yes, I'll just add that, apart from the quantum and the pressure on valuation is the speed at which these companies are getting these valuations, right? So first-time entrepreneurs, 22, 23-year-old people, kids, they are, in 2 years, they're getting $1 billion valuation, and they don't know what is expected of a company of that size, right? They don't have the time to mature into what is corporate governance, how do we set the culture of the company. They have that pressure of increasing the valuation. And that's what makes some of these things fall apart, like even Pranjal was saying, whether it be squabbles, whether it be culture not being set the right way. So, all these companies, they have mentors, they have advisors. I think that's important for them to then come in and help them understand what the expectations are to build a sustainable business.
Greed or the advantage of making quick money is not just for the founders. It's for your entire team, because there's a lot of stock. Everything is about valuation, as you said, valuation rather than value. So even the average professional who's working in the team is just focused on what kind of valuation am I getting on my stock options, right? And that creates a culture of toxic performance. And some of my friends who are in the startup ecosystem, they also in private conversations say that there's a lot of terrible behavior culture, where there's substance abuse, there is unnecessary pressure, there is of course toxic masculinity where women are not treated well. So what can be done to ensure that you improve the culture? One of the studies has shown that startups or companies which have been started by people with some experience, let's say the average median age of 40, 45 plus, tend to be far more successful than those started by 20-year-olds. Is that something which is important?
I think age is just a number. But I do believe there is a certain ability that younger people have to put everything on the line. With age obviously comes responsibilities, and you have your family, you have a job, you have to provide for your family. I think there are things that youngsters can achieve, which someone starting a company at 40 plus cannot. They can't risk it all as easily.
But the counter is, Harsh, that a younger person will be more aggressive but less respectful of rules and everything else which protects the ecosystem.
I agree, absolutely. And so that's why I'm saying the best mix, I believe, which we've tried to have at our company as well. I mean, we talk about some of these guys as kids. We are kids to some of y'all. You can see how big the problem is. I think the whole point is that even if you're in your late 30s, which Bhavit and I are, we surround ourselves with more gray hair, more baldness than we have over the years. Then we have to make sure that we have a lot of experience. And I think that's where investors come in, right? If your investors chase you for the wrong metrics as an early founder in your early 20s, how would you ever have the experience to know that this is not what I'm supposed to do? If your investors only ask you, what is your GMV? How much, what's your top line? And how fast are you growing? What's your percentage growth? I don't care about your burn rate. I don't care about your runway. I don't care about your top level churn. Then that's the culture we're building. So I think we need more people from organizations like AIMA, that we need them to be the people mentoring and advising these startup founders and having that good balance of, short-term growth and long-term growth. I think that balance is coming in India.
Most of the companies which are in the startup stage will play on the edge. But that does not mean any of the things that you've mentioned. In fact, as part of the ecosystem, I rarely heard such things. I have talked to so many founders of companies which are quite scaled up. And rarely such things have come to the fore, that they are seeing such stuff in their company. And to Harsh's point, exactly this is the role that the board and the investors have to play. I was telling you before the session that InfoEdge was our first investor. And Sanjeev was very clear that first slide, whenever we used to go for reviews every month, has to have only two numbers, collections and cash burn, not even revenue, because revenue is Excel. At early stage, if you don't control these two, you're dead. And that sort of set the tone for us till now, that we are very, very serious about cash burn and collections. But it has to somewhere come from someone who has gone through that journey. A lot of times, yes, young people may not understand the importance of such matrices if they're not sort of asked these questions.
Bhavit, I'm going to ask you a more pointed question to build on these points. It seems to me that investor can be a part of the problem or the solution, right? So it really depends on what kind of investors you choose. Now you could be desperate enough to say, I'll take anybody's money, or do you think there is today's situation, not necessarily yours, but in today's ecosystem, do you think startups or people or companies which are looking for funds, do they have the patience, maturity, and even the ability to wait and choose the right investors? Because at one level you think that people are just waiting with bags of cash to drop it into your company, but at the same time, are people, or what advice would you give to companies who are looking for funding today?
Yeah, so to start off, I'll tell our personal story, right? When we were looking at fundraising, Harsh was the guy who used to go and meet all these investors. He was at New York that time studying, so he used to spend his weekdays in New York, weekends in Silicon Valley, trying to pitch and get us funding.
He had the easy job.
Bhavit was the one who had to do the work at the office.
So he's approached 150 investors and all of them rejected us over a 6-month period, right?
150?
Yeah, 150. Over 2 years. So, at that point in time, even for us, we would be like, anyone giving us money would be great. Let's at least get some money to get our business to scale. So I understand the plight for founders when, they need the funds to scale up. Obviously, the ideal way is to get the right investor as a partner, but it's not always possible. It's just that, if we can get, the investor community, the advisor community to advise in all these companies in the right way, that's where all these companies will be able to build real value. Like one of the things also is, today at Series A, some founders think that they should be cashing out some of their initial stock, or they feel the obligation to give ESOP buyback to their employees at such an early stage in the company, right? And some of it is because of market dynamics, because there's not enough supply and they want the top talent. But these are kind of things that we need to work as a group, as investors, as advisors, as mentors, to guide these entrepreneurs in the right way.
I think also, we read in the paper every day, right? Oh, this company raised 100 million, this company raised 50 million, this company raised 500 million. But the truth of the matter is it's extremely competitive at every level. That competition doesn't stop. It seems easy from the outside, but I can assure you, even for us to go out there and put together a round today, at the right value, of course, that we deem fit, is not easy. And at an early stage, Pranjal, honestly speaking, anyone gives you money, you're going to take it. You're not looking for the right investor, because at that point you have an idea, you're executing, and you just need cash. You need cash to actually go and execute. If you can get the right investor on board with that, wow, that's amazing, right? But the answer is honestly, at the very early stages, you can't choose. You just go with the flow.
You can create an advisory board of people that you trust and who are experienced. But as Harsh said, yes, typically at that stage you don't have as much choice. At least that's what we didn't have. Things may have changed a little bit right now because of the sort of liquidity available in the market. But creating a small advisory board is not a bad idea. whether it's through Indian investors or whether it's directly reaching out to people in the industry and getting them involved.
One question I want to ask is on the overall ecosystem. So most companies and startups began sometimes when there were no rules, no policy frameworks, including yours. But at the same time, today there is a realization, and every state government and of course the national government realizes the importance of encouraging new companies to launch and become wealth creators, employment generators. How do you see this evolving in the next 5 years? What would you like ideally to see happening in India, which can perhaps start now between the attitude of the industry, attitude of investors, attitude of the government, which will deepen and make our entire ecosystem far more mature, stable, and have steady growth?
So I think, a lot has changed in the last 5 years or so. The amount of PE, VC, hedge fund money that's flowing into India is ginormous. There are now India funds dedicatedly, where up to 5 years ago, there were global funds investing into India. But I think the government has played a huge role in this as well. Because like you said, without policy, many of these tech disruptors can't survive. So I think it's amazing to see that our Honorable Prime Minister and the entire group of ministers under them has put Digital India, Make in India, Startup India right at the forefront. They've put this target of $1 trillion digital economy. And from what we can see, let me give you our own example. For 14 years, gaming didn't really belong to a ministry. It was, this orphan child. And we often went and said, we would like to be regulated. We would like to belong to a ministry. And it is now for the first time that the Honorable Prime Minister has said, even with the budget, the Honorable FM has said that India can be a gaming superpower. We're already one of the top 5. And we would like to regulate gaming and take it forward. That's a huge step forward for us. The government is today looking at having this positioning that whatever is doing right by the country, solving problems, consumers want it, they're doing things the right way, we will not ban them. We will regulate them. And I think for any disruptor, you welcome regulation, which will help you cement your pathway forward, raise money, and build scale. Because if you're a disruptor, the very definition of disruption often means that there's no real white or black, you're in the gray area. And I think that's something that we've seen change significantly. The government's attitude to embrace and adapt to this new technology age.
Sure. So, the other thing is also there have already been a lot of policies that have started off. Something like digital payments, enablement through, say, UPI, which has done almost 5 billion transactions in March, right? Exactly. And so it's about, going ahead on that path and ensuring that the life of digital companies is made easier via policies and enablement drivers, which have already been put into place. That'll really help companies grow, because then they don't have to think about these other things which are already in place. For example, when we started off, we had to maybe reach out to 5 different banks, a payment gateway to make payments. How do people make payments? And then we integrated with one bank. Then, there are places where we have high scale, then we have to work with banks on how do we manage that scale.
I think we took a year to set up a bank account. This was, 10 years ago.
That's true.
No, I think, things need to be changed even more. The compliance burden and the regulatory burden at an early stage company is still quite a lot. The problem is not unique to the sector. I think it's about the mindset. There may be 1% or maybe 10% companies which are trying to game the system. And because of the rules have been created which impact the other 90% also. And yes, that's the ecosystem we all work in. The number of compliances, I think, are 68,000 in India, out of which 35,000 plus are just labor-related compliances. So if you want entrepreneurs to spend time on those, then how will they build the business? And that's the reality. Things have moved in the right direction. A lot more needs to be done.
Thank you. So I'll come to the last question. We have to end now. There's a coffee break coming up and another exciting session. But you are talking about being disruptors, but you can be disrupted too, right? Now, I can make this claim that the whole AR, VR, augmented reality, mixed reality might upset your apple cart, and soon you will have to say, well, I'm selling this company and starting something of my own. And similarly for you, Alok, somebody new will come with completely new idea, and everybody will say Policy Bazaar is an old legacy company. We don't want to work with old companies. We want to work with some new companies because they have thought of some solution which we didn't even realize we needed. What's next, and how do you ensure that you don't get disrupted? And I'd like a short answer from all three of you.
So what we've done is that we've taken Dream 11, which is our one stable business, mature, high frequency usage, and we now invest in entrepreneurs. So we now have 10 portfolio companies where we invest in entrepreneurs, and we ask them to either build or cannibalize our own business so that we can hope to cannibalize our business before someone else does. And so I think that's the short, crisp answer.
Yeah, I think just building on to Harsh, we think a lot, and that is always on our mind on what could cannibalize and how can we get disrupted and how do we cannibalize our own business, right? So that in such a way that we build something else which would have anyways disrupted us, but then we already have that ability to have that intelligence from the market, from entrepreneurs. So why not we disrupt ourselves and build something which otherwise anyways would have disrupted us?
Hello?
Yeah, in our category at Touchwood, it's a very different category. So you need a lot more trust from the consumers. So what we have done over time is for both the brands, Policy Bazaar and Paisa Bazaar, we have got CEOs in place. So between me and Yashish now, we have more time to focus on the moats, more time to focus on looking at the new opportunities, going deeper into the value chain. So all the stuff which will keep us future ready. So yeah, we have done from the management.
I'll close on a very fascinating observation. I just realized many of you are business leaders, that when you pose a similar question to a legacy company, they will say they will de-risk, they will diversify, they'll get into multiple sectors, multiple businesses to ensure that if one goes down, something else keeps them up. But both of you have not said that. I mean, three of you have not said that. You've said we're going to either create and then buy up the competition, or we're going to just go deeper into what we are. So is that what is defining the unicorn culture?
I think we all understand that change is something which is given. I mean, we also tried to do something which was unorthodox.
I'll invite Mr. Sri Taj Dempo, Senior Vice President AIMA, to please join us on stage to present mementos to all the esteemed speakers. We thank Mr. Alok Bansal, Whole-Time Director and CFO, Policy Bazaar.
First photo? Okay.
Our thanks to Mr. Alok Bansal, Whole-Time Director and CFO, Policy Bazaar. We thank Mr. Harsh Jain, CEO and co-founder, Dream 11 and Dream Sports. Our thanks to Mr. Bhavat Sheth, COO and co-founder, Dream 11 and Dream Sports. Our thanks to Mr. Pranjal Sharma, Economic Analyst, Advisor and Writer and Author, India Automated. And our thanks to Mr. Sri Taj Dempo for having joined us on stage to present the mementos. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, that we are hosting the Managing India Award ceremony this evening. So please kindly stay back with us, as there will be no break in between the sessions and the Managing. Just before the Managing India Awards presentation ceremony, we shall be taking a break. But during these sessions, there'll be no tea break, so please kindly make sure that you stay with us in the hall. The only break that we will be taking is the short break before the Managing India Awards presentation ceremony. Meanwhile, we are all set for the next session of the conclave, entitled The Unstoppable, Leading Vedanta's Relentless Growth. This is a very special session. Ladies and gentlemen, may I once again request you all to please kindly remain seated. There is no break. We are not taking a break. Please kindly stay with us. There is no break happening. There is no break, ladies and gentlemen. Please kindly stay. There is no break. We are now starting with our next session, which is entitled The Unstoppable, Leading Vedanta's Relentless Growth. And for this session, we have with us Mr. Anil Agarwal, founder and chairman Vedanta, who is joining us virtually all the way from London. And this session will be conducted by Mr. Srinivas Dempo, Senior Vice President, AIMA. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly stay back. Please remain seated. There is no break. The technical sessions will continue unabated. So please kindly stay back. There is no break happening right now. We are ready with our next session. May I request you all to kindly remain seated. As you all know, we are hosting the Managing India Awards presentation ceremony this evening. So the only short break that will take place is just before the Managing India Awards presentation ceremony. There is no break happening right now. Please kindly stay. Please be seated. We are ready to start with our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have shared, the session is entitled The Unstoppable, Leading Vedanta's Relentless Growth. And our special speaker is joining us virtually all the way from London in conversation with Mr. Srinivas Dempo, Senior Vice President, AIMA. He left home in Bihar for Bombay as a 19-year-old with the dream of making it big. He turned entrepreneur by dealing in metal scraps, and a few decades on, he has become India's mining Maharaja. Ladies and gentlemen, he has been a leading acquirer of government mining companies since the Vajpayee administration initiated privatization drive 2 decades ago, and is now putting together a $10 billion to add 2 more public behemoths to his collection, one in the oil sector and the other in the shipping. He's the first in the queue for producing semiconductors in India in partnership with Taiwan's Foxycom under the production-linked incentive scheme. Always agile, he is restructuring his group to extract greater value for the shareholders from the prevailing commodity boom. He is simply unstoppable. So we're all waiting to hear as to what is Vedanta's strategy for the government's latest privatization program and what has made Vedanta a winner in the privatization drives so far. I request members of the audience who are standing to please kindly take your seats. We are ready to start our next session. Mr. Anil Agarwal, founder and chairman Vedanta, is in conversation this afternoon for this session with Mr. Srinivas Dempo, Senior Vice President, AIMA. And Mr. Anil Agarwal is joining us virtually all the way from London. So once again, I request you all, please kindly take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Srinivas Dempo, Senior Vice President, AIMA. He is in conversation with Mr. Anil Agarwal, founder and chairman, Vedanta. And Mr. Agarwal will be joining us from London virtually. I now hand it over to Mr. Dempo to conduct the session.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good morning to you, Mr. Agarwal. I know it's still not... Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? No, I'm checking with Mr. Agarwal.
We need more volume.
You need more volume. Can somebody help? You need more volume. Check, check. Is it better now?
Little better, little better.
Okay, little better, but can be a little more. Check, check, check. Am I okay now?
Yeah, it's
okay,
getting better,
okay.
Sure.
So, very good morning to you, Mr. Anil Agarwal. It's been a personal privilege and a pleasure for me to welcome you to this AIMA session. I express my gratitude on behalf of AIMA that you've kindly agreed to do this. For me, it's a personal joy. I have very, very vivid memories of meeting you when I sold my iron ore business to you. And what I really observed is, that you are such a kind-hearted person. And that shows, how you've been able to commit more than half of your wealth to the people of India. I mean, I must salute you on that. And we'll talk more about it when we actually go through the question answer session. I also welcome all the people here, ladies and gentlemen, who've come very keenly to hear you out. You are a dream come true for many Indians. I mean, if I see your success, it is a man who is a classic dreams to reality story. You are a first generation entrepreneur. You inspire millions of Indians to think really big, And that's something that we've discussed in this conference before, that how do you actually take such a big risk and achieve what you had to achieve? You left Patna as a teenager for Mumbai and ended up being one of its most important citizens. You began your career in business by dealing in metal scraps, but you kept moving upstream, and now you're called the mining Maharaja of India. Not only India, but now globally. You have also been an astute buyer of mining and metal companies sold by the governments, including mine, and you turn them into real profit-making entities. Now, you are pursuing a dream of becoming the energy king of India by acquiring one of its major fuel retailing companies. I call you unstoppable, Mr. Anil Agarwal. You have also expressed an intent to set up a massive electronic chip manufacturing production facility in India. And I just read a news article a few days back that you've also acquired a small unit in Goa to start with. While the world knows you for your sharpness as a business person, you have gained immense goodwill by announcing that you and your family will store bulk of your wealth in organizations to support nutrition, education, and income for millions of Indians. You are also passionate about animal welfare, and you are generously contributing to this cause. You contributed huge sums of money. All went through a crisis, the COVID crisis in the country, through various states, including Goa, and supplied critical equipment and also oxygen in many parts of the country. This was a very timely and important gesture from you and your company. You have, in addition, shown your commitment to business responsibility by leading Vedanta's efforts to become an ESG leader in the mining, metals, and energy sector. A colossal of Indian business, you are a leader among the builders of New India. Many thanks for agreeing to do this session and sharing your plans and thoughts on India's transformation through industry and philanthropy. I am really excited and looking forward to my chat with you today. But before I open the floor to questions, and I also have a few questions myself, I would be very grateful if you can have a few opening comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Srinivasan. Very good friend of mine, amazing personality, and I'm very humble that and appreciate that you people has invited me. I'm one of you, probably lower than you, all of you, the way you people are there, and it's a pleasure to be part of you. AIMA is the one which is a people who is entrepreneur, people who want to do something, and I read about it, and I wish all the best to AIMA. For me, there was, it's very important that I always look at India. India is, I really don't know why my country is poor. Why we are not able to provide job. I'm a geologist, not by profession, but as a practical, I've worked with the geology from last 30 years, and I can see, I can smell the ground. When I went to Goa, they say there is nothing in the ground, and I could show them that there is so much in the ground which can last for 50 years. So we have human resource, we have a natural resource, we have a technology resource, we have a spirituality, we have a 10,000 years history. Why my country is not a developed country? So I always think that the entire world today is led by the Indian leaders, whether it's the business people, whether it's a corporation, whether it's a bank, whether it's a politician, whether you go to number 10, whether you go to White House, anywhere you go, it is the Indian brain which is working. Entire in the world is working with the back office. And the entire 70% of the back office, they prefer to be in India, whether it's a Bangalore or in Pune. So it is a power of India. And there cannot be better time. There was a time where there used to be little certain people, certain club, but this is the time where whoever, whatever they want, they can do it. India is the place of entrepreneur. India is the place exactly like US, and I have no doubt that the way the country is going forward, we have to sort out our border. Whatever happens, we have to sort out our border issue. So this everyday kiskich has to get out, and we keep remaining focused on to make sure that we have enough wealth to provide everybody roof. We have enough wealth to provide water. We have enough wealth to provide everybody education, health, and the women of India are tremendous. Whatever I have seen all over the world, we have a special DNA about the women, what they can do, the tolerance what they have. You know, it is, if you see in the world, the divorce rate is going high. It is almost now 60%. In India, it's still less than 3%. It is amazing how we keep our family together, the tradition together. So it has a huge potential to grow, and this is our time. This is our time in geopolitical situation today. We have been branded as the most peaceful country. And this is the greatest advantage we have. You know, we unnecessarily don't get into the quarrel. So this is from my side. As far as the Vedanta is concerned, whatever I do, I make sure, initially it was a necessity that I must make money. Today, anything I will do, unless it is help to my society, we will never do it. I always make sure if I am setting up something, there should be hundreds of other factories to come around us. There should be more beneficiary than what I am doing. And that is the biggest satisfaction I have. We have almost 100,000 people in India, and we have no union by and large. And first company which I acquired, which has 100 people, has 3 unions, including Datta Saman. And that taught me the human psychology. And definitely we believe in Almighty, and that blessing is always there. We always have the blessing of our parents, which is we don't find in the Western world. And that helps us a lot. And this government, which is a more transparent, you know, what I see, and if more and more, whoever come in the power, for 5 years, let them do work. Because 70%, 60% of time, they are managing, which is unproductive thing. You have to give them a benefit of doubt. Let them deliver, let them give free hand, so they can deliver, they can do what they want to do. That's what I feel, that's what happened in some of the Western world. So this is from my side. Very nice of you to, once again, thank you very much for inviting for this occasion.
Thank you, Anilji. I just want to start with, you have been, as I said earlier, you have been an inspiration to millions of people like us. If you could take us through a little bit about your journey, what has made you the man you are today? If you could take us a little bit through your childhood, what you felt, how you entered Mumbai, and of course, the rest is all history, what you've made out to be. So it'll be very useful for audience in this hall to understand what made you tick.
I think in India, we have millions of people have a similar story. Some people have been able to say about their story. I'm one of them. I have a very humble background. Though my 100 years back or 150 years back, my forefather was from Rajasthan, but we brought up in Bihar, and I always call myself a Bihari, and I never hesitate saying this, that I'm a Bihari. And I had my mother, I would say, she used to get 400 rupees and with the 4 children, and the way my mother loved me, I think no other mother can love. The way she fed us, we used to go to municipal school till the age of 14. I never wear shoes. I always in the Hawaii chapel, and always walk through 6-7 kilometers to the school. And it was not painful. It was a part of life. We had for my father, he come for a different background. Education was not important. Somehow that you pass the school, you go to the school, you have done the school. If you have not passed in the school, you get beating here and there, and then you run away. 2 days, if you don't come to home, nobody cares. Third day, the people start looking at you where he is. So because we all live in the joint family, so till the age of 19, I never. Probably few times I sit in the train, but first time till the 20 or 21, I never sit in the plane. So there was an opportunity for me. Somebody came to our house. I went to Bombay, and when I went to Bombay, I have seen that Bombay only in the movie. And the double-decker bus, I always written on my double-decker bus, Kali Pili taxi, the beautiful people, and everybody is mixing around. And it was, I said, this is the place I'm going to stay. My biggest drawback was I could only speak yes or no in English. And it was very important to know the English, but I was fighting through. I stay in the Kalva Devi, as I've written in my Twitter also. I stayed in Kalva Devi in 21 rupees. That was also very expensive. 21 rupees bed, 7 bed. And my father was in a steel grill gate business. So I knew some business. I was working with him. So I had some idea of selling the scrap, and it was a phenomenal journey. Going into the local train, going to the Kalyan, Vithalwadi, all these places, the train journey, eating in the night, the whole night. I never thought the whole night the food court is open. So I used to have a pav bhaji in the night, seeing the movie. I remember seeing the Sholay picture. I wanted to see the star. First person I saw was the Feroz Khan. So this was a very enjoyable. It was such an enjoyable journey. People say, is it stressful? No, it was enjoyable. And then always dream because I used to read in the newspaper that R.P. Gonka has bought this company, he has bought this company, he has bought this company. I said, why can't I buy these companies? What is the difference between them and me? And that was always the ambition. And I read somewhere that if you have a determination, you can do what you want. You must dream big. So always dream big. So bought a company in Bombay, had 10 years, very bad time. Every business I do will fail. Did the public issue, raised some money. First was 4 crore, and then set up the copper smelter was very, very difficult. Started going abroad. I got every business will fail, but pass. But I'll cut short. Then my coming to London, I thought I'm going. One night I decided people are not recognizing me. No matter what I'm doing, nobody recognized me. I have to go somewhere, and I used to watch every day CNN, business news. I don't understand anything, but I used to watch every day religiously because this is CNN business news. I must watch. and I realized London is there. And you will not believe, overnight, I left with my 2 children. My wife was so disturbed to come to London and stay in the hotel. And I said, I'm going to have my company to be listed here. And I didn't know anybody. Trust me, I started making hundreds of calls, meeting people, and my wife was a very good cook. So calling people and feeding them. I said, let's catch them people from their stomach. So feeding them, and they'll come back and some idea will come. But after 2 or 3 years, you will not believe I raised 17,000 crore rupees. It's unbelievable. And I made never stop. And I always had a huge opportunity to invest outside India. But I said, no, I'm going to go back and invest in my country. I love my country. सारे जहां से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा. मेरे को इतना प्यार है हिंदुस्तान से. लेकिन मेरे को यहाँ आके रहना पड़ रहा है because जो टेक्नोलॉजी यहीं पर है, the expertise are here, money is here. If you raise 1,000 crore there, it come into the people's eyes. At that time, if you raise 10,000 crore here, it does not matter. So that's what helped me. I was the only Indian in my board at that time. But I requested Mr. Chidambaram to come on the board. At that time, it was very difficult, but I could convince. As Sir Brian, it has happened. One of the reasons was I was very, very persuasive. If I decide something, I will do it. So I had Sir Brian Gilbertson, who was the BHP chairman. I somehow just convinced him to join my board. Sir David God Booth, all English people. I took everybody to have a facade, and that's what happened. But trust me, not a single penny. I never had apart from my salary account, I never had any account anywhere. And I never draw anything beyond my salary. Though the salary was good. The house the company provide, the car company provide, the office company provide, and that helped me a lot. So I can go on saying, but I just thought you're asking me to say.
Thank you. This is truly inspirational, you know. One is to dream big, but to pursue and to achieve it takes a lot of guts and courage, and that we see in you. Just moving on from there, you know, when I had come to your office, Anilji, you had told me that you had started with metal scrap business in Mumbai, if I remember correctly. I mean, from metal scrap, you went into commodities, and now you are a leader in commodities. Were there any first lessons that you learned in your metal scrap business that helped you to build your business in mining and commodities?
Yeah, it was a chain. It was a chain that aluminum and copper you collect from the cable company, scrap. And then you say, I must have a cable company. Then you have a cable company, you realize the major raw material is the aluminum and copper. And then you say you must have some rod mill. And then you have a rod mill, then you say I must produce aluminum and copper in India. One thing I can tell you, world does not want India to grow. World does not want India to remain as a market. We all of us has to be together. All of us has to be together to fight this battle. Where we have everything, 70% of our wealth goes in import. We have to, and we have everything. So that's what happens. I keep on looking, everything which I did. Once I start saying mining, everybody say, including my daughter, saying that you are doing wrong thing. Mining is not a good business. And I says, if you don't have copper, if you don't have aluminum, if you don't have oil and gas, how we will survive? We can't survive on so that perception, the perception which has, the world is doing everything. They don't want us to do it. They want us to import coal. They don't want us to produce. You know, the Goa mining, which is the largest mine, $7 billion every year we have given to the government. They have stopped only because the foreign involvement, and they wanted to stop mining at Goa. That we want to make is a beautiful beach. I said, you come with me to Brazil. Brazil is the largest producer of iron ore, and they have one of the best beach. This perception has to change to eradicate our poverty. So this was the change. This was one after other, but nothing was easy. But I was enjoying every beating.
Thank you. As one of the persons who has achieved everything in life, you know, you are a big player in commodities. You have now gone into energy in a big way. Your next big foray you've announced is semiconductor chips. You know, these are some of the big areas that you've announced. As a big leader, what is your next big dream? You know, it's very difficult, you know, when you dream so high, you know, you keep on dreaming, but what's your next biggest dream that you want to achieve?
Today, unless India produced oil and gas, we cannot, 50% energy security has to be in India. We will always remain vulnerable. And we have so much of deposit of oil and gas. And please trust our local entrepreneur. Instead of getting the direct foreigners, that also welcome. Our entrepreneur, if you give them a support, they will produce oil and gas to the country. We have so much of gold, 100% gold we import. We have Hatti gold mine, we have a Bharat gold mine. They want to close it. They wanted to close Hindustan Zinc. They wanted to close Balco. But once somebody entrepreneur among us comes in, he look at very differently, because for him it has become a necessity. He has to find a way. So this is as I'm looking at going forward, what is important for the country. Most of my business is a literally monopoly. Nobody produces oil and gas. We produce 30% of the India oil and gas. And how much difficulty I have, you have no idea. I can see that these total foreign influence, I'm within this four wall. Middle East does not want us to produce oil. They don't want us to produce gas. You know what price we can produce oil and gas? At $7. Including government levy, we can all produce everything $26. The Barmer area, we can make it a Houston. But you have to start, this government has started trusting people. Hundreds of people has to come. Same thing with the gold, same thing with the copper. 100% copper we import. We have the largest deposit of copper in our country. The largest employment can be generated into the copper. So this goes on, all the thing what we do. Aluminium, we are one of the best people to produce aluminium. We thought that today what is happening, electronic. No, one after other, Korea, Chinese, they are shutting down our electronic industry. If you go to Delhi, if you go to Bombay, we are experts in developing these parts. But because of different kind of duty, different kind of influence, we have completely shut down our electronic industry. Everything we are importing. We don't produce, we acquire, I went to government, requested them, can I acquire one of the Japanese company? So we acquired 4 years back Japanese company which produce glass for the laptop, for cell phone, for the TV. And we are bringing that fab to India. It's a horrendous job, but $17 billion of glass we are importing. So I'm looking forward, anything I will do, I'm making sure hundreds and thousands of industry can come up around that area. We have just produced the fundamental. Same thing with the semiconductor. If we don't produce semiconductor, we have everything in our country. And we tie up with the Foxconn. is a very big job. Very, very big job. Today, I'm very confident that we will have in 2 years, semiconductor will come. The semiconductor comes. You see how many industry can come up, whether it's automobile, whether electronic, whether anything you talk about, the semiconductor is very important. So I'm going to not diversifying anywhere, but fundamentals are very, very important. Those days has gone where I have to remain on survival. When I was survival, I was not looking anything else except how do I make sure my cash flow work. But today I'm only looking at the bigger picture. And in this lifetime, if I can do something for my country, is most important for me.
So just moving on from oil and gas, recently India has committed to net zero emission by 2070. And, by 2030, we say that most of our power is going to move on renewable sources of energy. They're going to move on from coal. What are your views on all this? Because one way we see the increasing use of coal in most of industrialization, though China is said, but China is still using a lot of coal. India is still using a lot of coal. How are you planning in your businesses? I know that, you've committed to a lot of variables in ESG. Your companies are already forward-looking on the ESG front. Just wanted your views on how India is going to cope up with its energy security needs.
If you look at the environment, I'll go to two parts. Fundamental is that we are 8% environmental level than the America. We are not comparable because they have taken out all their coal. They have put all the air in, all the sulfur dioxide in the air. We have not industrialized ourselves. We are just 8%. But even if you look at Bhagavad Gita, in 17th chapter, it is written very clearly. 5,000 years back, where it is written, we have to be conscious about our environment. Lord Krishna has said that anywhere you go, 100 people sit together, we have to clean the place. That is in our inherent with our Indian as an Indian. Now you're coming to the ESG. Can you believe the entire India has only one company produce coal? Coal India. Very unfortunate. We should have 10 companies. We should have 10 companies to produce coal. In India, we have a sulfur-free coal or low sulfur coal. We have a low sulfur oil. We have a low sulfur of gas, which is a nature which has given us. As far as the ESG is concerned, I think the renewable power, our Prime Minister, the way he has taken, world couldn't believe it. The kind of number he said that renewable power we will make, I think we will make a revolution. We'll be ahead of the world as far as renewable power is concerned. My vision, one day, it will happen like a telecom. Like telecom, there is no input cost. You just collect your service charge. Time, because we have the sunlight, one of the best in the world. We have a technology. It will take time. But I'm looking forward as a dreamer that one day it will happen whereby there will be no input cost of coal, there will be no input cost of anything, but barely with you have a capital cost by which you produce power and you have wireless services. Lot of DISCOM is a big problem today. We have to sort out the DISCOM. I have a feeling time to come, keeping the environment in mind, will be the lowest cost of power in the world. But we are very conscious of ESG. People talk about ESG today. we definitely take care of our environment, and people become very, very conscious. Everybody is declaring. I can tell you, with the geopolitical situation, big problems are coming, and ESG become much relevant than what is happening, the war, the world war, and what is happening. But we are fully committed in India, and I think people are very conscious about the environment. Safety is very important. There is no zero fatality possible. Today technology has come. We have a huge startup. The startup will change our country. Please support a startup. I have 1,000 startups which we fund them all the time. SPAC, startup, please, with the power of ignorance, little bit power of ignorance, support them. They will be future of India. So safety, they are coming out with a lot of sensors, whereby the accident will be zero. As a stand for the society, community, for us, society, for all of us are very important. Community is very important. Wherever we work, I think most of us take care of the society, our people. So I think India is definitely conscious. Vedanta has declared 2030 we'll have a zero emission, zero carbon, and that consciousness has come. If you see, people are not taking 10 cars, people are taking 1 car or 2 cars. If you see in the machine, people used to take 10 trolleys, now they're taking 2 trolleys. So everybody become conscious. So this consciousness is coming, and I have no doubt it's a question of what government is also supporting. We'll be ahead of ESG.
Thank you. The next question, Anilji, you talked about geopolitics, and all of us are facing a certain amount of uncertainty in not only our personal lives but also our businesses. What is your view on, I personally feel that we are we are again moving from globalization to polarization. In the last decade was all about globalization. But now we are looking at forming groups. Can you hear me? No, we are checking with Mr. We are some problem with the mic. Check. We are we are looking at forming groups within countries. So that's why I said that how should India place itself? What are your views on whether India could take this opportunity and be a more powerful force in the world?
I didn't get the full question, but I can understand about the geopolitics. India is in a very sweet spot. Please take advantage of it. वो हमारे पुराने जमाने बोलते हैं, पुराने जमाने मेरे को याद आ रही है कहावत, पुराने जमाने में हम लोग कहावत बोलते थे, ना काही से बैर, ना काही से दोस्ती. So we are in that position, na kahi se bair, na kahi se dosti. So our Prime Minister, the way he is playing, he is a tall leader. Nobody can match him in today. People know that he is there, and the way the American, all people are looking alternative source of supply, and for them, India is the first choice. They are definitely looking Southeast Asia, whether it's Thailand or all these countries, Southeast Asia, they are looking. But the large country like India, where you have a human resource, you have a intelligence resource, every American large company want to have another source of supply. Can you believe Vedanta, we don't make textile? Invariably, I get the inquiry, can you make curtain for us? Can you make carpet for us? Because they want alternative source of supply from China. Very, very clear. So we are in very, very sweet spot. Everybody is criticizing why NATO, India is not supporting. I says, either we are not supporting, we are neutral. We always said, Prime Minister has always says 20 times that please sit down together. We are a peaceful nation. All our arms, all our tank, all our aircraft has come from there. We have oil and gas supply. We have a relationship. So we cannot break it overnight. We have to find a solution. We are not rich country like you. We work on the budget. So I think geopolitical situation, India is #1 position today. #1 position today. One side you say Africa, one side you take Europe, one side say you take America, one side you take Central America, you say Southeast Asia. Among all, we are neutral position, we are better position. I request each of us, this is the time, please move forward, develop the manufacturing, join the company, which is a manufacturing company, alternative supply from the China. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Can't hear me still? Am I audible now? Okay. There's a question from the audience, and Sogo from...
just increase the volume. Just increase the volume.
Sogo from Batinda Management Association asks you, can you dream of India, which is not poor, where all kids go to school, hospitals, have beds for all, and no one sleeps hungry? How many years will this dream take?
5 years.
Great.
5 years. Please don't, I have always said, biggest my worry is riches are getting richer, poor are getting, we have to, you don't have to kill rich to become poor to be rich. Yeah. We have to have a policy middle path.
So we just have a couple of minutes more, and I'm going to ask a connected question to you. Mr. Agarwal, if you see in every reply of yours, your love for Bharat has been outstanding. You know, every time it has been standing, first the country and then Vedanta and you. Okay, I wanted to ask you, where do you see India 10 years from now? You know, you answered it partly saying that poverty is going to get eliminated from 5 years, but economically, militarily, socially, peaceful population, where do you want India to be 5 years from now? And are we close to realizing a $5 trillion economy dream?
It is there. $5 trillion economy is there once government has no business to be in a business. And I don't want government to privatize and give it to Anil Agarwal. Make it as a corporation. Make it as a corporation. 80% of the company of the world run by, today we have SDFC runs, L&T runs, you have a UTI runs, but no government interference. Government should put the regulator. Indian mind is so beautiful. The CEO, the board should be independent. They will make each of these company. We have a 52 defense factory. Each factory, if you ever go to Jabalpur or Bhusawal, it is like a nagar hai. It's running on 10% capacity. We will be the largest producer of arms and ammunition. Make it independent. Government should get out of the business. Below the ground, we have so much of wealth. Self-certification is very important. More and more you trust the entrepreneur. They will create phenomenal employment. World is looking for the money to be put in. We have one of the best SEBI, Reserve Bank, everything. So I have no doubt. Today, if you see even the minister level, there is a governance. We are on the right track. I have no doubt. Once government is out of business, they only collect the money. They only collect the revenue to create more and more infrastructure, more and more health, education, everything. Women in power is very, very important. And I have no doubt this will happen. Industry, industry, industry.
Thank you. We've almost...
Yeah, two more things.
Sure.
Two more things. One is the tourism. Whole world want to come to India. Government has to be out of the tourism. Government has to be completely out of tourism. You will see 10 times more people will be coming here all the time. 10,000 years history. So these are from my side. I can keep on talking. When I talk about India, I'm looking forward to come back to India, to be there. But I need to be here to make sure I create wealth, I create equity, I create technology, I can get Foxconn and do that.
Thank you. Thank you. And let me, on behalf of all in this auditorium and on behalf of AIMA, congratulate you on getting the Corporate Citizen of the Year award. I think it's the most well-deserved award. And it was personally absolute delight for me to do this fireside chat. And I end with a note that one day we will have you physically in AIMA to talk to you further about your dreams. So thank you once again for doing this. And have a very good afternoon and evening in London. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. All the best.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. Thank you, Mr. Dempo, for conducting this session. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, please remain seated. We are immediately starting with our next session. This session is the last session of the conclave on role for responsible business. And it is my pleasure to tell you all that for this session we have with us Mr. Sunil Mittal, founder and chairman, Bharti Enterprises. He is in conversation with Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal, past president AIMA and chairman Hero Enterprise. Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting you all, please kindly remain seated. There is no break. Please remain seated. We are immediately starting with the last session of the conclave. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the last session of the 7th National Leadership Conclave. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Sunil Bharti Mittal, founder and chairman, Bharti Enterprises. Conversation with Mr. Sunil Munjal, past president, AIMA and chairman of Enterprise. It's my privilege to introduce Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal. Mr. Munjal is past president of AIMA and chairman, Hero Enterprise. He is a celebrated business leader, an institution builder, a social entrepreneur, an angel investor, and a thought leader. Besides being a formidable name in the business world, he is the founder of Serendipity Arts Festival, through which he promotes arts and culture in a significant way. A very warm welcome to you, sirs. I request Mr. Munjal to please conduct the session.
Thank you. Let me welcome our guest today, Mr. Sunil Bharti Mittal. In many ways, Sunil is a global celebrity right now in what he has done in the world of business, for India, and globally. Whether it is working with the World Economic Forum, working with ICC, leading ICC, taking on the largest telecom conference in the globe as a leader, and a whole host of other such initiatives. It's been a remarkable journey, Sunil. And I think we all both marvel at it, and we appreciate this as not just yours, but India's merit as well. They say PCM opens up opportunities when you're in school and college, physics, chemistry, maths. You did a different kind of PCM. You first started with a particular kind of phone. You were at the push button phone, then you were at the cordless phone, and then you were at the mobile telephony. So literally PCM opened up for you and for many of us a complete new world. If one looks at how the world has moved over the last century or so, one of the biggest and the most transformative changes has come through technology and communication. And you have played a key role in some ways in both, in shaping how it evolves and certainly in making it available to people at large. So a big thank you from all of us, because I don't think we can do without our phones right now. Before we talk about the responsibility and role of business, if you don't mind, I'd like to talk a few minutes about you as an individual, as a person, as to what drives you, what got you where you are, and where are you actually going. From the very young days, and I've seen you from very young days, you've been a driven individual. You've tried your hand at many, many different enterprises. You've seen success and you've seen failure. Nothing seems to stop you. What is this drive that keeps you going? And I'm talking now of the early days of when you actually started work at a very young age, without formal MBA or without any consulting firm working for you, including putting up and getting involved in whether it was gaming, whether it was forging, whether it was steel. You've been across a whole host of industries, whether it was trade, importing generators and supplying them. So what is it that drove you in the early days? Because business was not what your family did. Your father was a senior politician. So what is it which moved you in this direction? I'll take that mic.
Well, thank you, Sunil, for that wonderful introduction. And for some of you who may not have the background, we have both known each other from the time probably we were, crawling on the floor. So it's more or less in the first 1 or 2 years of our lives, we have known each other. And over all these years, we have only strengthened our relationship. Our families knew each other. We belonged to the same town, Ludhiana. And my first business was actually not making phones. It was, as Sunil rightly pointed out, odds and ends to make one's life ends meet. And that was to manufacture cycle parts to supply to his glorious, illustrious firm Hero Cycles at that time. And I had the great privilege and pleasure to deal with late Brijmohan Lalji, Sunil's father, a legend who almost all of you know. So I, in some sense, learned at the feet of the Grand Master. And he was my first customer. He was very warm and generous, but equally very, very strict in his dealings with on business matters. So there was a lot to learn from him. For me, coming from a political family, usually what you end up seeing, especially in the party where my father belonged, almost all the successive family members, at least the male members of most of the families, will go into politics. And it was no different that many of my father's peers, cohorts, his supporters would egg all of us to be in politics. So we are politically very aware. We have grown up in a hugely volatile, active political family. And to some extent that has given me the instincts to survive against odds. But clearly, politics was not to be our calling. And I had the benefit of knowing friends like Sunil and many other peers from Ludhiana. And Ludhiana is a very industrious town. It's an infectiously industrious town in the sense that almost everybody works for themselves. There is small, medium enterprises. And few of them, like Hero Cycles, were the big ones. So one was very deeply inspired by these individuals that I grew up with, and I saw them being part of business families. And business, therefore, was to be the calling. The second factor, which I think Sunil also alluded to, but I will elaborate on that, is I didn't have a very good formal education. In fact, I was a terrible student. And my parents were always worried that will I even graduate. I managed to graduate, but did I learn anything in my economics and political science doing a bachelor's degree? The answer is really not much. There used to be one annual exam in those days. You mugged in the last 7 or 8 days and you managed to pass through. So there was really no real education. My education came on the streets, fighting for survival, fighting for that money every day to make ends meet. I still remember picking up steel from, in those days we had a large steel company in Ludhiana, Punjab Concast. Later on, I don't know where, what shape it took. And picking up steel from there, bringing it back to the forging plant, making the cycle parts, and then sending it off to Hero and some other customers of mine. So this was a daily grind, and what you learn from those lessons are greatly valuable in life later on. So I did that for a few years, but I recognized very early on that being a supplier to very large companies can probably get you a reasonable living, but it's not going to give you a growth pattern that at least I had in my mind for myself. And therefore I moved to Mumbai at that time, and for a period of few years I was into importing of various products, whether it's generators, commodities like plastic, stainless steel, zinc, whatever I could lay my hands on, just to create capital, enough capital to do something more. So in short, the answer was all those years from 1976 to approximately 81, 82, the first 5-6 years, was doing a lot of variety of different things to just create some pot of money to do something more meaningful, which started in 1983-84 when we set up our first manufacturing unit in Ludhiana, incidentally, for making of push-button phones.
Yep. So once you had the pot of money, you started push-button phones, but you didn't actually stop there. So what was it that made you continue beyond that? Because you did many, many more things after that.
That is true. So it looked like that the telecom terminal business, as it was called at that time, which is devices now, would be a very large business for a country the size of India. So we started to manufacture telephones with Siemens, collaboration with Siemens from Germany. Then we went on to make cordless phones with LG of Korea. We started making telephone answering machines with a company from Japan, and fax machines finally with Daewoo. But that market remained rather limited in size and shape. And I saw many of my other peers who are in the switching industry, transmission industry, optic fiber cables, starting to take much bigger strides as compared to Bharti Telecom, as it was known at that point in time, with Beetle-branded devices. And I recognized that I need to move very quickly into something more. And telecom had become something that I started to enjoy. I started to understand a lot more. I was traveling across the globe, looking at what's going on in this world. And 1992, January, when India invited its first bids for mobile phones, I knew that my calling had come. I was a rank outsider. It was a difficult decision. Needed a lot of money, ton of money, which I didn't have. And I didn't overtly care for where the money will come from. The maniacal sort of desire was that we need to win a license and then we'll find the money to put up a network. So that happened in 1992.
So you've shown an indomitable spirit in many, many ways. You've fallen, you've stumbled, you got up again. You had competition of the kind that most people would not be able to face or would not dare to face. Even when you started, I'm trying to remember, what is Ericsson or who it was you gave the first order for switches to? Ericsson. And apparently you didn't have the full money that was to be paid to them, and you got them to agree on only a 15% payment upfront. So where were all these ideas coming from? There were no grand training grounds in India for payment systems, etc. Where were you getting these ideas from?
Well, I guess it goes back to entrepreneurial hustle, I would say. Most of the entrepreneurs that are today very large business houses, whether it's Reliance or it's now Adani's or Jindal's, or you just name, all these entrepreneurs have come through these difficult periods of literally no resources, very little money, very little capital to invest, and more importantly, very little outreach at the appropriate levels of banking and funding and all that. But they all hustled their life. So in my case, it was no different. You had to hustle, you had to think on the spot, you had to take decisions on the spot, and very large, very important decisions are taken by entrepreneurs on the basis of the situation that is around you. The immediate response has to be to deal with the situation. So I still remember we were looking at all the network suppliers and being a very small company, and in 1994 actually, when we got our license to roll out the network, and that was the time when we were negotiating with all these foreign vendors, our sales were about 45 crores in Beetle devices, and the profits were 7-8 crores. And you needed about 200 crores to start the Delhi network, which the license we had won. So it was a tall order, without a doubt. And the order for Ericsson at that time was $27 million. They were the first starting 100 sites in Delhi for a full-fledged switching radio transmission network. And we didn't have that money. And when I finally chose Ericsson over Nokia, Alcatel at that time, and a few other vendors, Motorola, etc., I went to Sweden, and at the end of our contract negotiations, after we signed, I was invited by the president of mobile division, Kurt Hellstrom, for a lunch. And they had by the time already announced the contract. They had those screens all over the company headquarters, which was showing a new contract had been won by Ericsson. And I knew, walking into the lunchroom, that I didn't have the money. And during the lunch, I told Kurt, I said, I have one problem.
But you also knew they had no choice but to fulfill that order now, since they publicized it.
Yes, but that I was quite confident that we will finally find the money, but I needed to first, test it there with Ericsson. And when I told him in the middle of the lunch, I have a problem, that I will not be able to pay you. So he was kind of taken aback. He says, will you be able to pay your upfront 15%? I said, that I will do. And he said, when will you pay me the rest of the money? I said, on satisfaction. So he said, define satisfaction. I said, the day I have 10,000 customers walking around on your network, being satisfied customers, you will get your money. And he looked deep into my eyes, took a few moments of hesitation, and then got up and shook my hands. He says, "Done, we'll do it." And Kurt Hellstrom later on, many years later, he became the chairman and CEO of Ericsson, and then joined the Airtel board and served on the Airtel board for many years. So we made a life-lasting relationship with Ericsson. He made the right call because Ericsson, with the $27 million order on that day when we met, has now picked up maybe $7, $8, $9 billion worth of orders from us. So that relationship became very strong. So one had to hustle. I mean, this is how Airtel has been built. We never had the money. We have, you're right, stumbled many times. We have had formidable competition, and many a times I would say there have been questions around, will Airtel survive? And even 5 years back when the industry came into this huge crisis, the questions had again come up, and the battles have been very big and difficult. But I guess I was trained well to deal with some of these difficulties.
So one of the interesting things that you had done at the very start, and I remember this conversation when you came in, a lot of people said, you have no background, you don't know the telecom business. And you started taking chunks of the business and outsourcing them. I believe there was massive criticism from the global firms at that time. That's supposed to be the heart and soul of the business. And you called IBM and gave them a big contract, and so on and so forth, and you continued. So you've relied extensively on partnerships. You've relied and had faith on them that they would work with you. And clearly that's worked. It's not often that one does both these things at the same time, take out what is considered the core of the business and rely on somebody else as a long-term partner without having a relationship with them. So what is it that drove you to do this?
Yeah, I think compulsion at some level. I would say...
And before you do, I should tell, I'm sure the audience is aware, the people who were then criticizing, some laughing, all of them subsequently, and I mean all of them around the globe, have now followed this business model.
So we were, looking at a growth from about 2-3 million customers that we had in 2005 or 6 to how do we get to 25 million customers. And there were only 5 companies in the world which had 25 million customers at that time. 2 in the US, 2 in Europe, and 1 in China. And when we looked at the organization structures, we were quite overawed by the amount of engineers and IT professionals and people they had. And we were nowhere close to that. And we very quickly realized that if we have to grow into being a 25 million customer company, which we knew we'll get to in a few years, we will need to bolster a lot of people and recruit very fast. And we also recognize that people who are in the IT world, when they get graduated, they get one of their first few jobs. A telecom company was not their first choice. They wanted to go to IBM, HP, Cisco. There were several other companies at that time, or they will go to TCS, Infosys, Wipro. We were not the point of calls. We were struggling for getting people on board. We were losing more people than we were hiring. Same was in the telecom side. People wanted to go to Ericsson and Alcatel and Nokia, Lucent, AT&T, etc. And it was becoming difficult to get all these people on board. So we, in a very dramatic move, decided that we need to outsource these services because what's the core of Airtel is customer facing. We are good with dealing with customers, customer service, brand building, go-to-market, distribution, very deep distribution. And that's the time when we had a pitched battle, and this was one of the rare ones. We had British Telecom as a partner at that time. They had members on the board. We had a few other foreign investors who had people on their board. And I remember this was one of the rare times when the board had to be, decision had to be deferred at the board for another day. And the resistance was acute. And they said, you never heard that people will give away all its IT and telecom supplies, services, management, design, etc., to outsiders. Well, we took the bold decision. In the next board meeting, I said, I'm putting my neck on the line. This is the right thing for us to do. Let's move forward. Akhil Gupta, who was the, I would say, real engineer behind this whole concept, had tremendous logic behind his, going for this particular model. And I was very convinced, and we jointly then crafted and took this through. I mean, today that whole model of outsourcing, which Sunil rightly pointed out was criticized, has become a Harvard business case several times over. There are 3 case studies on that, and many other universities have looked into it. And for 10 years, IBM took over our IT. We moved 700 of our people to IBM. Similarly, at that time, Nokia, Ericsson, and Siemens, 3 of them took all our network engineers and started to deliver network designed by them. And we became free from those difficulties. Today, of course, the clock has completely turned. We have in-housed everything. We buy equipment as boxes, not as traffic like we are doing. IT has been bolstered in. IBM contract has been brought right back in. So there was a timing, I would say, at that particular time that Airtel had to do these kind of shifts in doing things that have never been done before. I got calls from my peers, from Deutsche Telekom, from British Telecom, many others, that you are wrong, you have given away the heart of your company to outsiders. But in the end, honestly, that became the winning trump card for us.
Absolutely. So it's always some guts, some chance, and potentially and hopefully lots of tailwind of the system which allows an organization like yours to succeed. I've heard you use an interesting term. You used to say a business at one time was EE, entrepreneur-led and managed. And then it became EP, entrepreneur-led and professional-supported. And then it became PE, professional-led and supported by you. Do you see this business at any time turning into like a Unilever, for example, where it's entrepreneurs all the way, it's professionals all the way, and you take a back seat?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we call a PP model, a professionally led and a professionally, supported, which is Unilever, for example, and several other international companies which have no real anchor shareholders. I personally believe that, and I've been on boards of many of these companies, I've been on the board of Unilever, and if you get to a very large scale, which perhaps Airtel is now knocking at the door of being a 60, 70, $80 billion company already, you could possibly go into that direction. But when the companies are young and growing and are at midpoints, you need a very clear sponsor who can take the call for risks. Even today, we have split our work very beautifully, I would say. Airtel is one of the most professionalized companies in this country. It's a real institution, and that's the reason why wave after wave, when it's struck by adversity, it comes out stronger because it's an institution. And that's completely managed by professionals who are world beaters, who are one of the best in class, and we attract very good talent. But when it comes to risk-taking, they have my neck on the line. I have my neck to offer every time a CEO of my company needs to take a risky decision. I will understand and put my neck in front of the shareholders, in front of stakeholders, board, etc. And this combination, Sunil, is very, very powerful. And I don't want to take away that the professionally managed, professionally run companies or supported companies are not good. They are very good, but they need to be of scale and size, where inefficiencies can be ignored, where risk aversion can be managed, where you miss out on some very big decisions in life, you can still be okay. Although many companies, large companies, have suffered, who have not shifted with time. So it's not always that a professionally led company will survive, but most of the large companies tend to do it. They have responsible boards, they have responsible CEOs, and stakeholder activism is now very high, so they become responsible. So we may be going into that era, but the switching very early on from an EE, which has been the bane of very large companies in Indian family companies, where they don't let go. It's entrepreneurial-led, entrepreneurial-managed. Me, my bacha, and bacha's bacha need to manage it, and they are the best in class, has damaged, as you know, many, many family businesses. So we very earlier on switched from an E to an EP, and equally swiftly from an EP to PE. And that's where we are today. But the role of an entrepreneur in Airtel is becoming smaller by the day. Will we end up being a PP or still stay as a PE? Let's see.
So let me push that last point you made a little bit about family. And you're right. In many families, family-owned businesses, the issue is about how do members of the family get engaged with the business, what kind of roles they play, either in management or in governance or in boards or purely and only as shareholders. Now, in your family, you have 3 kids. Kaman has taken on an independent role of running his own enterprise. He's both a founder and an entrepreneur. Shramin is now running your global family office, is also involved in the wonderful new venture you've taken up, OneWeb in the UK. Is an entrepreneur in her own right, both managing startups as also now working with Sharan on the enterprise, both of hotels, enterprises, clubs, and whole. So the spirit seems to be there, but all of them seem to be in a different sphere from Airtel itself. By design?
Yeah, I mean, Airtel, as I said, we moved from a E model to a P model fairly swiftly. And therefore, Airtel job and Airtel CEO is a very highly accomplished individual's job. I mean, it's got to be someone who can come and run it in a way and manner that is expected out of Airtel CEO. It's a complex business. It's a very large business. Cycles are changing very fast. And it's not to say that the next generation of families are not going to be competent enough. In fact, there are many cases where the next generation has taken the family businesses to the next level. But they need to be inclined to do it. They need to be trained to do it. And that takes time. In our case, we have not chosen like a typical family business where children are taught within the businesses. They are learning outside the businesses by running their own businesses, doing their own sensations, participating in some businesses of the family which are away from Airtel. One day will somebody raise their hand and say, I am ready to come back and be considered? Who knows? Right now, I don't see anyone desiring to do it or wanting to do it. But you can never say never. But I'm reminded of Chris Galvin, who used to be the grandson of the founder of Motorola. Motorola had, it's a family business, as most businesses in the generation. It was a public company. And when it went into hard times, the grandson of Galvin, who was the founder of Motorola, was called in, Chris Galvin, and I remember meeting him very fondly. He was brought in, and he was competent enough to take it forward to the next level before he also came out of it. So,
right, there have been cases. You saw it in Toyota, you saw it in Ford, interestingly, in some of the large global giant companies too. Let's talk a little bit about business and its role in society today. The compact of enterprise and society clearly has undergone a change, more so in the last 30 years and very sharply in the last 5 to 7 years. The role of business is no longer only to be in business. The role of business is increasingly to be a responsible part of community, society, to provide not just the ability to run a business, but also provide support where communities need, to provide ideas and a backup to the government in areas where the government itself does not have a full reach. Now, there is, of course, an argument, a strong argument against this role as well, saying the business should only be in business because that's its expertise and that is the best way it can do a CSR, whereas the funds generated of profit can go to governments or NGOs and others to do this. Where do you think the line should be drawn?
well, I think this is a very good question. And, business is a force for good. I mean, that's how I see it. It has a very strong multiplier effect in the society that we live in. The largest canvas, to my mind, is really in the hands of politicians. They can make the most significant changes. And let's not just say politicians, policy makers. So that includes politicians, bureaucrats, and other people who are in the ecosystem of running nation states. The biggest impact is made really by them. They can change the face of societies, face of nations. They can take them forward, they can take them backwards. So that's the largest canvas. In my own opinion, the second biggest canvas is available is to business people. They are a force multiplier. They create jobs, they create wealth, they create taxes. They provide the fuel for nations to grow because they generate the revenues that are required. So it's a very important constituent of the society. And it can't therefore be working for one and only one stakeholder, which is the shareholders for getting dividends and money. And I'm in some sense very glad that it's taken long years, but now ESG, as you know, has become the cornerstone. Your multiples in the market, your market caps can dramatically alter if you are not responsible corporate citizen. And it's not the old thing that do some philanthropy, run some schools, do some programs, and you'll be fine. Your core of your business needs to now speak to the society in a much more fundamental way, where they are gaining from what you are doing. So it is more than just generating employment, it's more than just paying your taxes. Are you doing it in a responsible way? Are you creating enough momentum through your business to accelerate the participation of the people on the margins of society to come into the mainstream, to have better opportunities? In my own business, for example, how are we enabling those who can't afford a phone? How are we making elderly come onto the digital world? How are we making more women join the digital world? How the people who are not fully literate come and join the digital world? Because if they are not included in the digital highway, they will fall behind. And are already, to my mind, falling behind. So there are responsibilities for every business, and you need to find those responsible, I would say, triggers, and act upon them. And even if that means lowering your margins of profits for the longer term benefit of the society, because in the end, you are living in that society, you're thriving in that society. The better you make it, the better it will be for you. It holds true for policymakers. We are seeing our neighboring country, in difficult situation. If you take care of your society, I think everything becomes easy. Similarly, if you take care of the stakeholders that you have, your own existence becomes much easier.
You're right. Actually, most of our neighbors are in a difficult situation right now, not just one. And by the way, you've demonstrated what you said through the Bharati Foundation. I know what an amazing job it's doing on school education, especially in the rural areas, and educating hundreds and thousands of children completely free of cost. It's an amazing effort and being done with best-in-class methodology, process, training, skills, and equipment. So it is truly an outstanding piece of work, and I think it's a good demonstrator for others to learn from as well. By the way, I'm also picking some questions which are coming from the audience as I'm talking to you. So one of the questions was about competition and governance, that when you have severe, fierce competition, how do you ensure that you are being competitive and also at the same time your governance is at the highest levels? Does one impact the other?
Well, I think that's where the test of a true institution or character of a leader comes into play. When things are very easy, I think all of us can say, proudly that we are doing the right things. It's only when you are under extreme pressures is the time when you judge how corporates have behaved, how individuals have behaved. And I must say with great deal of, satisfaction and pride that despite facing some very, very difficult times, we stayed the course. And that meant, not taking any shortcuts, playing for the longer term. And in 2016, when the, latest assault came on this industry in the form of a very strong competition coming from behind, one saw lots of people taking shortcuts, taking decisions which were, only to survive rather than, to be a sustainable business. And we were very clear that we will not take shortcuts because we are going to be here for the longer term. Institutions' strength comes from, staying the course. And that's exactly what we did. And I must say that, again, this has been leadership learning from the best in class. I've partnered with very, very large MNCs, and I've seen them, very strong in face of crisis, how they've managed those crises in a very calm and composed manner. I've seen in my very early days dealing with Hero, when it was not the norm. People just talked about business or, trading. When there was never a, question I'm talking about now, 70s, of institution building. Your company was an institution in those days. I still remember visiting your factory as a supplier, one of the finest factories in 70s. I mean, I come from Ludhiana, where grime and dust and grease was the norm in every karkhana, every factory that I went. But in your case, they were, properly, kept, manufacturing floors. One could not believe that you were running lathe machines and milling machines and all in that environment. They were as clean as you'll get in Japan, for example. Every Friday was a payday. You couldn't go on any other day to pick up money. Friday payment had to be made. All bills over certain dates were to be paid, and they were paid. So these were learnings that I got very early on, and that I think has kept Airtel in a very good way. My professionals will not send me anything that will compromise the company's governance. I will never ask anything of them, which will compromise our governance. So in this last 4 or 5 years, one thing became very clear, that this industry's revenues have collapsed. Expenses are high. There's not been a single year when we have not spent $3 to $4 billion. And that's a lot of money, 20,000 crores plus every year, relentlessly, year after year, this industry has to spend. And I'm talking about just India. We spend more money in Africa and other countries, but just in India. And that required a lot of capital. When your revenues disappear, when your debt has ballooned because your EBITDAs have collapsed, that meant raising more money. In the last 18, 20 months, 30 months actually, we have raised over $18 billion. We diluted heavily, we sold some assets, and we wanted to ensure that we have the monies to keep on investing and fighting this very, very difficult battle. And we have very strongly come out of this, I would say, 5 years of storm today to be a very stable organization.
I think it's an absolutely outstanding achievement, by the way. And I think those who have noticed it have actually truly, clearly marveled at how it's been done in such a short time and so smoothly. We have only 5 minutes to go and lots of questions. So I'm going to ask you to keep your answers short so I can get a few more in. What has been your defining moment of joy, aha moment in business or personal life?
Well, in these long years, there must have been so many. It's hard to sort of pin down onto one thing. But I guess the turning point, which could have been a defining moment, was getting the first mobile license in 1992 against very stiff odds. I would say that is one moment when you turn back in life to say it was an important inflection point.
And you've done it again now when people thought, that's it. Now you went to satellite communication. So it's wonderful. So somebody's asked, which businesses are you targeting in the next 10 years?
Well, lots of companies, groups have gone into different businesses. We have done too. But if you ask me personally, my focus remains in the area of telecommunications and digital, and the extension into satellite services through OneWeb is also a broadband communication. So I would say the area of connecting people through the medium of broadband, high-speed networks, and then the associated adjacencies around that in terms of digital world is something that I intend to focus on for the rest of my working life.
So what is it that, now I'm going back to the role of business globally. There are many countries in which industry has played a role very different way in India. If you look at the old companies, steel companies, cement companies, they would build their own housing colonies because they were not available. They would build their own schools, etc. So in some sense, there was work being done already outside of pure business. But for larger communities, looking at things like sustainability, looking at the role in global trade, in geopolitics, whenever there is a meeting of G7, there is also a B7. When there's a G20, there's a B20. So the role of business clearly has shifted. And do you think this shift is enough, or is there more to be done?
I think the policymakers can benefit a lot more by closing ranks with the business community. And as you rightly said, Western world has done it enormously well. And the fact is that the business community does add momentum to the nation states' activities. If you just look at ICC, International Chamber of Commerce, which was formed after the war, the fact is they brought wonderful instruments of trade and business to the world, the letter of credit, the certificate of origin. So business actually does help in formulation of thought leadership of any political or policy dispensation.
Absolutely. So we are at 5:29. I just want to say thank you to you. I think that was this is probably a conversation which you could have had for a much longer period, and I'm only able to cover just some of the questions which I got. So apologies to those whose questions did not get covered, but I thought it would be useful to ask some of the other questions that I did to get a fuller picture of Sunil Mittal as an individual and what you've been doing as a corporate and as a corporation. I think there's no doubt in my mind that this is an example of which research will be done and stories will be written over a long period of time. I'm surprised that you yourself have not yet put pen to paper and started to write some of your experiences. I hope you will sometime. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you, Sunil. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munjal. Thank you, Mr. Mittal. May I now invite President AIMA, Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, to please join us on stage to present mementos to the esteemed speakers. We are thankful to Mr. Sunil Bharti Mittal for having joined us here today and for Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal to have taken us through this discussion. Thank you both. Thank you, sir, for joining us here this evening. We'd like to thank Mr. Ranganathan for joining us on stage to present the mementos. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of AIMA's 7th National Leadership Conclave. Thank you all for joining us here today and staying with us the entire day. We thank our principal co-sponsors, Kirloskar Brothers Limited and Kavin Care, sponsors, Dempo Group of Companies and Triveni Turbine Limited, co-sponsors, Apollo Hospital. Associate sponsors, JK Paper Limited and ONGC Limited. Academic partner, KJ Somaya Institute of Management. Corporate sponsors, Cochin Shipyard Limited, NTPC Limited, Tata Chemicals, Tejo Engineering Limited and Transport Corporation of India Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know that we are all set to host the award presentation for this evening. We request you to please kindly vacate the hall. As you all know, the Honorable Minister, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, is set to join us for this evening's function. Therefore, the security team will go through the entire hall with a sniffer dog. So we will request you all to please vacate the hall. Please do make sure that you carry all your belongings with you. Please kindly vacate the hall. There is a